Well, what's the general dummy operation? What's that about? I would. Okay, not only would I'd actually like a lot of first off, I think not only that's necessary, but I want to not and I feel like
Well, oh, dog. Well, hand me that guitar. Hand me that guitar, dog. Let's get this show on the road. Here's one you'll know.
I guess the 6 default ones aren't that bad though.
Hello, everybody. It is so nice to see you. We have got just an all-star cast of people today. You can see down below all these amazing people with their little profile pictures. My apologies for being late. It took me a second to retweak a few of these settings, but we are beautiful. We are golden. We are mega awesome. I know we've got a bit of a clickbaity thumbnail. Someone yesterday said, "Is this the BN Avengers?" I'm like, yes, that's exactly what this is. But just like the Avengers 2, it'll be an ever-changing roster if we ever decide to do more of these, and I really hope we do. I'm excited for this. You know, I would love to get more people from different projects and communities. You know, I'm very sorry to people like, you know, Team BN and things like that. Did not mean to snub anybody. I'm really excited just to have people there. I wanted to keep it relatively small so we could keep the conversations really lively without being too chaotic. But again, like, I want to get more people too. I think this has a lot of potential for a fun thing. So, with that being said, I guess if all of you would like to say hello, and I'm going to go ahead and pull you guys up and go through a little blurb about each of you and all of the cool things that you guys are up to. Because truly, every single one of you, I think, in your own way, does something extremely cool for Mega Man. Okay, I'm noticing that my camera is kind of lagging a little bit. Do people on stream see that too? I'm worried that I may need to downgrade my camera settings or something, or maybe I should be on a Discord VTuber kind of model too. I don't know, but hopefully that works for every single person. All right, that being said, let's get right into it. Yeah, audio and frame. Oh no, audio dropped too. Okay, that's good. Maybe if I go on Discord chat, maybe I can like lower the Discord chat settings. Maybe that's like the way to do it. Any of our kind friends who are currently on have any thoughts about that kind of setting?
No idea. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No idea. I know. I feel the same way. I think I will say maybe, and gosh, this is like yet another last minute thing, but it might be better. Hold up. Okay, I'm gonna not show my share screen. I think that's already making it better. I think that's already improving. Can you guys see? I think on the.
Yeah,
I think on the. Say it again. What did you, I'm sorry. Say it one more time. No. Oh, hold up. Now I think I don't hear you guys.
I don't think anyone said anything.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
better.
you're hearing ghosts, bro. Like I'm scared,
It's
bro.
just breaking up.
Even scarier. Okay, I think the frame rate
Yeah,
just improved.
No,
Can
your
anyone
frame
tell?
rate's like 2 frames every 10 seconds right now.
2 frames every 10 seconds. Okay.
Yo.
I may need to have you guys join my Discord VC because I think I have like the nitro boost to like make that frame rate a little better.
Oh, sure. Let's do that.
I wanted to make it simple for you guys via voice chat. But and by the way, thank you very much for the bits and subs for everyone who's doing that. Let me drop my link real quick for you guys. If you guys are on the spot right there, I'm gonna make a really quick backup here. Don't you love it? Don't you love these little tech glitches? That's the best thing ever. So I'm gonna make a quick voice chat that's private. I'm
For
sorry,
real?
buddy. For real. All right, let me go ahead and do that. Do you guys see the Discord link in the? Do you guys see the Discord link in the Twitch chat? If not, I can post it to the silent chat too.
There we go. I think I got it.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna call it Creator Chat. I'm gonna limit it to this. Oh, whoops! I screwed that up. How is everybody Sunday doing? I guess you probably can't even really hear me, you wonderful folks on Twitch. Okay, there we go.
This wouldn't be a stream without technical difficulties.
It would not, man. It really would not. That's and you know, it's so funny too. I thought about having you guys join the server for this. I was like, like I don't want it. Like that feels shameless. That feels whatever. Like this is gonna work just fine. But I think getting that nitro boost on that will be really helpful. Okay, I'm gonna edit it. Only you guys can see it and join it.
Super secret Illuminati server? No,
Super
Illuminavis.
server.
Illuminavis.
How about you guys make a post in general chat so I can add you as a role real quick? Or any of these chats, I guess, but the general is probably best. All right, I see Rockman. That's awesome. Okay, cool. Let me know if you see it now, Rockman. I see Soul's already got it. Soul, do you see it?
Is it called community chat?
Yes, exactly. Community chat.
Let
Nailed
me
it.
join that then.
Okay, cool. Give me just a second, you guys. I'm
Looking
dying
for a
about this.
VC, looks like. I don't know if I see it yet.
Yeah, you don't have it just yet, Killer. Let me get that for you. Okay, I just give it to you, Killer. I'm gonna look at the new spots. Okay, I see John giving you that role too.
Oh, there we go. Things are happening.
Okay, awesome. Hop on in there. I'll be right there in a second. Anyone else? So I guess like MRE.
I don't know if I'm looking in the right place.
Are you? Okay, give me just a second, Tofu. Just make a post in like general chat or something. That'll make it easier. If not, I'll search you down. Or oh gosh, that's right, because by default you have to like react to stuff.
I did the reaction.
Okay, perfect. I got you guys there. Okay, you should be able to see it now, Tofu.
Yes.
Okay, I think I'm waiting on what MRE. I think that might be the last person.
I'm gonna move over.
Okay, cool. Cool. Tech issues are the best. All right. Okay, and yeah, MRE, I know you're the last person. I'm just going to hop out real quick. I'm so sorry, y'all. Okay, well, now the frame rate's back, right? We officially have the frame rate back.
Well, someone
Alright,
has to,
gang.
right?
I'm back.
It's so true. It's so true, bro.
I'm back, y'all. I'm back.
That was a double-edged sword. I'll take that.
Okay, I think the frame rate is already better. I know for a fact that like the regular.
Oh wow,
Twitch,
that looks great. Oh wow.
Right? Amazing.
Wow.
This is so embarrassing, y'all. Because again, we do this type of stuff all the time with tournaments. So it's like we've never had issues, Soul. Like, oh, in fact, today should have been better, right? Like today should have been a lot better.
I think you have to still add Stack Overflow.
Yeah, I'm waiting for MRE to hop in the server, I think.
I don't think maybe he didn't see the
Discord
Discord.
link.
Yeah, and then KNIJohn said that he says, "Oh, I gotta be a member for 10 minutes first, so like you can't."
What?
You can't do anything.
You're joking me. This is like some Discord verification nonsense.
Do you have?
Maybe
double
you
do have
can
me a
skip
server?
it.
Skip it.
That-
Yeah, fast track him.
That's
Yeah,
like,
I don't even. Oh, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen. How do I don't even know how to do that.
This is what it's like to be fast. This is true speed.
The good news is I was so afraid that I would have to manually re-add all of your images and whatnot. That was something that I was like, holy cow, like this is going to be the worst thing ever. All right, I see MRE. Oh man, I should have just been shameless. I should have been like, you must join the Discord. You must join our voice chat. I was like, this is so much better just to do voice chat. But like, yeah, this is the power of level 3 boost, baby. We've got it right here. Okay, hello to all of you. I'm so sorry for missing out on all of your follows and bits and everything. It is so nice to see you. Hopefully, we are now smooth and beautiful and whatever. As a thank you to all of you for your patience, I am going to give away a little battle chip to each of you. And as we're waiting for MRE, and poor John to get in here too, as we're waiting for that, I'm going to do a quick little giveaway with that. Again, just as a thank you to all of you guys for coming in and really just being so patient with my hashtag ProStreamer. In fact, if you would take a second, let me log in to get my giveaway bot ready to go. I'm absolutely petrified. I'm just petrified, mortified. I'm like, what the heck? I do this stuff all the time, and somehow that just didn't work. All right, gang, so here's the deal. You're going to type in a keyword if you would like a chance to win, I don't know. We'll give away a Mega Man. I feel like Mega Man's really fitting.
I agree.
What you're going to do is type in this right here. Are you ready, everybody in the chat? Hashtag ProStreamer. Everybody's in the audience right now. Type that in if you would like a chance to win this little Mega Man battle chip. I am really embarrassed and apologetic to all of you. Type it in, hashtag ProStreamer. You can copy paste it. You can do whatever. All of you in the audience, if you'd like a chance to win this guy, please do let me know. Looks like we got MRE back in here. Poor John, I can't believe it. This is like some ridiculous 10-minute timer or whatever. Like, that's great. Nice to see all of you new folks. Again, it's such a pleasure to have you here. I'm just going to repeat my spiel because I'm sure my frame rate for audio and video was just atrocious. I have no idea how bad it was, but I'm sure it was horrible. I am so stoked to be here, to have all these wonderful people. Every single person who's here represents the Mega Man community, particularly Battle Network, in very different ways. It is such a pleasure to have different projects, to have different people breathing life in different ways in this over 20-year-old franchise. It's absolutely incredible. Now, I want to say to all of you who are other creators who do really cool things, I try to keep this initial one like kind of small so it's not chaotic. I tried to make it so that you know, we wouldn't just be talking over each other too much. And admittedly, I kind of like was a bit biased to people that I know just a little bit better. But I would like to do more of these semi-regularly. I don't know how often, every 2 months. I have no idea. If this goes well, and as we iron out all of these tech issues, it will only get better. I would love to have other people involved too. Team BN, other Rockman EXEZone people, other, you know, YouTube content creation people. Like, I think this is just like a really fun idea to have more fun stuff going on. So yeah, that's my thing to you. Again, I'll give you guys another 30 seconds. Type in hashtag ProStreamer if you would like a chance to win this little battle chip. That's my first of many prizes to you guys as an apology for just how late and how embarrassing that is. It's already been 30 minutes. We haven't done anything. We haven't done a darn thing. We have not done a darn
We're doing
thing.
it right now. What you mean? We're doing it right now.
That's right. That's right. You're right. That's a great. That's a great point. All right, everyone ready? I'm gonna give you guys. Oh wait, this is even funnier. Hold up, this is even funnier. Okay, everyone ready? Type it in one more time if you'd like a chance. If you would like a chance to win this little spot, type it in one more time, gang. I think it's limited by time. So type in hashtag ProStreamer if you would like a chance to win this keyword, or if you would like a chance to win this little prize. I'm gonna give you guys another 30 seconds. Poor John, I know. Is now a time to talk about Winsel? Can we talk about Winsel yet, or? Thank you, everybody. I actually just love. There's like a meme with John, but like I actually think Winsole is like one of the coolest, best. Like I think it's actually just amazing. I low key regret that we're not doing like a Soul Unison cross tier list later, but we are doing a best battle network and Star Force tier list, which I'm sure will get very heated, and I'm extraordinarily excited for it. So that's some great stuff right there. All right, everyone ready? In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, check it out. Our winner is Resident Fail. Everyone take a second to spam some salutes for Resident Fail. Resident Fail, shoot me a Discord DM so that I don't forget about you. Please do that. I'm like so busy with all sorts of nonsense, but I would love to get your address and ship out this cute little prize. And again, to all you people in the audience, you will have a chance to win some other stuff too, and including our wonderful participants as well. I'm so excited to have each and every single person here. The good news about John, I don't know if 10 minutes has passed yet. I hope 10 minutes is passing really soon. I'm going to double check our Discord to make sure.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, ask away.
I wanted to know if that Oh wait, I see John is still not with us actually. Hold on.
Yeah, did you have a question for him or just a question in general?
Oh no, I just got distracted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know, poor guy. I'm like, this is ridiculous. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. But also like kind of funny and fitting, which is great. I think the good news is he's not right away. We're going in alphabetical order. I think let's get the party started. Hopefully. Oh, I see him!
Hey,
the party just started!
I stalled.
Gang, can we spam some salutes for the wonderful KNIJohn who had to deal with Honestly, the Matrix is kind of Battle Network if you think about all the zeros and ones and all the tech that we have to deal with. It's very related in all honesty. So let's just like spam some salutes. We get the amazing KNIJohn finally here. What's up? Great to see you guys. Let's get it started though. Again, we've got so many cool people that I am just absolutely thrilled to talk about. And we're starting with a really cute one here. We're going to be starting with my good friend, GoodTofuFriday. If you guys can take a second to take a little peek at this. It is so great to see you guys. Now, this right here is a bro picture, okay? GoodTofuFriday is somebody who I got to meet in person. So, to give you guys a really quick spiel before I let Tofu talk, back in December, so like maybe like 5 or so months ago, we had an opportunity to go to France. We fundraised money via streaming, which was awesome. And with that money, we went to France, where we data dumped 2 very, very mythical arcade machines. And we have a whole documentary coming out later this month about that experience. I'm super excited for it. But yeah, Tofu, great to have you in here. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and tell us a little bit about how you got into Mega Man Battle Network.
Sure, you guys. All right, yeah, you guys can hear me. Cool. So, I'm Tofu, GoodTofuFriday. I'm more of the hardware kind of person in the field, I would guess. I work with electronics very frequently, like micro soldering and whatnot. That's kind of my expertise here. And I got into Battle Network all the way back in, I think it was 2000 or 2001 when the first game released, actually. It was a graduation gift from my father. He knew that I liked Mega Man from the Game Boy Color, Mega Man Extreme. So when he went and got me a Game Boy Advance, he also got me Mega Man then.
That's awesome. So what got you into arcade and cell phone preservation?
Being obsessed with Mega Man in general, I was like, man, I really, really need to play those games that were released in Japan that just didn't come out over here. So I just kind of set out on a mission to, I mean, over the past couple, like, let's say decade, gave cursory glances as I was hoping there was something to come out, and eventually got to the point where I was like, okay, I'm just going to take this upon myself, see what I can do, and see if we can get other people to help in on the situation.
Yeah. Well, and if I can chime in too, I have no technical expertise whatsoever when it comes to like data dumping and archiving and like what's the equipment needed. Again, having met Tofu in person, consummate professional. I mean, talk about somebody who did so much due diligence, who did so much research. If you guys don't know, arcade preservation is really finicky and scary. if you are off by like a little bit, if you are not using the right tools, if your files are just like even slightly incorrect, you can brick the whole system. Like you can basically destroy an extraordinarily rare relic. I personally was so anxious, my heart was beating the whole time. Like, what is going to happen if this breaks? How am I going to compensate this person? Tofu was the man. You could not ask for a better person involved with that. Thank you so much for all of your help, Tofu.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you helping to get the community to rally behind us in order to get it done.
Yeah. Oh gosh, it was the best. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Next up, we've got Killer336. Also goes by Giver336 and even Taker336. You were definitely a man of many usernames, my friend. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Killer, and how did you get into Mega Man Battle Network?
Hey there. Yep, as he already gave the spiel, that was one of my names, Killer. I've been in this franchise since Battle Network 3 released. Actually, a little bit after release. I got into it right before BN4 was starting to come out. I saw someone playing the game, looked actually pretty unique, and to this day, Battle Network game style is still pretty unique. And I played it, and honestly, I was kind of hooked, and I got the game myself later. A little fun fact, though, Debbie, when I first played this game, I didn't know how to change my folder, so I got up to Punk with the basic folder.
No way.
and I won. And I'm just like, I can't keep doing this. What do I do? And I'm like, oh, okay, now I get it.
That is amazing because, gang, I don't know the last time you played Battle Network 1. That game is rough, okay? That is a rough game. I don't even think you can charge your Mega Buster right away. You've got to, like, unlock that with power-ups. So I'm talking, you're probably just spamming the B button, 1 damage a pop. That's ridiculous.
It's BN3.
Wow.
So I'm fighting Flashman, I'm fighting Beastman, and I'm just like, I've got cannons and sword. I'm like, I see a sword, I'm like, oh my god, a sword. If I could just plan this right, I can hit him. And I guess that's what kickstarted my, ability to use chips properly. But then, I get to Punk and I win, but then it took a couple hours. And then from there, I'm like, oh, this is how everything works. Oh,
right. I'm sorry. It's not that you don't know how to use chips. You just didn't know how to edit the folder. You still had like swords and stuff. Yeah. It took me a second to realize that. That's still hysterical. Wow. Okay. So Killer, you are, again, as we see on the screen, you are the project lead and writer for Mega Man Battle Network Chrono X. For folks who might not know about it, give us the spiel. What exactly is it?
It's a fan-made continuation of the franchise of starting from, continues a year after Battle Network 6 happened. And this was done because A, people are more familiar with Land Kari, and B, because we can start using, some of those art assets to create the rest of the adventure. One thing you've learned when you try and make games is one of the hardest things to create is the art. Essentially, every time you play a game, anytime, the art's sort of the baseline at first, not just the programming as well. If you want to do like an attack, have a boss, or do whatever, you need the art. So starting from a baseline there also helps. Plus, people like Land Kari as a character, so that was the direction we originally went with. But yeah, it's been done for quite a while. We changed scope quite a few times, but I think the game ultimately will come out far better for it. So I'm happy to say that. I think that's just the basic summary. Anything else?
Yeah, no. Well, I chose this specific image right here because I think, first of all, having played the demo, and of course, as you said, this has definitely been a project that's been around for a while. Having played the demo myself, I was blown away by, one, how authentic it felt while still being unique. It was absolutely amazing. And two, I think that having actual online net battling is such a cool feature. I have no idea how difficult that is to implement. I would imagine very difficult to implement, to have servers running and things like that. And to me, I think it catapults an already authentic and extremely cool, rich game developed by fans for fans into something really legendary. And I wanted to sort of pick your brain a little bit about the net battling aspect.
Especially after the newest updates. Oh man, they're so awesome.
Yeah, no problem. So the one that came out in for Demo 5.0 was just using peer-to-peer. You gotta keep in mind when we started this game, SoulX and Demi, there was like no really centralized banner community to speak of. So PvP was not on our radar. It's like, hey, this community is fractured. It's got no one in it. Why have PvP? It's because I'm of the opinion you don't have an audience for PvP. Why do you have PvP? Right? The PvP. So now the community has taken off. That naturally has few desires for, hey, let's have some multiplayer, and that's fair. But that means CX wasn't started with that in mind. So we had to do quite a bit of rewrite to get the system into what it was for 5.0, and then we wrote it again for the next one because we changed system, we improved systems dramatically. You got your mechanics going around. We essentially made it so that it was far easier to adjust. And MaxRock, who's a programmer, is just one guy doing all this. He's a wizard. He's what you would call the black wizard. He's like, how does this work? Black magic. That's Max.
Amazing.
So you got your peer-to-peer. You've got local network. Local, like if you're on the same Wi-Fi network as someone else, it'll work. We now use matchmaking. We have a server now that if you're from New York, you should easily be able to connect with someone on the Los Angeles side of things, and without having to go through peer-to-peer. That makes it more convenient. Matchmaking is something people want, so we were able to do it, and that didn't take that long actually. The other tricky part was getting Android and PC to work together and net battle together. That's awesome.
That is a feature I didn't realize was even possible, and I imagine that is a headache. And wow, like A+ effort for like going the extra mile in that regard. That's really cool.
Yeah,
awesome.
There was a lot of rewrites to get to this point, and I'm happy it works. Honestly, it really does work. I play it and I sit there, and I go, wow. Thank you, Max.
I did that. Yeah, wow.
Just sit there, just blown away by how cool it is. Yeah, again, gang, I'm sure there are many fan games out there, but this is really one to keep your eyes on. It's still in development, but like, it is a great game, and even if the game were to end right here, you would be blown away by just how authentic and how cool it is. I can't plug it enough. It's extremely cool. All right, next up, we've got KNIJohn. Hello, my friend. My poor friend, stuck 10 minutes in the internet. I
was just boiling away.
I love it. Just amazing stuff right there. I absolutely love to see it. John, I have to ask you two things. One, how did you get into content creation? And two, what was your first experience like with Mega Man Battle Network?
Okay, so content creation, it wasn't really anything big or important at first. My very first videos, they're long gone, don't ask me about them, were about, like, COD and stuff like that. Like, I'm a filthy casual gamer as well, in addition to my niche RPG stuff. Those are gone for a long time ago, but I just made them because I would see how much fun people would have, like, with old Let's Plays and stuff, especially back on, like, Something Awful and the Let's Play archive and everything. That just seems like a really fun thing to do with people. And then over time, I was like, well, I should edit this a little more. I should edit this a little more. I should put a little more effort into this so it seems better. And it just eventually snowballed into me spending 2 hours talking about Battle Network 6 somehow.
If I can chime in real quick, that exact effort, like, it shows tremendously. Like, if for folks who don't know, John makes like really great YouTube videos. I mean, arguably some of the best, long play, deep, thorough reviews I've ever seen, and immaculately edited, right? Like, I think, like, as somebody who's just awful at making videos and has only been at it for like, I guess like a year or so, like, I try to put the most effort in like the first chunk of it, like before people would leave, and then I kind of like just get really lazy towards the end. But you do such a great job all throughout. It's really amazing.
Don't feel bad. I do. I don't want to say it because now people will look for it, but I do the exact same thing. all my biggest edits and big ideas are in like the first quarter of the video, and then near the end things start getting a little
Well, I can tell you as a total like layman observer, I don't see that at all. I think you do such a great job. I love your storytelling. It's very fun. It's very fluid. And actually, I think I mentioned this on your Discord, but I am almost certain that my very first video I saw of you was years ago, like a Final Fantasy X retrospective. That's one of my all-time favorite games. And during the pandemic, I was just like, or I guess post-pandemic a little bit, just like looking for stuff like in that real, like trying to take down the final bosses and things that I just stumbled upon. I'm like, this is really cool. I absolutely love that.
Another person waiting for me to go back and finish it someday.
Do you think you ever will, or do you think just too many projects, like too many things happening?
It's on there. I get asked. It's probably the one I get asked about the most often to continue. It seemed like the one that people liked the most. It's just people didn't like it at the time. That was even before Battle Network, so I had 1,000 subs at the time. So I was like, oh boy, this is a lot of time and work, and nobody is watching this. I'm just gonna try something else.
Wow. Yeah. Well, again, just as a total like layman, you do such great videos. I think really, like, your videos, they're almost like a secondary community in terms of like getting people excited, like teaching people about like what BN is. They're so thorough, they're so great. You're just amazing. So just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you very much for making awesome videos. All right, we are heading over now to MegaRockEXE. Now, the Rockman EXEZone is really, really awesome. Of course, every community here is awesome, but, you know, TREZ, as they call it, also a group that does amazing, amazing work. MRE, tell us a little bit about yourself, and tell us a little bit about how you got into Mega Man Battle Network.
Yes, my name is MegaRock. I'm a co-founder, actually, of the Rockman EXEZone. We started that up in, like, 06, back when Battle Network 6 was still new. And I got into the series, I think, around the Battle Network 3, Battle Network 4 kind of time. And that's just kind of just what got me hooked, and I've been on it since.
Love that.
Yeah.
Now, you do such amazing work with your graphics, with your logos. I mean, am I correct in saying that these are two that you made, and these are two that you know, repurposed for for these English translations?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you a graphic designer, like, by profession? Like, is that something that you've kind of been dabbling in over the years? Like, what's your story with that?
I went to school for graphic design, and that's what I do for work. So that's my profession, and I've gotten better. Especially these two logos in particular. I cringe when I see them online. The older versions, back when I was not as skilled, and I'm glad you got the right ones, because I see the old ones, and it's like, why? Those are ugly.
I mean, gang, if you are unfamiliar with the Rockman EXEZone, that is like the spot. Like, back in the day, I was a GameFAQs junkie. I mean, raise your hand, or I don't know. I guess you can't raise your hand, but I would like I'm showing my age for sure. But like, GameFAQs was that for me. But nowadays, the Rockman EXEZone, you guys have like the most thorough resources. But even more than that, like, these two games having English translations, 4.5 is an experience that most gamers. I mean, that was a Japanese only game, right? And, you know, the idea of like having, you know, battleship gates like this that you could, you know, play and insert with on your Game Boy, like, that's so novel and so cool. And you guys did such a great job making this functionality possible. Like, this wasn't just like a simple emulation. You know, you guys really took care to like localize it in a way that feels very authentic, much like Killer with Chrono X. Again, Operate Star Force, like, talk about a game that many people have wanted to play. You know, language barriers, we're unable to, like, so cool. And then on a third level, I've been having a blast streaming Star Force Deluxe. I think that game, like, that might be my favorite single-player Mega Man experience ever. Like, I love the challenge. I love everything, all the love and care that got put into it. I know you're not on the development side of it, MRE, but, like, TREZ is freaking amazing. And you have to plug it. Like, they're just the absolute coolest.
Thanks. Yeah, that's really well said.
I want to add to that and say MegaRock was also responsible for the Chrono X logo as well.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that. Look at that
He's
beautiful
also
logo
helped with
right
some
there.
of the labels on the reproduction chips too.
Yeah, you do such great work, man. It's like all encompassing, and again, as professional as your actual profession is, like, that's just amazing. Thank you very much for adding that extra bit of authenticity to all these extremely cool projects.
Thanks.
All right, now we've got Rockman Cosmo, another person I got to meet IRL, which was super cool. Rockman Cosmo is the leader of a group called SciLab Secrets, and you guys basically, I mean, I think a lot of fans, maybe not a lot, a good amount of fans heard about like the arcade machines and things like that. There's kind of like a mystique to them. The cell phone games are like so niche and so cool, and you guys pulled it off. Rockman Cosmo, tell us a bit about yourself. How you got into Mega Man, and then like, how did you, like, this is so cool. How did that happen?
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Rockman Cosmo. I'm the leader of SciLab Secrets, which is the team that has spent, well, about the past 3 years working to preserve these lost Mega Man games that are on these Japanese feature phones from the early 2000s. So, as you all definitely know by now, in December, we preserved the entirities of Rockman.exe Phantom Network, Legend of Network, as well as some other lost games like Rockman Dash Great Adventure on 5 Islands, which was a lost midquill in the Mega Man Legends series, and even weirder stuff like Mega Man Pinball. So, so for 3 years we've been working on that, and yeah, we still have more things to do, and I also do some other Japanese feature phone game preservation at large. But yeah, it's been a crazy 3 years, and yeah, so that's what I've been doing. But you also asked, how did I get into Mega Man?
Yeah.
And yeah, that's kind of a long tangent in and of itself, because like my whole gaming journey is kind of crazy, and I'll probably talk about it somewhere else. But I think I can really link the start of getting into Mega Man when I was I got a Game Boy when I was younger, Game Boy Advance, and I really like that. I like kind of diving into gaming history, things like that. So I was playing my Game Boy Advance, but like my parents told me you can't play it at night. So unfortunately, I broke that rule, and I was playing my Game Boy Advance Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga in my bed, and then I get caught. So then I get the ultimate punishment, which is having the Game Boy Advance put in a plastic bag and smashed to pieces with a hammer.
Oh my!
So yeah,
Jeez.
So rest in peace, Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga.
No!
You will be missed. And all of my consoles, everything was taken away. So all of a sudden, overnight, I had nothing. I had nothing. And really, all I was at the time was a Nintendo guy. So I only really knew like Mario, but I didn't even know what Mega Man was. But then I said, well, I want to still game, but what do I have? Well, all I have is the computer. So that's how I discovered the power of emulation and piracy. But so basically, like, that's how I wanted to experience these games that I lost after that Nintendo Exodus, as I called it. And then one day, I'm listening to music on YouTube, and then I get Mega Man 2, Wily 1 and 2 recommended to me. And I listen to that, and I'm like, 8-bit music can go this hard? So then I just try to find, like, how am I going to play this Mega Man game? You know, this elusive Mega Man online. And turns out that I already like platformers from Mario. And then I just saw, like, Mega Man is kind of like that, except I can shoot now. I can jump and I can shoot. So from there, I get into the classic series, and I'm there for a bit. And then I listen to more, video game music. And then I get Boomer Kuwanger recommended to me for Mega Man X. And I hear that, and I'm like, 16-bit music can go this hard? So then, of course, I have to find Mega Man X, find an online emulator for that. And from there, I just kind of go deep into the series. And how I got into Battle Network is kind of humiliating, but I'm going on like the Mega Man wiki, and I'm looking at Robot Masters, and I see like Fireman.exe, and I'm like, what is this like .exe thing? Is this like a creepypasta like Sonic.exe? Like what is this? So then I go on their wiki pages. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is like a whole like, what is this, like a classic alternate universe? It seems kind of cool. So then in one summer, I marathon all of Battle Network 1 to 6 and Star Force 1 to 3. I don't know how I didn't burn out, but basically from then on, Battle Network has become one of my favorite series. Like, I mean, Mega Man Legends is always probably going to be at the top for me for other reasons, but I still think that Battle Network is just the battle system, everything. It just captivated me from day one. And
that's
so true. So true.
Crazy.
Yeah, still unique to this day, which is really something. And again, like these cell phone games, like I honestly, like, I would have bet a lot of money that we would never see them. If you had asked me years ago, will we ever? Because you guys have to like stop and think about this in the chat, right? Like these cell phone games, like they're, first of all, they're older tech, right? You have to download them from whatever. It's like not even, I guess, an app store, whatever the equivalent of that would be for these Japanese cell phones. And then you have to like, which by the way, I'm sure many of them just don't produce these games anymore. It's lost media. And then you have to like find someone who has the cell phone, convince them to send it to you because, you need to be able to open it and data dump it. But then it's a cell phone, so it's got your contacts, it's got your photo, that it's a kind of a personal device just to, willingly, lend to somebody. So, the idea of all of these things kind of coming together is like, it's like a real life shiny Pokemon, maybe even like older, maybe even like lower odds than that. And you pulled it off, like every single Mega Man game. Like that's like so cool. And many other games too, like Devil May Cry mobile game, Final Fantasy VII mobile game, Kingdom Hearts Recoded, like really cool stuff. Yeah, it's so cool. So all that to say, well done, my friend. I also got to plug Tofu here too. Tofu, I know that you had a big hand in terms of like brute forcing, the sort of like encryption keys and like figuring out the tech to like make a lot of this happen. Do you have any thoughts on that, Tofu?
I'd actually downplay myself a bit on that one. As another user who wrote a lot of the code for figuring out the keys for the games, and my computer just ran it, honestly.
Love it. Love it. That that graphics card, I'm sure got put through the ringer, man. I'm sure it was because gang, yeah. I mean, without getting too complicated, it's like you have to find like the one, key, right? Like I don't even know how to describe it. It's like you have to your graphics card literally brute force like every possible combination.
I think it's some like 6.4 billion possible keys. I think was the number, something like that.
I actually think that's really funny that you guys say that because it reminds me of the time that you guys thought you barely unlocked the full games and you were like, oh yeah, we got chapter 1 working, we're on hot, we're on top of the schedule, we're doing great, and then it's like, no, we did the whole game, and they're like, oh oh, we're done.
So cool.
You have no idea how embarrassed I was. I was like, I was writing up that Rockman Corner blog post for like legit like 6 hours straight because I wanted to get out to the public. And I was making sure, like, all right, don't let them freak out. Just only tell them it's chapters 1 to 3 and chapters 1 of Legend of Network. And all of a sudden, it turns out that, as people may know, it was like Midori, who was the one who had the phone that had the games on it. She told us, "Oh, I only bought those specific chapters." So then when we got the games, we assumed that it would just be those chapters. But it turns out that what Capcom did was load the entire like game on your phone, and they paywalled it. But there'd be like a subscription check that would like only worked, on the phone itself. But then that we took the raw game files out, that subscription check is no longer there, meaning that it is the full game. So it was like, I just saw like, all right, it's only chapters 1 to 3, whatever. And then I see people in Rockman EXEZone start getting to chapter 4, and then chapter 5, then chapter 6. I'm like, oh gosh,
Oops, the whole game.
But it was a good thing. It was like a good story.
We did it, yeah.
I love that. Such a cool story. Again, thank you so much, you guys. Like, it's a dream come true. And also really crazy that was at the December, shortly after Tofu and I went to archive the actual arcade data. It was 2 weeks later, the cell phones. It was like, what? We ended 2023 with lost media. It's absolutely phenomenal. So super cool how that kind of coincidentally timed out in such a cool way. Thank you so much, Rockman Cosmo. Really cool. All right, next up is me, alphabetical order. Hello, everybody. My name is Scoutmaster Demi. I'm not wearing the Scoutmaster outfit. We're all about Mega Man today, of course. If I had to describe myself in Mega Man terms, I would say, honestly, first and foremost, I'm a collector. I love battleships. That's my bread and butter. I have a complete set. It's taken me years to acquire, but I totally do. I'm the real-life Higsby. He's my spirit animal for sure. Even have some really cool and interesting things like tournament prizes. It's kind of hard to see up here with my little screen, but I've got holographic chips that were won in tournaments from people way back in the day. So I'm just a fanatic. I really, really love those chips. And in fact, speaking about the Rockman EXEZone, seeing that English 4.5 translation is kind of what kickstarted me and inspired me to complete those sets. Over the years, I'd kind of off and on, have a little bit of interest. It would fluctuate a bit, try to get chips here and there. But the idea of actually playing on a real English 4.5 translated copy that you could use a real-life battleship gate with on your Game Boy Advance just totally ignited a fire in me. And I basically haven't stopped since. It's this is just such an amazing franchise with so many unique aspects, amazing artwork, amazing gameplay. I love the story. It's the world is kind of realistic, kind of a utopia, really, really cool. So I don't know. I just love Mega Man, of course. And then an organizer too. I'm not nearly as cool as the N1 Grand Prix. But I, with the Legacy Collection games coming out, I'm like, you know what? Let's do a live tournament. Let's have some fun with this official hardware. Let's have fun. As a Higsby hoarder, I have so many battleships and things. Let's give away some prizes. Free to enter. Let's just do it. And yeah, it's been really fun. I've been enjoying it. That little photo right there is a picture of me at an IRL event. I'm wearing my 90s, workout outfit, kind of aesthetic, right? Got the tracksuit and everything. And it's just been a blast for sure. So yeah, that's me. You guys are probably on YouTube. I know a lot of you are. If you're not, you can take a peek and say that's, or I guess I don't know, I'll plug myself a little bit. But yeah, that was some cool stuff there. And again, I do a lot of Mega Man stuff. I really enjoy it. Lately, the thing that I've been really into is playing every single DS game that's North American, including shovelware, including all the garbage, and slowly trying to make reviews. Honestly, maybe even longer form ones. I love KNIJohn's style. I think going really deep on some of these really weird, obscure niche games is just kind of a lot of fun. And in terms of content creation, I'm really small but super passionate. To me, it's the self-expression is just like so important, you know, just being able to kind of like have your thoughts and feelings and put them out there and like feel that validation is just like a really cool thing. So that's me. And finally, last but not least, in alphabetical order, we've got SoulXCross, wonderful member of the N1 Grand Prix. Soul, tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us a bit about, you first getting into Mega Man Battle Network and then getting into the N1 Grand Prix.
Before I even get into that, I just wanted to thank you so much for inviting me to be here, inviting us to be here. This is like a really cool idea for a stream, and I love it. And first of all, you are plenty cool. All right, I just want to put that out there.
That's really sweet. You're gonna make me blush. That's really. I'm like a really like emotional kind of guy. So thank you. I appreciate that, man. That means a lot to me, man. Thank you.
No worries. But yes, I am SoulXCross. I am a caster for the N1GP primarily. I do other games as well. I've been getting my hands on Pokemon. I'm trying to get into Pokemon as well for casting. And I thought about getting back into Smash because I was doing that before COVID. I'm not sure after COVID and everything that had happened in the scene, I wasn't sure if I wanted to go back, but I might give it a try. I don't know. Who knows at this point? But yeah, I got into Battle Network when I was at a basketball camp because my father was super into basketball. He was a coach for many different teams and he loved doing community like leagues and stuff like that. So I went to one of those community leagues and there was a kid there. He wasn't even there to play basketball. He was just a random kid there. And I saw him have this Game Boy Advance and I was into Pokemon. That's the only game I knew. So I walked over. I'm like, dude, what are you playing? Like, you have Charizard? And he's like, no, this is Battle Network. So I was like, what's Battle Network? So he goes, oh, do you want to try playing? And I was like, yeah, like hand that over. I'm down. So he gives me the sticks and it's like, I'm walking forward because it's Battle Network 2 and I'm fighting base. And I'm like, I don't know how to play this game. I guess I'll give it a shot. And I got destroyed. And that was my first instance of playing Battle Network 2. And
you were like, that's the coolest character ever. Like, I
was sold,
to be
bro.
him.
I was sold, bro. I was like, the cloak, the fins, bro, you got me, bro. Like, he beat me. I couldn't even touch him. He's clearly the most bad MF on this entire game. You know what I'm saying? So clearly, he's
cool.
the guy to beat. But
cool.
yeah, that was my first experience with Battle Network. So yeah.
And how about the N1 Grand Prix? What got you into that? What got you into commentating? Like, what's your story there?
Okay, so I actually discovered the N1GP by fate, it feels like. So I always tell this story to everyone who cares to listen. And I was one day watching a random YouTube video. I think it was one of Eurasia's random YouTube videos of him playing with Midnight
cool,
W.
Both
and
of them are cool.
I was like, man, yeah, they're really great dudes. Love them both. And then I was like, man, if there was ever an online scene for this game, I would totally play. And I left that as a comment in that video. And then out of nowhere, like 3 days later, a player responds to my message and says, dude, there totally is one. Like, you can play right now. And his name is The Poner. He's not even really around like that anymore. He's still on the server, but he doesn't actively like talk anymore. And occasionally I always send him DM. He doesn't respond, but it is what it is. But because of him, I discovered the N1GP because I was not a Redditor. I didn't like Reddit. I didn't like those kinds of social media platforms like 4chan and stuff like that. I did not ever want to associate myself with those. And so if it wasn't that moment, I would have never known. So
wow.
I logged on, and of course, and this is a precautionary channel now, with my freshly studied game facts knowledge, I joined the N1GP and was like, yeah, I know this game. I know how to beat you guys in your PvP. I studied up, and I know what's what. And I got destroyed by everybody. I lost every fight I entered, dude. And it made me realize how in-depth the PvP for this game was.
Just to chime in, it's bonkers. This is a game that's over 20. It's over 20 years. Oh, I guess almost 20 years old at this point. And no patches, right? Like no updates, no firmware, no nothing. And it's like phenomenally balanced. There's so many like crazy in-depth mechanics that they squeezed in there. It's cool to see the meta change. It's cool to see new innovations. It's cool. Like it's just actually an amazing game. It really is, and obviously we're really biased, but there's really nothing like it. And I'm an optimist. I sincerely think that we'll get a BN7 or a reboot or whatever. I think we'll probably get like a cell phone gotcha game before that. But once we get past that, once we spend our money on the base banner, I'm a firm believer. I really do think that we'll get something in the future, and I hope that whatever new game will come out will be just as fun and deep and rich as BN6. It's super, super cool.
Now, for those who don't know and are watching, the N1GP basically is like an international Mega Man Battle Network 6 PvP hub. Basically, it's my second home, away from home or at home, where if you were. We run dozens of tournaments throughout the year, and we always encourage new players to come join up. And we have tons of like beginner-friendly tournaments. We provide the resources for you to get involved, 100% save files. We have Tango, which has 100% rollback netcode.
Amazing.
Just a generally very friendly community for you guys to get involved and get started. And of course, these resources are open to the public. Even if you don't want to stay within the server to play in those tournaments, you could use those resources because, again, that's kind of what I'm echoing from like Rockman, Cosmo, and Tofu, is that we like having our open source stuff, and we like people being involved. It doesn't matter how it looks like, as long as you're playing Battle Network and you're involved with this community, you're a part of the community, right? That's
honestly, looking at all the people we have down below, all of our guests and all the things they work on, like it's amazing. Like nothing is paywalled. Like everything, like it's and all of you in the chat too, who are a part of this, who are listening in and tuning in, like. You guys are we are the best community, honestly. Like, I truly do believe that. Like, small but not so big that it's toxic. Like, friendly people always willing to tell you about their cool thing that's going on. Like, it's really something. Just a shout out to literally every single person who's here right now. Like,
absolutely.
You guys are the best. And Soul, just to give you a quick compliment too, you have the best energy. Like, you are one of the funniest, high energy. Like, dude, you hype me up so bad. Like, you are somebody that I don't know, man. I feel like I've known you for years, and it's definitely not that, which is super cool. Super cool.
I get that a lot, actually. I get that a lot.
friendly people. Good friendly people everywhere. All right, so that is a little bit about each person. Now, we're going to move on to one of our, big things that are happening tonight. Every single person who is here gave and submitted 5 questions, okay? 5 questions, because, of course, Battle Network has a long and storied history about the Quiz King and everything like that. We love our trivia. I can guarantee you, everyone in the chat right now, you will learn at least one thing. You will probably learn like 12 new things. Like, this is a really cool chat that we've got. Now, we're all answering together. Like, it's a very open kind of setup. I'm giving every single participant who's here a prize, but your prizes aren't better based on how many points. I want this to be fun, so some questions are going to be really silly and easy. Some questions are going to be obscure. Some questions are going to be really ridiculous, and we're here for it, right? Like, this is a fun time.
Excited.
And I will say too, to all of you in the chat, feel free to answer. Feel free to answer these questions. I would love to see how many of you can actually answer some of these things. Maybe if I have some mods around, maybe they'll keep track of how many people are doing well. I don't know, but I want this to be a really fun time, and I'm super excited for it. Because who sent for the Quiz King? All right, so starting off the bat, again in alphabetical order, we've got GoodTofuFriday. Tofu, do you want to present your questions? Do you want me to present them? Do you have a preference?
I'm perfectly fine presenting them.
All right, Tofu, let's get it on.
Ooh, let's get it.
All right, so the first question I have for everybody here, and I tried to make questions that if you've been taking cursory glances at things coming out, you might know them. And if not, then maybe you'll learn something new. But first question being, what is the name of the final boss in Legend of Network, the cell phone game?
And by the way, anyone chime in. Any of you guys chime in.
Cash.
Buzzer.
No, wait, that's not.
Okay,
Buzzer.
killer.
No,
what?
no.
Killer buzzering. Let's hear it.
Trojan horse, good sir.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
Roxas got it.
Yeah, I heard Cash, which is honestly, I think it was John.
No.
I don't blame you for thinking that because Legend of Network and Phantom of Network, I get confused all the time. But yeah, technically Trojan Horse.
That's
which
right. Because I can't read the logos.
Yeah, exactly. That was
every
exactly
time I would start them up to record, I would start up the wrong one every single time.
Love it. That's exactly.
You're
It's like the
absolutely
names
right.
are so simple. Yeah, it's funny. Which, by the way, again, just to plug MegaRockEXE in the Rockman EXE Zone, I am so excited for that English translation. Like, that is going to be a huge deal. Like, watching John's video was hysterical. Like, trying our best, like, through Google Translate and just, like, trying to, like, figure out what the heck is happening.
I actually do want to apologize for that.
What are you going to do, right? I mean, what are you going to, like...
There were some people who were like, yeah, maybe you got some stuff wrong. It's like, I know. I apologize for that. But I thought you saw people saw. I said in the video that, well, I don't know, guys. It'll probably be a couple months still. Like, I don't know. Maybe we'll get like Phantom. Maybe we'll get the first one in soon, and then a couple months for the next one. And then 2 days later, Prof 9 announced that the translation was done.
It's like, and it's like hashtag of course, right? It's like, of course that would happen. Like after we've gone through everything. Way too funny. And again, feel free to buzz in whatever, or say your username or whatever. Like, it's all good. This is just for fun. This is not like a.
I'm gonna say SoulXCross like a Pokemon.
That's right. That's right. All right, Tofu.
All right. Well, then next question, and this one anybody who knows this would have had to have been paying a very close attention. Honestly, but what was the final unreleased chip that had to be scanned into Battle Chip Stadium in order to see the first ever clear screen for the chip collection?
Just to chime in. Oh, sorry. Was that Soul?
Oh, I said Burner Man. I might be wrong.
Not the right one though.
Yeah, BN6. You got to think of Battle Network 6 navies for this one, or Battle Network 6 things. This is a hard question. And just to chime in and add some context, like Tofu said, not every battle chip was created, so some chips were not. And Tofu made a dip chip that can essentially emulate any chip in it, and do it using that. The person who owns the machine, Emmanuel EXE, was able to see the chip completion screen that you get by using literally every chip. So, yeah, it was pretty cool. I'll give you guys a hint. It's a pretty big character in Battle Network 6.
Isn't there? I don't know. It's not Battle Network 6 specific. Isn't there a special version of Base that's like crossed with Falzar or something in that game?
There is. That did get released though. That did get an official release.
Yeah.
But yes, you're not wrong, John.
Chat has it already.
I'm gonna buzz her in Blastman.
Oh, let's hear a killer. What is it? Blastman, you said?
That's my guess. If it's big character, he's big in the story.
Good guess. Who nailed it in the chat? I missed that. Who was? Oh, I see.
Falzar?
DJ Rez. Yeah, Falzar.
Yeah, DJ Rez.
Yeah.
First.
Oh, man.
Which, gang, is so funny. Like, you would think that, Falzar's an important character. You would think that they would have released that chip, but for whatever reason, I don't know. Maybe Capcom was focusing on Star Force. I have no idea why, but yeah, they never made Falzar, and that was the last one to get it in. So super cool.
You would think that of all the ones to not make, you would think they would make that one.
Falzar. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
I wouldn't have guessed one of the side beasts went unmade.
Right? You would think it's slam dunk. You would have thought
not.
absolutely slam dunk for sure. Yeah. Super funny. All right, next one here.
Next one. So, of the arcade games, when was the first Battle Network related arcade game released? I'm not looking for the name, just the year.
Just the year
when it came out.
Take some shots, King. What years do you guys think?
I'll take a shot.
2006.
4?
I hear 2006. I hear 2004. Any other guesses?
I think it was 2003.
Any other guesses?
Thunder Warriors got it.
Yeah, believe it or not, 2002.
Oh man, no, I was close.
Well, and I'll say this too. Again, first of all, this is pretty arcane lore, but also the fact that there's a third arcade machine. Like, I always knew about Metal Operation and Battleship Stadium. I didn't even know there was a third one until several months ago. So to think that there was one in 2002 is actually kind of bonkers. Super cool.
It uses music from the original anime as its intro and everything.
Yeah,
Pretty
that's
neat.
super cool.
But yeah, it's very old.
And recently uploaded and recently preserved, which is a cool story in itself too. All right.
So number 4, this got touched on, so it's probably gonna get answered quickly. But what is the fusion or cross that's unique to Battle Chip Stadium?
Base cross.
Base.
Falzar base.
Yep.
It's all cross base in the official.
Yeah, and John nailed it earlier too. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, which honestly, I wish I had an image for it right now. It makes me think that Gregar is just canon. You know what I mean? Like that's
It makes me
like,
think the way, yeah.
You know,
Especially how cool Falzar base was in the manga too.
I would have loved to seen the Falzar Gregar white cross that they had in the anime in the game. Honestly,
Oh.
We Gregar homies hate Falzar.
Yeah, Gregar raise up.
Exactly.
all right, let me ask the last one. So what is the function that's shared between Battle Network 6, Battleship Stadium, and the PETs?
Battleship Gate.
Related, but no.
You're on the right track. It's not the answer I'm looking for. I guess
Link
that's
nabbies.
correct, but not the answer I'm looking for.
It says save function. I assume I mean same function, not save, right?
No, it is save.
Oh, it's save function. I see.
Soul, elaborate. What did you say? Can you elaborate more?
I said link navies, as in the link navi chips, that you can put them through each of those things as data, and they level up through that system.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
That is exactly right. So a
Link
cool thing
navies,
here,
link
it's going to be kind of hard to show you guys with my small little screen, but like the chip on the left, that little prize that we gave out earlier, that's a Navi data chip from BN4. And it's like, there's no actual data on it beyond like just, the pins that you read. But this Protoman right here, again, it's kind of hard to see. It's such a small screen. There's like a little, it's not, is it a battery, Tofu? Like what is it that holds that data?
So no battery in them. It's just a chip that can save a very small amount of data indefinitely.
And gang, think about how cool that is. Like you can play with your PET, you put in your Protoman, you level them up as you battle. You can put it in your Beastlink gate to play as Protoman in BN6, and then heaven forbid you could access the arcade machine. Your Protoman will get stronger and like fight there a little stronger, and you win battleships. This whole ecosystem, it's like just the coolest thing ever.
I have base.
Apple Turtle, you can reset their level if you plug it into a PET. It'll reset the level.
Yeah, because you can like rewrite the ownership, right? I think that does that reset the level?
Yes, it does.
Something like that. Yeah, that's cool. I love that. All right, Tofu, thank you very much for some awesome questions. We are now up to Killer. And Killer, do you want to walk us through it? Do you want me to answer or do you want me to present the questions? How are you feeling?
Yeah, you can present the question. I think you swapped one of them, right?
I did swap one. Yeah, I did swap one.
Yeah,
just because
that's why you should present, because I'm not sure which one you swapped. Yeah.
You got it. All right, here it is, right here. Which version 5 Navi chip in Battle Network 3 has the highest damage output?
Beastman.
Okay, he went to the easy route. so can you tell me about what's his maximum damage since we got that far?
I think it's like 9 something. I forget because you can time the button presses as it hits, and it gets ridiculous.
You are such a pro, Soul. I had no idea that was the case, and it is the case. And in fact, I might just show you guys this video. It's a super short video.
We have it? Nice.
This video blew me away, you guys. Take a little peek at this. I know we got our avatars covering the screen. Basically, all the 40s, all the Navi 40s on Beastman. He one-shot base. Like that is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Didn't know that was possible.
Right? No, again, it blew me away completely.
It's crazy.
So there's some sort of like button combination, like you hit A and like I guess Killer, walk us through it.
Yeah, so Beastman's got in BN3 land, they were trying to sell a lot of guidebooks, and BN3 sold like 4 game guides if I remember right. Like literally
Classic.
4. One for PvP even. So he had a lot of command codes, and Beastman surprisingly has one. His is if you just alternate A and B presses, you add extra hits. There is no prompt for this. There is no hint in the game for this. There is nothing to tell you you're doing anything right, other than the fact that you're doing more damage. Technically, if you can mash fast enough, you can get an infinite amount of extra hits. But because the attack doesn't last in infinite duration, the max you can get is 14 hits. So if you do the 13th chip glitch to get 2 extra copies of plus 40, that's like your legitimate net plus 40 and your legitimate attack plus 30. You can get 80 plus 230, which is a total of 3,220 damage over 14 hits.
That's absolutely crazy. I would have guessed Bubble Man for sure in the blind. But sorry, John, what were you saying?
No, that's what I would have said. I would have said it's funny you said that. Yeah, I was gonna say Bubble Man because I know he hits like 12
Like 9
times
or 10 times or
not-
something,
and you
yeah.
can stack it up with damage plus stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, Bubble Man gets crazy.
It's the funny, like, Beastman, like, to me, is like such a trash chip, and all of a sudden, like, this crazy, like, combination that was not described in the game or even hinted at a little bit. It's like, oh, okay, actually, this is like
What a
crazy.
surprise! Battle Network content making people buy guides.
That's our hashtag 2003 gaming, right? That's like, that's exactly it. So yeah, really cool stuff right there. All right. Before the Rockman EXE Zone, what was the biggest forum for Battle Network news and projects?
Rockman Corner.
Good guess. I would say Rockman Corner is more like getting your news and, well, I guess we did
the
say news and
Undersquare.
projects. Yes,
Ding,
Tofu
ding, ding,
nailed it.
Ding, 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 ding. Yep,
Yes.
that's an old school fan right there. You can tell.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's
I wasn't around for Undersquare.
Yeah, we're talking about some real old stuff for sure. And gang, I'm just gonna say right now, I kind of miss forums. Like, I love that TREZ has like old school forums like built into like their community, because like something about like, it feels like BBS posts, right? It feels like, you know, just actual Battle Network, like, you know, posting stuff. I don't know, it's cool.
I hung out in that chat box all the time.
Oh yeah,
The live chat box.
It was it Zat or Chat and Go at the point? It might have been Chat and Go. Yeah,
That's cool.
Either, Demi, they had their own EXE7 fan project at the time. That they were there. I think they were the progenitors of the fan project in this community.
No way. Did
Yeah,
any
it was-
elements get inherited from Chrono EXE, or was it like a totally separate like?
They were taking land. They were starting when land had a sun patch in the future.
Yeah.
That was their direction.
Oh.
A lot of the music was done already, if I remember.
Oh yeah, was that like Timaeus? Like, I remember. I know he was like a composer a while back. I used to watch on YouTube, like years and years ago.
I think this predates his skills. They were actually they were going to be using the more the Japanese side of the names. They weren't using the English localized versions. They were very much. They were. I don't know if they were Japanese fans, but they preferred the Japanese era, Japanese copies of the game.
Wow. That's cool. Yeah. Blast from the past. For those who remember, all the boomers out there, right? All those forum days, man. Good stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
This is kind of a mean one. Name all the levels of the virus that drops Corn Shot in BN6. So, like, what's the name of the virus? And I guess all the various levels of it. Can you name any? I'd be really hyped if you could name any.
Not
I
No.
know
quite
you're
yet.
looking at me, chat. Shut up.
It's
Oh, no.
I expect him to be able to answer it.
John.
No, don't do that to me.
Okay, hold up. I see rocks as a
It's
malice in
called
the chat.
Bomb Corn, but I don't know the how many variants of it there. There's like 5 different colors. I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, it's a mean question. I love it. And bomb corn, that's good enough to start with for sure. Team Colonel hype for sure. If you guys just want it, I guess I can. I think Roxas nailed it. Roxas definitely dropping that hashtag Team Colonel. Yeah, we've got bomb corn, mega corn, giga corn, rare corn, and rare corn too.
I was
if I
never
could just-
getting that.
Yeah, no, it's a hard one for sure. But if I can just say, I think like the cob corn memes or the pog corn memes and everything like that. Something about it just absolutely cracks me up. It's definitely a great virus. Top tier virus for sure.
Amateuricion. Oh, how do you say that name? Yeah, he got it first.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it in the chat. Yeah, congratulations,
Yeah, he
Amateuricion.
actually
That's
listed all
awesome.
5. I was looking for someone to mention the rares because that technically does drop a version of Corn Shot. Different color.
Wow, someone. If I have a mod to keep track of that, like that's a hard question, and that's a cool one to get, and answered it really quickly. So it's not like you just like game facts, like what just control F it either. Like that was very impressive, very very impressive, my friend. All right, name every game in North America where you can fight Gutsman.exe.
It's funny. I almost put this question and I removed it, so it's a good thing I switched it for something else.
Well, let's hear the answer.
Oh man, that's a
North
long
America,
list.
though. Hold on.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it,
Okay.
John. Let's hear it, John.
So
Or I guess if Soul's gonna steal it, I don't know.
no, wait, hold on.
You can't fight him in EXE4, I think. Is that right?
Well, no, EXE. Well, it's American release. You can definitely fight Gutsman in Battle Network 4. You
Yeah,
can
he's like
fight
Gut-
Gutsman
Gut
in
Soul.
Battle Network 2. You can fight him in Battle Network 3.
So
You
1, 2,
can
3,
fight-
4 chip challenge.
Oh, I had Blue Moon. That
Yep.
explains that.
Yep, yeah, Blue Moon, yeah. Yep, chip challenge. John nailed it.
You
there,
can
too.
fight him in the GameCube game as well. You
Network
can fight him.
transition, Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know if Wonderswan came to us.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. So yeah, don't worry about that one. I think you guys collectively you guys nailed it. So it's the first 4 battle networks, network transmission, and battleship challenge.
Yep,
Yep.
correct. No one man also got it in chat. I like to call that out. And while we did not get Wonderswan, I believe TREZ did translate it as well.
Yeah,
Yes, they did.
another great job, you guys. Wow.
I did, I just played through it recently.
Oh, how was it, John? What
He's
was
not in there, but the game
Okay.
itself is just fine. I appreciate the translation though a lot. That's made it
Just
very helpful.
fine.
Thank you guys
Just
for doing
fine
that.
is the most diplomatic. I love it. That's such a great response. Honestly, like, how did Gutsman get done so dirty? Like, I understand skipping him in 5, but like 6, like, come on now. Like, that's like, to me, he was so iconic. It's actually pretty crazy that like.
Oh, that's
he
right.
just gets dropped.
4.5. Oh no, wait, we didn't get 4.5 unless you count the translation.
I qualified in North America just to avoid
Exactly. Yeah. Just
Yeah,
to get that out of there. But it's true. 4.5. He's in there, and I guess maybe I think one of the Phantom games or one of the network games, you fight Gutsman too.
He's
So
in the first one, yeah.
there you go. Yeah. So again, we took him out, but
Such good questions. I love this. This is cool.
yeah. Oh, here's a doozy. I would be hyped if someone could get this. What theory did Land put forward at SciLab in November XX? Crickets.
Okay, hold on. What game? Give me a hint.
I'll give you a hint. I'm pretty sure this originates in Star Force 2. Killer can correct me.
I don't know what it's called. Land came up with the idea for brother bands. I don't remember what the theory was called though.
I would pretty much count that.
He was inspired by like full synchro and like how he syncs with Mega Man to make something that would link everyone. And I don't remember what it's called.
Link power? Link?
Zamat is the closest, not quite. It's called the link hypothesis. He called it.
The link hypothesis. Wow.
Yeah. He looked at it. It sort of was for his predecessor. He just looked at his full synchro connection with his brotherly bond with Light and Mega Man and tried to see how can I make this power something everyone can leverage. Essentially, yeah.
It makes the name Brother Band make slightly more sense in retrospect.
Oh, wait a second. You're right though. Yeah, I always thought it was just like a silly broadband pun, but you're right. Like canonically, it's like, oh, my brother band, like me and Hub. Like, yeah, it's actually, wow, we're out here diving deep in the lore. I love it. I wouldn't blame anyone for not knowing that because you would have had to play Star Force 2. So.
And I think you had to have a Battle Network game in the bottom slot or something to even get those things to show up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, love to see it. All right, John, we got you up next. Do you want to present them?
Oh, yeah, I can read them.
You sound so resigned.
I'm just afraid that I'm gonna ask people a question and I did 2 or 3 sources for every answer, but I don't want to be wrong.
And someone in the comments, right? The top comment on your next video is going to be actually John.
Actually, it's pronounced Trod.
The comment section that's definitely where the best people congregate.
Gosh.
Actually though, but also ironically. All right, John, take it away.
All right, so these in the same order that I sent them to you.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right, let me pull that up. All right, first question. According to early beta materials, which Navi was originally meant to be encountered in Battle Network 1's school dungeon?
Killer says Woodman.
Oh, I was gonna say Woodman first. No.
I know. Poor soul had this exact question. He submitted it later than me. Or later than John, and I was like, "You gotta fix that, boy. Like, we gotta."
I would have called it. That's hard.
I had the same question. It's Woodman.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say real quick. There is a stupid Woodman meme in my own community. I made a tier list like when the Legacy Collection came out, ranking the designs of Navis just by myself. I put Woodman at dead last. I think he's hideous. I don't like anything about him. And of course, people lashed upon that and made that people just love to type out like hashtag Woodman all the time now. So don't
he's not great. I don't know if I'd put him at the bottom.
Quick question: Who would you put lower? Because I looked at every single Navi on that tier list. Who?
Snake Man.
Okay, Snake Man's. Yeah.
I think Snake Man almost had one of the coolest designs, but then they gave him that jaw and that really weird looking mouth, and it killed it. It killed the whole thing for me, bro.
That's fair. What would actually? I'll ask each of you. What's a Navi you would rank lower than Woodman?
It's got to be I know I meme on him, but my boy Flam Man, who just appears to be a series of grill igniters taped together. Who kind of they could have made him look like a lion if they tried like a little harder, but he just kind of looks like a collection of steel pipes. I've never been a fan of old Flam Man.
I actually like the design.
Calling him Flam Man is killing me.
Yes,
like,
that's crazy.
I don't even do it on purpose anymore. It's just.
It's okay, if you don't know, they always truncate the letters, right? Like they have to squeeze, like, you know, taking out vowels and stuff. And there's no E in Flame Man. So, Flam Man, that's beautiful.
Flam Man and Search Man.
That's beautiful. Mega, who would you say? Anyone you would rank lower than Woodman? Who do you think is the worst Navi?
Jeez, it's hard to say. I guess Video Man's kind of weird.
Video Man.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I kind of
yeah.
Video Man is kind of weird, but I kind of like it. Yeah, it's offbeat. I don't think anyone's favorite is Video Man. I don't think anyone would be like, oh, that's my favorite, stone cold favorite Navi.
Dude, actually, now that you say that, I don't think I heard anyone say that before.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm
the
an
designer.
analog buff, so I really do like Video Man, actually.
There you go. There you go.
But
And
I
you know,
like the tech that he deals with, so.
True.
No,
And to be fair, I think a little kid designed the prototype of Video Man 2, and then he got kind of like refined too. So, yeah.
I don't like Dustman at all.
Really?
Wow, Dustman.
I have never liked his design.
Friggin' duck lips.
Stop it! No, he's good.
Bubble Man, the worst design Navi.
So repeat that one more time.
Bubble Man, blub.
Oh my lord, Bubble Man.
Apparently Japan likes
He's
them.
so
They like
classy.
ugly little gremlin characters or something. I can't stand them.
Bubble Man is like the
Whoa.
worst personality, like so obnoxious. You got to be at 25% HP to fight. Like he's like the holy trinity of like bad, awful things that you just want to hate about him. It's amazing. It's amazing, and yet, like I guess Japan loves him. You know, it's like we're just gonna power right through that. Yeah. Rockman Cosmo, what would you say if you had to pick a worse one? And I don't know, Soul, if you answered too, I don't know.
I was gonna say Gravity Man, but then I heard Bubble Man, and yeah, it's Bubble Man.
That's
Bubble Man.
crazy.
Yeah.
That's a double up. I'll take that. That's funny.
Yeah. And Soul, what would you say? Anyone worse than Woodman? I guess you said something earlier, right? You said,
Oh, I locked in Snake Man. Oh, I locked in Snake Man. So
Snake
good.
Man's a good.
I,
That's a good answer. Yeah. That's
I don't like Snake Man, bro.
yeah. I feel that.
I love his net up though. She's awesome.
Oh, she is. Yeah. She likes net battling a little too much. she's a spicy one for sure.
Yes,
but
small
yeah.
boy, come into my back room and show
No,
me a good
no.
time.
You want all your battle chips back? You must defeat me, please.
Bad.
Yeah,
Bad.
Yeah, she's a spicy one for sure. All right, John, this is a great one. Take it away. I tweaked the name. I tweaked the question a little bit, but feel free to write it the way that you did.
Yeah, I can't see on screen whatever you changed it to. But the question is basically, Haruka has her infamous line from Battle Network 4's English translation, where she says, "What a polite young man she was." And what character is that referring to? Who is she talking about?
Windman's net up. I forget her name.
Can anyone nail the name?
Lily.
I had
It
to look
is
it up.
Lily.
Did Emory have a question? Did you? I think he maybe answered it too. But yeah, Lily's exactly right. And no, it doesn't count as talking about Winsel.
Lily, who got drunk and got superpowers, apparently.
So
Or
I
for
remember
the time.
I remember being a kid playing BN4, and I did not realize she was getting drunk. But I was like, what? Like, she drinks a gourd and turns I was like, what? Like, I was so confused as a kid.
Yo,
And
the
in
demon
retrospect,
juice.
yeah, right.
I like her design though. She looks cool.
Yeah, she is cool. I think Windman himself is like kind of underrated. I think he looks pretty cool too. I like his face a lot. He's pretty cool.
I don't even know who Windman is, so.
Oh
Speaking, I
no!
don't know who that is.
No!
You're gonna find out.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
that's
gonna make you
beautiful.
find out.
That's beautiful. You had to look it up. All right, next one, John. Next one.
All right. This one, and this one's not for MegaRock, because the source I found said they're the one that found this.
Oh.
According to the game's code, which two souls were considered but ultimately cut from the final version of Battle Network
Base
4?
or dual so. Base or dual so. Come
is
on, it's
correct.
base, bro. It's base, bro. I know.
You know what's up.
He knows all about the base.
Everyone knows that.
Yeah, well, and just to chime in too with John's commentary here, there is a concept art of base soul that can be found online, but duo like just nothing, just stone cold nothing, which I think is
Yes,
really
which
interesting.
is sad.
Yeah,
Yeah, base soul was just going to be basically the exact same thing, except he didn't have the little scarf cape thing from what I saw.
great touch, great touch. Yeah, duo soul, interesting to think about for sure. All right, and we got our next question.
All right, then. Which net battler that LAN has faced is Mamoru Urikawa related to, and what is their relationship?
This is Tamako, and that's
Nailed it.
That's his aunt. That's his aunt.
Yeah, and what's the relationship?
So he said Ant.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
That is
Wow.
correct.
Is that stated in the game?
Yeah, where is that stated?
I don't
Whoa.
think so. I think you have to put together that Tamako is related to the inn owner. The inn owner's last name is Urikawa. It's called the Ura Inn. And the undernet server is behind the inn.
Yeah.
Yo! Wait!
Yeah, that didn't even occur to me till I was looking up the answer for this. I was like, oh, wait.
What?
Yeah, the undernet server is at the inn, isn't it?
Yeah,
Oh
I think
my goodness.
Yeah, I think because like in Japan it's called the Uranet, the connection's like way more like obvious, right? I'm sure that's probably
Right,
called
yeah.
that. For us, it's like if they called it the Under Inn, maybe we would have guessed it might instead of Urin. I don't know.
I don't think I'd go to the under
never
inn.
thought that just made me like her even more.
Yeah,
Yo, your little nephew, it has the best nappy in the game, bro. What you mean?
Yeah. Serenade is like, yeah. Oh God, Serenade. Serenade makes me want to cry. It's so underutilized. That
So true.
So it's such a cool nabby. But yeah, I love this trivia. I think that's a great question, John. It's fun to draw the context clues together and like put that together. All right, and we got this one here.
All right, this is the one that was a nightmare. The wording of this one I couldn't get right because
All good.
I kept learning new things about how this works.
Oh, I can take it if you want.
So the idea was that thank you for rewording this. I was going to ask you to reword it, and I did not get around to it. So the Laserman chip can do many debuffs with commands. What are two of them?
Uninstall, Buster, Reset one.
Look
No,
at
those
that.
are
I think
correct.
so fast.
Can anyone
So-
guess some
Hold
other
on.
ones too? Because there's
Yeah, go
actually
ahead.
a little list. Anyone
Before
want
we
to take their hand
explode.
at some other ones?
Yes, the movement bug. I think he. No. That's actually not. That's not true.
Custom
But,
bug is well known.
Custom bug. He also gives you. He can remove a custom menu chip from your hand size.
Yeah, he can. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's the crazy one.
They all pierce invisible, right?
Yep, that's
Yeah,
true
of course
too.
he-
That's true
he
too.
pierces invisible.
That counts. I think
Actually-
what's up?
In 4.5, Gregar Master made a really cool mod for that game, and it was actually able to do its effects through barrier. I don't know if that's in the original games at all, but it was
wow.
able to like still give you negative debuffs through barrier, and it was the craziest thing ever, dude. Oh, not barrier. It was not barrier. It was through anti-damage. Excuse me. It was through anti-damage. It was still able to give you those debuff effects. It was
wow.
ridiculous.
Oh wow.
Absolutely ridiculous.
That's cool. Well, yeah, the full list is right here.
Yeah,
he
that's
removes
fixed
invis, and then one of these following four things, depending on the command you do, you can disable the Navi Cust, -1 custom chip the next turn. You can remove their charge shot. I don't know if anyone said that. That's like crazy.
Yeah, that one's really crazy too.
And then you can lower the Buster level. I think by 1. I don't know if it fully resets. Maybe it does, but there's something like that.
This
So,
shit
yeah,
is
those,
wild.
The problem with this was originally I was just going to ask about his power down laser, like as a boss, because as a boss he turns off your Navicus programs, he removes invis.
Oh!
And then Demi's like, hey, it turns out he does a whole bunch of other stuff, but it's only in Battle Network 4 PvP.
Oh, John,
Surprise,
that's
I
so
didn't know
funny.
anything about that.
Oh, that's so funny. No, okay, now that's hysterical. I didn't realize that he does that to you as a boss.
Yes.
Okay.
So that was the problem, is that there's no indication that your programs are being turned off. So the only way you'd notice is, say, you were fighting him for your stupid internet video, and then you got hit and died, and undershirt didn't activate. You realize that you learned that that's the thing that can happen.
And then someone in the comments is like, "Didn't you know that he uninstalls it?" Like, you had no.
How would I
John,
know?
John, you didn't do your research. Like, you didn't know he takes away undershirt. Yes.
Here's the thing. I know there's a whole bunch of different sources. I checked a whole bunch of places for this. The wiki actually doesn't even mention that this is an effect it has. It just mentions removing invis.
Amazing.
The wiki's very unreliable for certain chips and certain things.
That's
And
why we
bosses,
prefer
I guess.
the TREZ wiki, which is
Yes.
detailed for community, and
Which is where those are the places that I actually had to check. It's just when I was checking a whole bunch of places, like 2 of the 3 places I checked didn't even mention that as an effect. So I figured there were people who wouldn't even know that could happen.
I love that. That's amazing. That's that's awesome.
There's also
And,
the N1 wiki for like Battle Network 6 specific chips and stuff like that, and interactions, which is a really good wiki to check out.
Oh,
I'll need that when it's Battle Network 6 post game video time.
that's that's gonna help a lot, John. It's a super thorough resource. All right, MegaRock, we got you next. MegaRock, do you want to read them out loud? Do you want me to take it over? What's your feeling?
I can read them. Do you have
Awesome.
them in the same order I sent them?
I sure do.
All right, then. Well, you're gonna have it on screen anyway, so whatever.
Go for it.
Then let's go. The first one is, what is the fastest way to freeze the game in EXE 4.5? Start of the game. First thing. What can you do to freeze the game?
I love this
Oh
question.
wow, that's tough. I have no idea.
I would guess
Whoa.
pull out the chip reader, the gate.
Ooh.
Well, within the game.
Oh, within the air.
Good. That's,
That was a
Tofu,
good
that's,
answer.
Tofu, that's a great answer. That's a great answer, Tofu. I love that.
Pull it out for it.
That's right. That's right. All right. Anyway, I'm curious if anyone in the chat can nail this, because this is hard. Like, and I wonder if there's like, it's probably just like fun trivia. I see someone in the chat says remove the gate, remove the cart.
Someone said tilt the cart. That's hilarious. Just hold your whole Game Boy at an angle. And just...
Fastest speed run for freezing the game, you just yank it out, right?
Well, it
It's
can't
like-
be something you do in
GoldenEye
real life,
64.
right? It can't be something you do in real life, right? It has to be something you can.
yeah, it's in game. Yeah, it's,
Yeah,
command,
yeah,
it's
in-game.
things you do in game.
In game, yeah.
Do you like name yourself something and it glitches the game? I have no idea.
I think I'll give it like maybe 15 more seconds. I'm curious if anyone in the chat can nail it, because it's tough. This is definitely tough and quite funny.
I mentioned
set the calendar
EXE
date to something
4.5.
ridiculous.
Oh, sorry.
Because we
Set the
fixed
calendar to
it
something
in the
ridiculous.
translation. No, it's not the calendar.
And
I
you're
mean,
saying
maybe
that
there's
the English patch fixed this?
Yes.
Makes sense. That makes sense. All right, you guys ready for this?
I'm not ready.
In the email screen, press A and B together.
Are you kidding me?
Beat
Are you
was
kidding
put together.
Why?
Hey, I know they made that game in like 4 months or something, but come on, guys.
I know.
Yo.
I know. A and B together. You have to imagine some poor little kid. I mean, that's not that crazy. Like,
Yeah,
that's
on a
like,
Game Boy Advance, those buttons are small and right next to each other.
yeah.
Right?
It
What
kind of
is-
reminds me of like me playing Silver version as a kid, just like pressing buttons and like accidentally AB starts selecting like some Pokemon. Like, it's just funny.
Yep.
I don't know.
What
Obviously
a weird
a little
thing.
different, but yeah, fun stuff. Very fun stuff. All right, we got the next one, Emery.
All right, well, let's keep the freeze trivia going. And what is the fastest way to freeze the game in Battle Network 5 from the start?
Any guesses? Acquire the Giga Freeze program.
Wait,
Don't be the
wait.
chosen one.
DN5 or EXE5? Or is it double team? Because I see double team on the screen. Which one is it?
Ooh.
I
MRE, do you have a-
tested
do you have a
English,
clarification?
so that means they didn't fix it. Because you normally, you'd have glitches in Japanese that they fixed it in the English version, but I believe I tested this in English before submitting the question.
English 5,
Oh.
not DS5?
I'm not sure. I don't think DS because they redid how that works. I don't want to give away the answer.
I think someone in chat nailed it. I'm not entirely sure, but I think they nailed it. I think Novaman did. I'll give it a little bit longer if anyone wants to take a wild shot at how to freeze this game. Okay, I'm
Throwing
gonna go
icy.
for the answer.
Wait, I
I'm gonna-
think I know. Does it have something to do with? Oh no, that's a DS thing. No, I don't got an answer.
All right, here we go. Attempt to set a chip as your regular chip that's beyond your capacity, and press B at the same time.
What is this game, bro? What are we? What?
People
Really?
pressing the games
Everyone
only had
thought
one
their
thumb,
games
I
were-
guess. So they couldn't press
Everyone-
multiple buttons.
Wow.
Start the
Everyone
game,
thinks
try to
games
reg a
aren't
chip,
broken.
and that's it. You're done.
They're done. GG.
If I can just ask, Emory, how do you find? Is it just like trial and error, like people document like weird things that happen, or is there like can you look in the game code and like figure this stuff out?
I think this was documented. I came across it at some point when it was being discovered, and I just remembered it to include it in this trivia.
Love it. I love it. I'm telling you, we're going deep. Like, that's fun. All right. Question number 3.
All right, we're through with the glitches. How do you make the Flamehook 2 PA in Battle Network 6 using the chip gate? And keep in mind that with the chip gate, you typically don't use 3 of the same chips to make a chip, so the PA combinations are different.
I think you use. Give me a second. I think you use Fire plus. I might be wrong already. Fire plus Black Bomb in a fire hit.
No, but I like the way you're thinking. It's definitely fire hitting something else. Like at least one thing.
It's definitely. Dang, what do I remember memorizing these. Dang, it's been so long.
I know.
It's fire hit and
and it's arcane trivia too, because it's like you'd have to play on the Beast Gate and like know how to do it too.
Is it fire hit and Justice 1?
Fire hit,
You would
heat
think,
dragon.
but no.
Heat Dragon.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
yeah. Pockfire and
Wow.
chat nailed it too.
It moves the exact same way, so that's why I thought of it.
Oh.
Wait, does it?
Oh, because the dragon. Oh, I see.
Sorta. It's similar enough. Like it's like a cousin. But it
Oh,
moves
right.
similar, Yeah.
That's actually clever. I didn't
Interesting.
draw that. Yeah, fire hit, and Heat Dragon. And then as a bonus fact, Heat Dragon is another one of those weird chips that just never got a physical release. Heat Dragon
You
and
can't even do
Falzar.
this PA.
Yeah. True. Yeah, you can't legitimately do it. Yeah, you would need some
Hilarious.
a chip gate or something, or a dip chip or something.
Wow.
Yeah, love to see it. Love to see it.
Love
All
those
right.
dip chips.
Good stuff. All right, this is a really interesting question in my opinion.
All right, which battle chips in Battle Network 4 had their MB changed in localization? So EXE4 had it as one thing, translated it in BN4, and they fixed their mistake, let's say.
Signal red.
No.
I don't believe so.
Maybe
dang.
additionally, I'm not sure. And also, MRE, are these the only chips that changed in localization? Out of curiosity.
I went through side by side with the games just because to double check this, and I believe this is the only one I found.
Interesting.
Was it fast gauge, slow gauge?
No, but they're more related in a series. There's 2 chips, so
Oh, interesting. Okay.
No hint if it's lower or higher.
This is the part of Battle Network games I'm not good at.
Yeah, no, they're tough. Don't again. These are not for points or prizes or anything. We're learning.
No,
Stuff.
these are good questions. I'm not gonna lie. These are really
right.
good quick trivia questions.
Yeah,
My gut says white web.
it's a fun guess.
it's not correct, but that would have been nice. They need more differentiation.
Truly. All right. Anyone else? I'll probably give it like maybe another 10 or 15. If anyone in
Circle
chat or anyone's
gun?
No.
Dang! Wow.
No, it's tough.
I bet you it's a secret chip. I'm gonna just go one final guess. I'm gonna do panel shot.
Well, you're right on the secret chip, but it's not panel shot.
Killer, what made you think secret chip? Out of curiosity.
Oh, number ball.
Because he's 100% doing obscure questions, and secret chips are more obscure than standard chips.
Number ball. It's gotta
I'm
be
basically
one.
reading his style right now.
Great time.
We got real meta, and you nailed it. Yeah, Lightning 2 and Lightning 3, they got raised. They went from 33 and 39 to 45 and 53.
Oh, the lightning chips. Those are really good chips.
Yeah, fun fact. You can't just like S rank poor Aquaman right away with his like little spouts or whatever. You gotta work a little harder. But yeah, and good job Pockfire too. You guys nailed it.
Yeah.
But why says the chat?
I think Lightning 1 had more MB than Lightning 2, and that's why they had
Wow.
it.
Okay, so total oversight, like a very clear
Yeah.
oversight in that way. Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. Fun trivia right there. Keep that in mind, Lightning. All right, and last question. I think most of us can probably guess this.
All right, yeah, this is a fun one. In most BN games, what factors contribute to busting rank? You're always aware of these things when you're playing the game.
Movement,
Not
double
taking
delete,
too many
not
movement.
Not hit. Time.
Yeah.
Not getting hit,
Time,
movement,
yeah.
time, heard that.
Time, not getting hit, double delete, not moving.
Use of Buster, use of the Mega Buster. I remember there's something like that.
Only
I have heard
three, I
that.
believe?
I don't know if I've heard anyone confirm it for me. I've heard it.
Yeah.
I've had people in chat tell me the Buster counts.
No, he said most games. Only the game that did that was 3.
Oh,
Right.
interesting. Really? Is that right? In 3, you shouldn't use your Buster?
If you wanted to get an S, should I say it?
Yeah, no, go for it. Yeah.
Okay, if you want to get an S plus rank or S plus rank, you couldn't use your elemental charge shot.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
And I'll
That's
say
what I
there,
was remembering.
and there is a bonus one for BN6 if anyone can guess it. BN6 has one last like unique thing to it. I wonder if Killer or anyone else knows.
Yeah, but that didn't count too because only he said most games. Part of the question that counts as countering, and 4.52 also uses counter. as well.
Yeah. Can anyone else
I
think of
don't-
anything else that BN6 might have, just for fun?
It might be the
Maybe your current emotion.
Good guess. Not quite, but kind of related in a way.
If you go across, you get +1.
There you go. Crossing.
Wow,
Crossing's
crossing.
related to it. So yeah, I think we nailed it all. Delete time. Getting like knocked back, right? Like the flinching animation. Obviously, multiple deletes. Moving too much, and then in BN6 using a cross is related too.
Oh, they're saying in chat that without using forms, so you.
Oh
don't
yeah,
really
yeah,
use
yeah,
the cross.
yeah. Like being in regular
Yeah.
mode. Okay, cool. But yeah,
Yep.
awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Mega Rock. Very cool. Rockman Cosmo, our good friend. Would you like me to answer them or to ask them? Would you like to ask them? What's your feeling?
I'm cool with asking them, assuming that they're in the same order that I sent them.
I am pretty sure they are. I hope so.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. And also,
Alrighty.
these are not even close to the caliber that everyone else is doing. This is like
Again,
crazy.
I gave people a totally blank slate. You know, again, this is not. If this were like for an actual prize, I probably would have filtered out the really super tough ones or something. But for me, again, this is just for fun, like fun trivia, weird trivia.
I'm having fun.
Blisteringly hard trivia. Yeah, like we're getting it all for sure. So
You
here we
already
are.
answered the question. Oh my goodness.
I love it. I'm sorry. I flashed the screen. I flashed the screen.
You did.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all.
all right. But actually, I got a follow up question though.
Okay.
How many times is How many times is Yai mentioned across both cell phone games?
Twice.
I have no idea. Is that right, Rockman?
Yes. Yeah.
It's only one
Just
time or
one.
2 times.
This game just got translated. How do you guys know this?
Twice. That fast. I said once, he said twice. Who's correct?
I think it's twice, but the only problem is I haven't fully played through Legend Network, so that's the.
Oh,
no!
You
I
are-
shot myself in the foot.
You are so Rockman.
GG.
Rockman was getting big for his britches, man. He's like, all right, everyone answer this easy question. Let me just spice it up a little bit with a question I don't even know. I love it. Yeah, as we all nailed it. Yeah, for whatever reason, I guess the plot didn't call for an egregious amount of money to get to the World 3 base or whatever. I guess they
Not
just
that they just forgotten glide like that.
so sad, so sad. All right, next question.
All right. What animal does the AC/DC Town Park slide look like?
Squirrel.
I was gonna say elephant actually.
Ooh, that's right. It is indeed an elephant. Squirrel is such a it's tricky in that way that you would think that, but yeah, the elephant slide.
Elephant,
Is
elephant.
squirrel one of them? Oh, is that Star Force?
I'll check
Said
into
it.
your squirrel if you have to.
That's
Whatever.
what it takes.
That's what it takes. Thank you. I was missing the last part.
That BN5 quote. That's got to be like a top 10 line of dialogue for sure. That's so funny. By the way, this little elephant was made by a community member named Spider Dude. I just wanted to plug him. I think it
Aw.
looks so cool. He did such
It
a
is
great
very
job.
nice.
Adorable.
I like that.
Yeah, he's like, honestly, there's so many artists nowadays, but like knowing someone who works with like wood and leather, I think is really cool. So, anyway, ask again, Rockman Cosmo. Oh, I guess I. Oh, God, I just went through the answer.
The next question.
Okay. Yeah. I think I got
saw
the
you
order wrong a little
flash
bit.
it on the screen, so
I did. I'm so
saw that.
sorry. I'm just
It's
ruining
probably
all
better,
of your
Demi,
questions.
if you read it because we're reliant on your connection.
Yeah.
Oh
I'm
boy,
sorry.
this is a mess.
yeah. So,
What mainline game does Mr. Famous not appear in?
Battle Network 1.
hmm
Yep.
Battle
That's
Network
exactly right.
1.
Wasn't cool enough for that point, but or wasn't famous enough rather. Then after
it
being
was only the
one,
first game. He couldn't have been Mr. Famous yet.
that's all right. Be like,
Exactly.
true.
exactly.
To be fair, I feel like he has like he has that appearance in 2, and he's not exactly Mr. Famous yet. If I remember correctly, he looks different. He's not like the trademark Mr. Famous.
He's got that. He's got the
Guy in
COVID mask.
SciLab or something.
He's got that.
Yeah.
He's
He
got
looks
that COVID
weird.
mask in BN2, right?
Uh-huh,
He's the
yeah.
gate man style mask. Yeah, yeah.
Still him though.
Still him. Still him for sure. All right. I'll again. I don't know if I got the wrong order, so Rockman, I'll take this here. Which arm is the Mega Buster on?
The left hand.
Trick question. It flips around.
I'm gonna say left hand too.
Geo's left-handed.
So, fun fact about this. Apparently, being on his right arm is unique compared to all other Mega Man. Apparently,
That's right. That's right. I had that
Apparently,
wrong.
now MegaRock, I'm kind of curious. Do you know off the top of your head the moments where it gets flipped or the moments where it might not be consistent?
Oh, I just meant like in the game. Like they'd always
Oh,
flip
okay.
it around because they don't care.
Just mirror the sprite, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
And,
Yeah,
and the
for sure.
anime it switches based on the animation, so you can't use that either.
True, true. But yeah,
No.
apparently in like official materials, he's the only right-armed Mega Man, which I think is
Somebody go
Thanks.
check the final
Oh.
smash.
The final
That's
smash,
right.
it's on his right. I checked that.
Ooh,
Really?
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
that's cool.
His,
You gotta love
land
Sakurai's
style.
attention to detail is like pretty much unparalleled. So that's
True.
That's super cool.
Why would it? Oh, it makes sense because it'd be on the left. Because if he's a side scroller, you wouldn't want him to hold the arm, the cannon in front of his face. So
Oh, that's real. No, John. That's exactly it. That is from the perspective that you see. Yeah, you would want to. That's actually wow. That it just makes sense. That's so cool. All right, and I think there's one more, possibly.
Yeah, one more.
Okay, the anime covers almost every game, including spin-offs. Which 2 BN games had no elements featured in the anime?
the last arcade game, what is it? Battle Chip Stadium.
I think it's actually. Oh no! Wow, that was an anime too.
And Legend of Network, because I don't think the Trojan Horse or anything
So
is
hold
even
on.
in plus.
The question says
cash
beginning
is in
games,
it.
but you're including spin-offs. Is it Japanese or is it?
You're right. I guess EXE. I put that as shorthand. EXE. You could
Okay.
you can factor that in too.
Legend
I,
Network.
I
is
would
one.
guess Phantom of Network has nothing.
I think
Actually,
Phantom
the
has
Legend
like
is in,
Cash,
PC
right?
Plus.
Oh,
Yeah.
Battleship Challenge is definitely a right answer, right?
Legend Network and Battleship Challenge, my two.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm seeing chat talk. I actually really like Battleship Stadium. I think that probably does count too. But although I guess Battleship Stadium doesn't really have a story, so maybe you just don't even. You just don't even.
I say, yeah, 4.5 doesn't really have. What is anything for
Yeah.
4.5 unique enough to be in the anime? I don't
No
know.
way.
No.
Or man,
Not really.
Here I am in Internet 1. I'm
There is-
moving to Internet 3.
I was thinking 4.5, we're technically using copies of a Navi as part of 4.5. You're not using the
True.
original. You're using like some kind of offshoot of them.
Okay.
So, like, you could use that, but like I think that's too generic.
There's an episode where no operators show up, and apparently that's a reference.
There you go. There you go.
when
But yeah,
when Dex
according-
buys a Guts fan, that's you buying an Abby.
That's true. We're operator. We're the real operators. But yeah, Battleship Challenge and Legend of Network were the two that we
Yeah, I saw
got
someone
put
in chat say network transmission, but actually Zero does appear in Beast Plus. It's like Beast Plus is kind of like the leftover of the
That's
time,
true.
except they just happened to forget Battleship Challenge because Legend of Network was released after the anime had concluded, so that one couldn't get in regardless. But surprisingly, they didn't shove in any kind of Battleship Challenge stuff. into
Yeah.
Beast Plus.
Beast Plus just seems like, oh crap, we have to buy time for the Star Force anime to start. Let's just whatever
Here's
we got,
12-minute
guys.
episodes. You know, just like here's a hodgepodge of like random stuff. Yeah, that's great. But yeah, fun stuff there. All right. Oh, it's me. Nice. I'll present these questions. All right.
You sure?
I'm,
You
yeah.
sure you don't have to?
I'm feeling pretty good, Mr. Krause.
Okay,
I'm
all right,
feeling it.
all right.
Higsby, my man, once fleeced an old lady for 100,000 zenny. What trash chip did she order, huh?
Rat and 1C.
Oh man, you got it before me. I was gonna say the Radon.
This when I replayed this game in the Legacy Collection, I thought it was the funniest thing. Like all of those Higsby side quests, it's like you just see the shadiest side of him. It's like, all right, kid. First, mob style, I need you to beat up a guy who's not paying his chips, you little kid. And then we're just gonna fleece this rich old lady who's hyped on a Radon 1C. I think it's the funniest thing.
Where's my horrible creepypasta about how Higsby is actually like the secret villain of the Battle Network universe because he exploits child labor laws and crap?
And it's in the anime, you would, or any form of media, you would expect this man to pull his weight, having like every chip or every rare thing known to man, but nah, he doesn't want to get it damaged. No, you got to keep those chips mint condition, baby. So we're gonna be hoarding them to ourselves. Yeah. That being said, I love Higsby. He's my man for sure. Even when he's a totally shameless, ridiculous person. All right. This virus was introduced in Battle Network 3 and has been in every mainline game since. What is it? And you could name the chip, I guess, if you wanted to.
Sortie?
Not Sortie.
Natar? Read the question, sorry.
This virus was introduced in Battle Network 3 and since then has been in every mainline game since. What is it?
What's that one that has a coffin? It's like a coffin has a face that opens its flaps.
You're thinking of the Dominard, I think, maybe?
Something like
It's
that.
only in 2, 3, and 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I heard someone say it, and the chat is definitely on it. Yeah, it's the Trumpy, the little the fanfare guy. For whatever reason.
Question.
Yeah. For whatever reason, they absolutely loved him. I don't know. They're just like, this is which is funny too, because like Canodums, it's like they love the cannon chip, but they were like, nah, like we can do better than that. But yeah, I don't know, Trumpy, fun stuff. All right, next question: what is the only cross transformation in Battle Network 6 that can power up time freeze chips?
I don't want to answer because I know the answer.
Okay, I like it, Soul.
it's too
I
free.
like it. I like it. Let's let someone else try.
Erase cross.
Nailed it. Yeah.
I mean, come on.
As
I have to
Falzar-
get that one, right?
It's
What
too
was that?
free. It's too free.
What was that, MegaRock? Did you say
As
something? More?
Falzar, so I don't know that one.
I know that
Fair.
because Magnum's my favorite chip ever.
That's
all
like-
games, Magnum.
Yeah. Oh,
I
Magnum's awesome.
exclusively play F code folders, so Erase is the one I use the absolute most for F code because you get the machine gun and magnums on code.
Oh yeah. Plus we're all like base fans and edgelords, so it's like you may as well just really embrace it. I love that the MegaRock. I think I was like Tofu earlier, where it's like no Gutsman and BN4. It's like, oh, I had Blue Moon. Okay, darn it. That's always fun. But yeah, Erase Cross is the only one that powers up time freeze.
So is that intentional, or is that like just some kind of things don't overlap with its chargeable element or something like that?
I think my guess is that it's intentional because like so many cursor chips just freeze time. I think I want to say machine gun's the only one that doesn't. Like I think everything
Maybe
else
basically worthless otherwise.
Yeah, because how do you like cursor in on something in real time is probably
It's
like
hard to come up with the cursor chips too. It's telling my experience. It's like what do I make a cursor battle chip? I don't know.
That is tough.
You aim at things. I don't know.
Which, by the way, like just as a total aside here, I've always felt like the candle chips should be fire and cursor. It really annoys me.
I agree.
I agree. It's literally a cursor that you move around. Like I don't know. That kind of it gets me sometimes. But anyway, then I wake up and don't think about petty things. So, all right. Only one Navi can be fought in every mainline game. Who is he?
Mega Man.
Can be fought.
Protoman.
Oh yeah, it is Protoman.
Well,
Not
no, because
Protoman.
he's not in Red
He's not
Sun.
Is that Red Sun? He's also
And
not-
when I
Oh,
say
that's right,
every
he's not-
mainline,
that's-
I mean like literally versions too, counting versions as well.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about the versions.
base.
But yeah, it's gonna
Oh,
be base.
base, dude. What?
Yeah.
Base
No,
is in the
and-
first game too.
And I was like, yeah, you cannot fight Protoman at all in Team Colonel. You could fight him in Blue Moon. That's
Right,
in
with
Red
the-
Sun.
Yeah, tournament. Sorry.
Yeah, with the
I forgot.
version. Yeah,
Dang.
it's cool. I think it's cool. I think
Base,
base,
that's my
big,
guy, bro.
big bad base. Every single game, which I think is mainline. I have
Oh,
no
look
idea
at
about
that! Like you knew what I was gonna answer. You called me out.
I'm the top commenter now. All right. Here, this one's, I'm going to try my best to explain it. I worked on the wording a lot. In which battle network will you spend the most Zenny at shops if you're trying to get every power-up and then chips that are exclusive to it? So the most money...
I definitely want to say Battle Network 4.
Great guess with the multiple playthroughs.
I say BN1.
Another good guess.
Ooh,
Trying to figure out...
Too.
Any reason why
MegaRock? BN5.
MegaRock, any reason why you guessed 2?
Just power-ups are expensive, right? But then, yeah, I'm hearing once Giga Chips became a thing, then those are really expensive. But then, are they bug frags? You did mention.
Yeah, just Zenny.
Zenny.
Just Zenny,
Yeah, so.
just like actual Zenny.
I don't know. I've never had to count them before.
I reckon my answer to 2. I reckon my answer to 2. Come to think of it, I 100%
Yeah.
all of it.
Yeah, so shout out to our friend on Funny Circle who crunched the numbers just for fun. Just totally for fun. Yeah, believe it or not, Battle Network 2. And you guys nailed, I think, the power-ups, the HP memories, and then, like, just figuring out pricing of chips. I would have bet a lot of money on 4 with the multiple playthroughs and stuff. But,
yeah, me too.
Yeah, but
I'm
yeah.
surprised.
Even
2.
with the multiple playthroughs?
So
it's a lot
actually,
more expensive.
so I have a question with this. In
Yes.
BN6, shop stocks are technically infinite now. But so do you count just buying one of each?
No,
or buying
for
three
me,
of each?
and again, I, you know, if I were like really meticulous with the question, it would have been like, you know, every chip for 100%ing, right? So like, you know, to get your program advance or, you know, that's exclusive to the chip or something. So you wouldn't need to have like, you know, 99. It would just be like 1, I guess. But I guess.
Okay, buy one of everything. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that, again, not the most elegantly worded question, but it was. I just thought the information was interesting, so I wanted to find a way to shoehorn it in. Yeah, BN2 for whatever reason. And the cool thing is you can gospel dupe, right? If you guys don't know, you can buy chips and then immediately go fight gospel. The game will reload to like your last save, but you'll still have the stuff that you purchased, so you can kind of finagle your way around that, which is kind of fun.
That's cool.
Yeah, little extra factoid for you guys.
And that
all right.
money battle in the undernet, like, basically makes money infinite, so you don't have to worry about it.
That's true. That with those gold mystery datas, or not the, or whatever the how much money is that? There's some Zenny in the internet in BN2 that's like super expensive or super crazy.
Yeah, you have to reset a lot, but
Yeah,
you get a lot.
for sure. All right, Soul, you're up. Do you wanna take it away? Do you want to answer the questions or ask the questions or?
I definitely want to ask the questions. Let's do it.
Let's go. All right, Soul, here we go.
Okay.
Oh wait, what the heck? All right.
Now this first question is gonna throw you off because a lot of people don't know. But on May 17th of 2018, Famitsu held multiple surveys for the Mega Man 30th anniversary. Which character actually won the most favorite Mega Man character poll? It's a tough one.
I'm gonna guess Protoman real quick.
Good guess.
A
I
version
think
of
about who's
base.
popular here, but I know a lot of the time Japan
Male?
likes totally different characters.
Yeah, like Bubble Man,
than we
right?
do.
Yeah.
You'll be very surprised. You'll be surprised.
I'm gonna go male.
It's gonna be Bubble Man.
Oh, I would hate my life, I think. I'll give you a hint. Anyone in chat right now could nail this. It's not like a weird one. It's not a weird one.
If we're going Gate Man from like Mr.
Base, right?
Is
It
it
is.
It's base.
It is.
Of course, it's a base.
It is indeed base.
Like, of course it's base.
Every one of the questions could go down to his face. Like that should be the first answer to go down.
Yes.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. I love it. I love it. I mean,
This is my boy Subway.
it's a good answer, honestly. It's one of those things again where it's like you look on Reddit, right, and it's like you're never gonna see a tier list where like base is not like just dominating. So
Number one. That's
Yeah.
the boy. That's the boy right there. That's our
good
guy.
stuff. Good stuff.
Okay. This next one, some people tend to forget, but I would be surprised if you guys did. What was the name of the project that Dr. Kozak headed and created in Mega Man Battle Network 3? I'll accept 2 answers. There it is. Let's go. Let's go.
Killer. Okay, I just have to say, Killer. I guess working on a fan game, you probably are like so deep in the lore, like trying to find ways to connect stuff. That's amazing. I can't believe you nailed that so quickly. I'm actually very impressed.
It's really
real.
tough.
Like I said, it relates to base. If you think base, you think these answers. I'm telling you, man, every question can relate to base in some way. You start there, you go backward. You'll figure it out.
I love it. Even better. Yeah, independent Navi project. Honestly, Base is like one of the cooler backstories. It's sad that like his relevance in the story is only BN3, but hey, we get to battle him in every game, so I guess
I described him as being reduced to a power detecting Roomba following Battle Network 3. That's basically all he does. It's a shame.
A power detecting Roomba. He's just drawn in. He's just. Oh gosh, that's funny. That's amazing. Love the base love. Yes, thank you, Forte.
I especially like Dr. Kozak and Base in the manga too. Like they have such a great dynamic, and the story is just awesome.
Yeah,
just like cool. 3.
Three is so good. All right, take it away, Soul.
Okay, in Battle Network. No, hold on. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
In Battle Network 5 Double Team DS, there was a planned rework for Napalm Man. What was that rework?
Shoots out many bases from his gun.
Replace him with base, flat out. Cut out the middleman.
Cut out the middleman. The answer's base. No, it's right. The chat has it like 100% correct. It's Multanic Man.
Before we give the answer, I'm curious if anyone in the voice chat can nail it before, because chat's got it.
There's an audio file of
I don't know what rework means.
I'm saying Multanic Man.
Rework's a little vague.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did kind of it's but it is true. Almost named him Volcanic Man to match the anime where he's called Multanic Man. Which, by the way, I looked it up. I don't think Multanic is a word.
Yeah, no, it's not even close.
You would think that
molten and volcanic smashed together for some reason. Apparently,
nothing to do with.
It sounds cool.
It does sound cool, I have to say, but yeah, not a real word. And I guess not. They decided to stick with Napalm Man. All right.
Charging on forward. What playable net navies were planned for Mega Man Battle Network 6, but were inevitably cut due to space?
Protoman.
Roll.
This is BN6, so English, right? You could
yeah. Either way,
English or EXE, it's the same.
Well, the 4.5, most of the 4.5 now is including Plan Man. They couldn't have them.
I heard one answer, and there's another answer.
I don't know the other one.
Tofu, you actually probably could guess this. I think you have not to put ridiculous amounts of pressure on you.
It's playable, but like you have to do the chip gate or something, right?
Kernel.
Yeah,
you nailed it, John. Yeah, there you go. You guys nailed it.
Base and Kernel were planned to be link navies, and they unfortunately were cut due to space.
Yeah. And I did hear people in chat talking about related trivia.
Network research. Here's the coolest thing you've ever heard of. It was cut due to limited GBA space.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Right. Or here's this amazing thing that was Japanese only that you'll never get to see the light of day.
You need 7 different Japanese only peripherals to activate this one.
That's right. I did hear some interesting related trivia in the chat. It is true. I wish I had the link on me, but there was a developer interview. Serenade was indeed planned to be an extra boss in BN6, but got cut as well, which tragic. That is very tragic, in my opinion.
I specifically put playable net navi, but yes, he was also
exactly. No, related. Yeah, not the answer to your question, but related in a way.
There's going to be Serenade and Base and Kernel. And Zero EXE was going to show up, and all the Makai characters were going to be there.
Everyone in the graveyard. We were just going to bring them all back. Yeah. Oh, so sad. All right.
Most of my questions I feel like were very quick and easy to answer, but I think this one might be a little bit more difficult. The lead programmer for both Mega Man Battle Network phone games, Yukihito Nakamura, usually specializes in what genres of games?
Shooters.
I mean,
that's
kind of, I guess. Yeah, kind of, yeah.
FPS, and I'll have to clarify what I meant.
Wow, I'm surprised. I thought this was going to be kind of easy, but I guess no one knows.
Shoot 'em ups?
RPGs, right? Nothing out of the ordinary.
Should I wait like another 15 seconds?
I'm trying to say, like, Capcom They make like shooters, they make hack and slash games, and they make RPG
Arcade
for the most
shooter.
part.
Like
Fighting games?
Yeah, Galaga.
I think I would accept hack and slash. That's pretty close. What do you think? I don't know. Maybe or
Hack and slash and kind
Devil
of
May
fighting
Cry or
games.
something. I don't know.
It's more specifically action games that he was part of.
Action, yeah.
Action shooter.
Yeah.
Action games, yes.
yeah, just to give the broad version of that. Also, I'll just say really quick. I saw Gregar Master in chat. First of all, shout out to Gregar Master, the Rockman EXEZone, amazing work. He said Dive Man, I guess, has an unused like jack out script or something. I think maybe that's. Does anyone know about that? He mentioned something like that in the comments that seemed kind of interesting. Has anyone heard of that or anything?
No.
Yeah, sounds cool. Dive Man, for whatever reason, getting a little.
Midnight with the base
Man
games.
too.
That's exactly right. Well, gang, that concludes our Mega Man trivia. Raise your hand if you learned something. I mean,
I learned a hell of a lot. Oh my gosh, I was
Yeah, a little bit.
informed today.
Anything that had to do with how the games are actually played is new information to me.
Yeah. Honestly, great job, everybody. I think we had a fun mix. Ridiculously hard at times, super fun, super easy, super whatever. I think that was a really fun mix of stuff. And yeah, spam some emotes, gang. Spam some emotes in the chat real quick to show some love to all the people who came together, who thought of some fun questions and fun things for trivia. Would definitely love to get that. Now I will say, the last thing we've got, and again, if people are tired, they have to jack out. That's all good.
I learned how to crash a game with 2 buttons.
That's right. Learn how to crash a game with 2 buttons. That's massive. I love to hear it. Me too, actually. That being said, so if anyone wants to jack out if they're tired, I totally get it. Because I don't know how long this last thing is going to take. It's a tier list. And we know we've been real cordial. We've been really polite to each other. We've been so diplomatic and so, we're just really the embodiment of the Mega Man community. And now we're going to be the embodiment of Twitter and Reddit because we are going to be fighting over this tier list right here. And that is going to be, let me get my face too. Where did my face go? Hashtag pro streamer. I'm going to go ahead and just copy that. Move it on over. We, gang, are going to be debating as a community what the best Mega Man and Star Force games are. We're going to hash it out. You can object. You know what I mean? This is definitely, it's a fun discussion. But at the end of this, we're going to come up with objectively the best tier list ever, regarding the Mega Man and Star Force games. Does anyone have any questions before we start?
Okay,
You
I
say
do.
fun, but I think we're gonna make some enemies here.
Yeah, well, this is about to be a bloodbath. All right, so does this encompass PvE and PvP? Are these supposed to weigh in on the decision?
I will let you can give any reason you want. You can give absolutely any reason at all for your arguments. I don't know how we're going to decide it ultimately. I don't know if it'll be like consensus or average it out or whatever. I have no idea.
All
but we're going
games
to.
are S plus tier except
I say
the end,
we
there
argue
is
our
new
points,
game plus.
and then at the end we tally a vote. There's actually 7 of us, which is perfect. Majority wins.
Okay. I mean, we can certainly do polls as well. Yeah, the polls can definitely help with that a lot.
True.
Let's start easy. Let's throw ourselves a little curveball here. Battle Network 1. Not only starting easy, starting at the start of the series. What do people think about Battle Network 1? Be very honest.
F.
Man.
I think you have to consider it as a product of its time.
Okay.
And it's solid. I say it's solid B or A.
B or A?
B or A?
That's high, even considering what it is.
Wow.
That's
But then
high.
Honestly,
run away
It's
in
the
Final
first one of the
Fantasy.
series. There's
I
a lot
think
that they
it's a
didn't work
C
out
for
yet.
like actual quality, but like if you want impact, I guess we could bump it up to B. Importance.
Oh man, see, I do think that matters, but like I think at the end of the
that
day
does
too, you gotta like kind of. I feel like you kind of have to associate a little bit. I mean, it's tough. Obviously, the first game of any series is going to be on the rougher side.
well, let's put it this way,
One is
right?
great.
This was a launch title for the Game Boy Advance. This sold Game Boy Advances. This game alone sold Game Boy Advances in the first place, right?
And like,
and it's
this
like-
for me, this was the first one I played, so I don't have the experience of the other ones that were better, and then coming back to one, it's like, oh,
Right.
good.
I feel like that's
Right.
yeah. That's I won't lie
I
and say
agree.
that's not definitely coloring how I saw this game.
Well,
I think.
feel free to add
me-
color. Feel free to add color.
Making an
How are you
objective
guys
measure,
feeling?
it has the best animations of all the games, honestly, because they didn't have content, right? So they replaced
Wow.
it was launched.
Wow.
Yes, it laid the baseline work, but it wasn't polished. That puts it about C. And
I give it C. I'll give you C, bro.
I like C. I could also see B. I could see B just for the
I could see
the
B
impact.
as well.
I like that argument about the animations. That's true. There are, and I every time I see Mega Man blink, I freak out. I'm like, wow, I forgot that was a thing. I forgot like
True.
when he gets deleted, you get like the sort of like explosion of circles like the old games. I
That's
think that's kind of
true.
fun. There are some cool things. That being said, having played this game relatively recently, this was actually the main game we played for our fundraiser for the arcade experience. This game can be brutal. I pity anyone who tries to 100% this. It is obscure and ridiculous, and there's and heaven forbid navigating that internet is like just
Yo, I
horrendous.
love 20 Rooms of Orange. Can't get enough of it.
Can't get enough.
It was my only game for like a year, so I memorized that map.
Amazing. Tofu, I love that you loved it too. I think that says a lot about the game, that like even as rough as it was back in the day, like it was still like it did like, think about it, if it were worse, it would have killed the series, right? Like there would not have been sequels. So I think like it was good enough for being a launch title. I could actually see B. I was thinking C. I could actually see B. I don't know what are you guys thinking?
I can see B.
I understand the arguments for C, but I would personally put it at, I guess, B.
Okay.
I
Anyone else?
I think it deserves it. I think it deserves the B. It's special. It's important.
Yeah, it is important.
I don't care about importance. I care about quality. C, mid tier.
I like it. I like it. That's spicy. Anyone else have any like strong C tier pushes?
D.
D for Mega Rock. Tell us more, Mega Rock. Tell us
Messing
more.
We're
with the
ranking
curve.
the games.
We are ranking the games. This
We're
is
ranking
true.
the games.
Yeah, ranking the games determines quality. Like all games are important because if one of them failed or flopped, rip your series, right?
I think the thing with
true.
putting it down in like D or something is like I can think of like a handful of games I would put lower than it, and I don't know if they'd necessarily be F. Like I could see it being like C.
So you know what? You know what?
Yes.
You know what?
Games lower than it.
I can see us kind of. I can see there being like a bit of a discussion here. Why don't we table it for now? Let's start with some obvious ones, in my opinion.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'm just gonna take a real hardcore line agenda here. How about Mega Man Star Force 2?
Oh,
Put that right in F. Put that right in F. You can put that right in F.
I will
can put that.
However, the post game nearly redeemed the whole game. Very interesting, excellent concept, fantastic post game. However, it's marred by random encounters, derp scenarios, and
Derp scenarios.
yeah, that's it. It's derp scenarios, and yeah,
Derp scenarios, dude.
The
yeah, those are two
post
main
game.
problems again.
The post game is cool. I think redeeming the whole game is a stretch.
It's a stretch.
I
I
said
have to agree.
almost. I said
Almost.
almost.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Who's
I
got
would
strong? Who else has opinions here? Is anyone really
Me.
hot?
I would
It's
just
my
say,
least
like,
favorite
D-
one of all of them.
I liked
could
it.
see
It
D.
fixed Star
I could
Wait,
see
hold on.
D,
Was that
I could
is
see
that
low C.
wait? Is that Mega Rock? Who was that?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear it, Mega Rock.
I'd say B. It fixed Star Force. I liked it.
That's crazy.
That's high as hell.
It has some quality for the game. So from Star Force 1 or 2, I grant you that.
Wow.
I tell you what, from my tier list, I'm among game quality. So if being one's a C, I'll go B for Star Force 2.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh, you guys.
Because
I'm like,
it is better than being one. I'm just being real with you.
All right, that's fair.
I
It's better
don't
than
know. I
Nah,
don't
I
know.
disagree with
I
that.
hate this game.
I'm
gonna tell you right now.
nothing
I-
about this game.
I could
I've
play
never
being
played
one
a game
over
that
and
felt
over.
just-
I can't do two. I beat it once and never again.
The
Star
quality-
Force 2, I don't go back to.
the
John, what
mechanics
were you
are
saying?
upgrade.
I cut you up, John. What were you saying?
Well, I was just saying, like, it's the only game. It's the reason people are mad I haven't made the Star Force 2 video, because I just have nothing to say about it. It is the most 5 out of 10
Unremarkable.
game in existence. It's just kind of annoying sometimes. The only parts I remember are the parts that pissed me off, and I don't remember anything else.
So
Yeah,
here's my
that's
rant. I'm gonna give my rant, okay? Because I feel
Okay.
very passionate about Star Force 2 sucking. Okay, again, I'm a pretty positive guy. Let me just give you my rant, okay? The story, I know it's a shonen, okay? I know these are shonen, little kid games. I know, right? The idea of like BN5 and like the Soul Net, like that's ridiculous, whatever. The idea, I think like the oop arts are dumb. I think Abominable, I think that's dumb. I think it has nothing to do with the Zodiac and the cool Star Force, like, you know, star astrology. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. You know, story-wise, it's like you cut out Vista Point, you cut out the school, you cut out all the cool, memorable moments about Star Force 1 that were related to Geo, just like totally scrapped it so that we can go to What's Up and we can like hang out on the Skynet and fight a million things for a million years.
Oh
it's
my
like,
gosh.
Yeah, the encounter rate is atrocious. I will say, Tribe King is cool. I think there is an interesting mechanic there with like fusing and stuff like that. That is interesting. But overall, man, I just like, that is just like Tofu. I have I'm not looking forward to replaying it. Like just about every other game, I'm hyped for it, but like, oh my God.
I'll say two things.
Let's hear it.
The two things I like about this game, and it had to be taught to me by SciLab.
Okay.
The PvP in this game is actually kind of cool.
Okay.
The PvP in Star Force 2 is actually really fun to play.
Okay.
And it introduced Solo. And I think Solo, he was super over the top edgy in this game, if I remember correctly. And he kind of cooled off and was more, he hit his better stride in 3. But in the second one, he was a little too over the top, but I still loved him. He was still about that business and I loved him. And that was the only two things I cared about for this game. I'm not going to hold you.
I'd like to piggyback off that. Demi, you did bring up some excellent points. I forgot about that. I also just remember the Skywave. And
man.
I'm bumping this back down to a D. I can negotiate. I can negotiate to a C, but no higher. I am at a D right now.
Okay.
And before you argue with me, do you remember the gates
banger
that
boss
you could
music.
not open unless you had real Wright brothers?
Oh,
True,
yeah,
some
I
locked
forgot about
content.
that. I was lucky to have friends that played.
Forte Ultimus, he had a fun comment in the chat right now too. We forgot about the banger boss music.
Yeah, come on.
There is some banger boss music.
I'm not giving a
poor
Mega Man
MegaRock.
game points for good music.
Poor
That's your thing. That's your
poor
thing.
MegaRock's like just latching, like, yeah, of course, you guys. B. I want to throw it an F. I mean, I guess I could be persuaded to D, but I don't know what's worse than it. I think
Let's take a vote.
Well, I have one more thing I want to.
Oh yeah, let's hear it.
It might change the way you see the game a little bit, and that's it changed the way I did it. And I don't know how many of you here have actually played through Legend of Network yet, and that is that playing through Legend of Network makes Star Force 2 worse retroactively.
Ooh.
Wow.
Because Legend of Network has Star Force 2's plot, almost literally the exact same story, but just a million times better.
Yes.
Oh right, the oop arts, right? Like they did the
ancient civilization that sunk underwater a long time ago. There's oop arts. You've got the kid from the past who's like hanging out with the characters. You've got they're trying to resurrect their ancient civilization. It's the same thing.
I think it's amazing that a freaking cell phone game did that better than like a Nintendo DS. Like that's great.
All right, should we go down the line?
I like it. I'm gonna start F.
Okay.
I could go F, but the post game was very interesting concept, and honestly, it added a lot to the game. I said almost redeems it. So that's why I go up to D.
Okay.
I'll go next.
Sure.
Let's hear it, Soul. What do you think?
I'm gonna go D.
Okay. Who's next? Just shout it out.
And Tofu goes D.
D.
Cosmo goes D.
That's D. Is a D. That's a D. That's a D.
MegaRock, you don't have to say it if you don't want
I'm
to.
sorry.
B.
I love MegaRock.
Is there someone else I'm missing? I think someone else, maybe John or someone.
No, I said D. Yeah.
Okay. So I have F D D D D D B. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I think we can agree that's a D. I think the F and the B probably cancel out a little bit, and I think the general consensus is D. So I think that's it. Now this tier list has.
Let's compromise and say C.
That's funny. That's funny. This tier list unfortunately has all the versions for better or for worse. I feel like the version differences probably don't matter enough, unless you guys have a strong push. I
Not
feel like
in this one.
Not for Star Force 2.
Yeah. In fact,
Put
whoever
the
made this tier
copy-
list just
Put the copy in C.
Put the
Ninjas versus dinosaurs.
Twice.
Stupid
whoever
crap.
whoever made this tier list didn't even bother to put Saurian. They just did 2 Zerkers. So I think that says a lot about the love for Star Force. Okay. Wow. I don't know where to go from there. I mean, again, I have my own agendas. I guess I can lead the agendas just because I'm the streamer here. How about BN4?
F.
Oh man. Oh man. Here we go.
I have so many
I'll-
unkind words
I'll
for this
start.
game.
I'll start. I
Let's
know we
have it.
all want to say F as a meme,
Okay.
but look. It like Star Force 2, it hurt a lot of characters and story setup. If you're coming from 3, you want to figure out how Mega Man came back alive. The 4 doesn't answer that problem for you. What 4 does do is make a good step forward for mechanics and things like and behind the back end they coded the game a little bit better. Using actual I think data lists and I don't know what the term is. I forget. I'm on stream, but it was a step forward from a technical standpoint and mechanics standpoint, so it can't be an F. Just can't. I could go to a C high or a D.
Okay.
I
Okay.
love that. I love
Who's
that.
next? Who's got an agenda?
I think
can go.
MegaRock says something.
Oh.
Oh wait,
I said C, but yeah,
Okay.
I agree with those points. Like, it introduced full synchro countering. Like, that's a series staple even up until Star Force. Like, that's significant. It really changed up the way battles played compared to 3. The best it for both version connections in the Battle Network games. So it was so cool that you could do the tournaments of the opposite
I agree.
version
That is cool.
and
That is
fight
cool.
the
I
baddies
agree.
of the opposite version. Like, you could never do that again afterward. So dumb.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, preach.
I don't want to derail this too
Rock
much, but I love seeing the chat right now. It is so polarizing. It's hysterical. Like it's actually great. But anyway,
Best-selling
continue.
game.
It is objectively the best-selling Mega Man game or Battle Network anyway, which
Unfortunately.
is crazy. All right, Tofu, what's your thought?
I can't disagree that it introduced mechanics that are staples now, so I didn't consider that. So I'll change from F to D. But I think the requiring 3 playthroughs, and then if you're a kid
Oh my lord.
and you don't know that you're gonna have to play through this 3 times, and you're like, oh, let me use these dark chips. By the time you get to that 3rd playthrough, you can't do anything. Those viruses and the frequency that they show up,
Yeah.
unless you've been building a great folder this whole time, you're kind of screwed.
And if
And
you
you have to
miss a
start it
blue
all
mystery
over.
data, you have to do
Oh.
you have to do 3 playthroughs to get the mystery data.
Yes.
Back where you want it to
Don't
be.
even remind me.
Yes.
So I
John,
think
what's your take? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Tofu. Continue.
if you consider it as a singular playthrough, I think it's an alright game. But since it's required 3, and if you don't have the prerequisite knowledge of that, just bad design.
John, what's your take here?
I'd say you pretty much said exactly what I was going to say, because I've dabbled in making that. I've said I'd rank all these eventually for a video, and the only way I could rank Star Force 4 Battle Network 4 properly is you have to look at it as 2 separate games. You have to look at it as a single playthrough with like the music and the visuals and all the stuff that it brought in that improved the series. And then you have to look at all of Battle Network 4, which significantly, there's just nothing acceptable about the way that this game is structured with the multiple playthroughs. So I'd give it a C for 1 playthrough, but I'd have to knock it down to D if you want to actually complete the game.
That's
Not
a
even the
great
post
take.
game, just like doing all 3 runs. I'd have to knock it down to D.
That's a good take. Rockman, do you have a take?
Well, I guess everyone kind of said what I was gonna say. Really good points on the mechanics. It's true. Like I was originally gonna be like, yeah, F, but I realized like, no, it did add that in there. But yeah, as John said, it's like, yeah, if you take the whole thing, like the whole game, and then just try 100% it, yeah, it's bad. And also, I don't like the music. I don't know if that's a common opinion. But
Whoa.
I don't know. I think the music's kind of mid.
I mean, the only
Whoa.
look, the only 2 tracks are "Save Our Planet" and the tournament thing. Everyone else forgets the other ones because they suck.
Yeah,
If you-
exactly. Yeah,
boss
yeah.
theme?
And like
What?
the Undernet theme. I guess. Man, that. I mean, whatever that song that played in like the toy comp. Hate that song.
Oh,
Bum,
that's
bum,
good.
bum, 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 bum,
Yep.
bum,
Yep.
bum, bum,
Oh, no, here we go.
bum, bum, bum.
I love it. I
Yes,
love
no,
it.
So yeah, so D tier for me because I know
Okay.
there's stuff that's worse than this. I'm not gonna put it in F.
So I have a similar take to you guys, but it's a little bit different. It's like, it's funny, the more space that I give BN4, I get almost nostalgic, where I'm like, oh man, like, BN4, you know, it has the battle chip gate. Like, what a cool innovation. You know, in Japan, of course, not in the US, but whatever. It's like cool, groundbreaking innovation. How cool, you know? Oh wow, Soul Unison's like, in my opinion, an upgrade from styles. I'm sure people love their style changes too, but I think the idea of like sacrificing a chip and like transforming for a little bit, I like that a lot. You know, it's like, oh wow, like, you know, yeah, exactly, counter hits, like, you know, toning down some things. I'll say too, for better or for worse, it's pretty challenging, I think. You don't just get mega chips easily in that game. You like in most games, there's like some NPC that you can fight to challenge and get like, you know, fight Gutsman for his Gutsman chip or Metal Man for the Metal Man. BN4 doesn't have that, right? Like you have to find ghost chips. You don't even get roll in that game. I think it's the only game you just don't get roll, right? So like it can be pretty tough. Then there's like those stupid mole virus or the sheep viruses that are like, yeah, there's a lot of like really silly stuff. So I don't know if I knock it against it. The challenge is interesting. So it's like, okay, you know, you step away and you're like, oh, that's like really interesting. That's really cool. And then it's like I replayed it after playing BN3 again, and I'm like, the drop is just so unreal. It's like, you know, I don't know how people feel about the chibi style. I personally was not a big fan. You know, I like the chiptune music of BN2 and BN3. This is like personal stuff. Certainly the scenario is way worse, which sucks. Like you would think like this asteroids, you know, tournament, like somehow they butchered a tournament arc, man. It's like, I love tournament arcs, and it's like, they're just, every scenario is like, here's a ridiculous fetch quest, here's some stupid, like, asinine, like, little thing you gotta do. I don't know, it's tough, man. It's like, you play it again, and you're like, oh, like, this is so rough. I mean,
rubbing your face on every surface on the entire world to look for points.
and we nailed it too. Heaven forbid you miss a blue mystery data, right? Or the sea slider. You have to get that every playthrough.
But the game is an absolute mess, and completing it
I know
will
that
earn you a
totally
trip
about
to the
music.
loony
Like
bin.
I know that was a
Also,
taste thing, but
there's
that
so
was
much
more of a
filler in
necessity, because if
tournaments
you
and
wanted to have
survival battles that
a bunch of
Twinkies
playable
are
nabbies,
jealous.
that required a lot of space to be saved, and the new graphic style helped save them that space.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it was a utilitarian move at the end of the day.
Yeah. No, for sure. And it
Smaller
makes
chips.
sense. It makes sense. We have, you know, BN6 wouldn't be what it is without the chibi style. So that's a little nitpicky for sure. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't like it. I dread it. It's like one of those games where I'm like, oh my gosh, here's another stupid fetch quest. Here's another dumb thing. You guys have good points. I mean, again, I wanted to give it an F. I could bump it to a D. That, you know, that's kind of how I feel. I feel like C's a little high, personally, but that's kind of where I'm at. Anyone have thoughts? I guess we could do another vote again if we've all said the things. Anyone have any other thoughts?
I haven't had a spot yet.
Okay, let's hear it. Soul.
But
What's your take?
I'm gonna get memed on, and I don't quite care.
Okay.
But everything that you guys mentioned as a negative for this game was an absolute positive for me. Now,
All right, guys, I'm out. No, I absolutely respect.
Oh, so let me preface
Let's
this
hear
with, I played Battle 3 a little bit. I played a little bit of Battle 2. I never played them to completion because I didn't own Game Boy Advance at the time. Battle 4 was the first Battle game I owned personally, physically, and 100%. And my God, I loved it. I loved it so much. Every playthrough was different and unique because it was a different scenario every time. And I just loved that so much. Every playthrough was like something just new to discover, something new to understand about the game. And I engaged in it. I didn't care about finding the memories and all these other things and all that whatnot. I cared because it was a new investment in the story that I can partake in every time. And it was fresh. And I even loved it more because you could keep playing the new game and find new things. You can keep doing that. You can add the navies from the other games and get more story content out of that. You get playthroughs that are completely different every time. And I loved it. I loved it. I literally had a game that had up to continue 63. I swear to you, I did. But I lost that game.
Continue
I wish I could look
63?
at this game with this. If I had experienced this game when I still had childlike whimsy and wonder, I feel like I might be a little
played
more
this game in high
positive on it.
school.
I feel
I
like
played this game in high school.
But so do you
absolutely
think
fair.
do you think as a
That's not
30-year-old
really
plus
personal.
guy would you still like, do you think it still holds up in that regard, or is it like the nostalgia speaking?
Honestly, it's not fair because what happens with people, and this is a common misconception,
Only the Gutsman scenario
the
was
first thing you
terrible,
experience
but let's
in the
not
lens
forget
of an
the
entire
AC/DC
game
town
or a
music.
system or anything like that is going to be the thing that you love and gravitate the most because it's the first thing you experience and it's wholesome, right? That's like Dragon Ball Z is an amazing anime for sure, right? But as a Dragon Ball Z fan who's grown up with that series, obviously I'm going to still think it's amazing despite its flaws. But someone watching it from today in 2024 for the first time might be like, oh wow, this is nothing like, I don't know, some X new anime that came out. You know, the Dragon Ball Z is terrible. But the person that experienced Dragon Ball Z first and grew up with that, they're going to think Dragon Ball Z is one of the best things of all time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Dragon Ball Z is one of the best things of all time. It's the same with Battle Network. This was the first game I experienced in the entirety, and I was there for it. And I'm not gonna lie to you, Battle Network 4 is A tier for me, bro. Like it's for me, it's A tier, and it's because of all the multiple playthroughs, dude. Imagine my thought process on playthrough number 4, right? I'm playing through it, and I discover base, and I'm like, yo, this wasn't even here the first 3 times I played it, and now I'm experiencing that. You know what I'm saying? And it was just so cool. I don't know.
A is too high.
I understand. But that's my vote.
I respect you saying it.
I do respect it. That's cool that you had that experience.
I will say the only people defending for the ones who started with it and had no point of reference to compare it to, and that's my kill shot.
Yeah, and that's my kill shot. I'm taking locked in.
I will say, as someone who makes videos on these, like that's one of my most viewed videos, like 100,000 views. And a lot of the comments are, and this is absolutely not discounting you in any way. I mean, it's 100% genuine here. Every comment that says "I love this game" also says Battle Network 4 was the first one I played.
That's interesting.
Fair. Like, your point about Dragon Ball, as someone who's in the exact same boat with Dragon Ball, like yeah, it does feel that way.
If I can chime in one more point that I want to make. I dare you. Well, I guess I can't dare you because you can't delete your memory. But I don't think BN4 is beatable without a guide. There are so many dumb little. I mean, maybe that's hyperbole a little bit, but
I had to memorize a lot.
Finding the C slider again, like 95% of your playthroughs, you're going to need to get it. You have to talk to 3 random navis and random spots. There's very few hints about it. You have to do it every time. I remember as a kid being stuck in the Sharo, it was like Cold Man scenario. It's like, you need to get Black Bomb F or something. Mm-hmm. And it's like, where? How do I
chip traded
it. Data.
I chip traded it, bro.
Okay, so again, you had the most beautiful childhood ever, Soul. Your childhood was amazing with unicorns. Some of us played BN3 and loved the Peak game, and they could not believe what happened to the series. They could not even believe it, man. They just couldn't believe it. So anyway, I'm getting passionate. I'm being a little silly, but A is high. A is very high. That's all I can tell you. That's very high.
That's my vote, and I'm sticking to it. Y'all can vote your C's and F's. Y'all got it, bro.
In one scenarios, you pixel hunt in the undernet. It's a D.
Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Need a guide? All right, then. Tell me how easy it is to get Air Hockey 2i. How hard is it, KNIJohn?
Can you hear that? Can you guys hear that? Forte was asking, how easy is it to get Air Hockey 2i, John? If you think BN4 doesn't need a guide, how easy is it, John?
There's some fun codes that are almost entirely locked off. Almost entirely. I'll give the game credit. I don't think anything is technically 100% locked off if you're trying to like do all the program advances and stuff. But when I was trying to finish, there was like 2 program advances. I needed one specific code of a virus that shows up in one computer with a 10% spawn chance and like a 3% chip drop rate. And eventually I just had to have Forte send me them because I couldn't get it.
Guide. That is a guide. That's a guide game right there for sure. Yeah. And again, whatever. Like we said earlier, that was the era. You got to sell your guidebooks, whatever. But like, oh my gosh, that game.
I do want to say real quick while we're here, because like I know we have Rockman EXEZone people here. Like, I cannot thank all of you enough. Everyone who makes those guides that like lists all of those are just
amazing. Yeah.
Godsends.
It completely impossible without it.
I'm with you. Okay, so I'm gonna go one at a time. Soul says A. I'm not gonna reveal my bias. Well, I'm very revealing my biases. Soul says A. Who's next? Give out a letter or any arguments if you still got them.
D.
D from killer.
B.
B for B. Oh
B for best.
Let's go, killer. Let's go.
John, what do you
I'll
think?
give it C.
C. Rockman, what's your take?
I mean, Soul's arguments. I mean, like, yeah, if you play it the first time, you know, it's like a new experience, and it's like, I mean, D tier.
Okay. Amazing. Amazing.
I'm glad it worked because it's clearly what they were going for. So I'm glad like the idea of like this wonder of a new game every time worked for some people.
That's Again, if the scenarios weren't just so stupid, it's like, oh, my ghost is dead. I've got to find the ghost. Oh, I've got to Sparkman. I've got to go around town counting
so
trees. I've got to count trees for this randomized code. Oh gosh. Okay.
I knew every spot, every location. You just ran through it. It was just like easy at that point.
I am with John.
I keep my full cust in there.
That Water God. I was ready to give Water God. Oh my gosh, Water God. Good Tofu Friday. I don't think I asked you. What's your take? Be honest. We have a range here. We have a range.
I'll bump up my initial F to a D only because it introduced a lot of mechanics that are staples to the series, and if I'm going to give that kind of credit to BN1, I have to do it for BN4.
Oh my gosh, I want to give it an F, but I will also begrudgingly bump up to a D. So we've got an interesting situation, folks. We've got A, B, C, D, 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 D. That is what I have written down. I don't know how to resolve this.
C.
It sounds like it. It sounds like a D. It sounds like a D. Majority rules.
Do you guys all agree with that?
This is democracy over here.
They don't all agree. That's more democracy. Really? Right?
I actually kind of like the idea of chat tie breaking this. I don't know. How do you guys feel about that?
Yo, let's go.
Do you want to keep it?
What do you think, chat?
Let's. I can make
chat with D's.
I'll make a poll. I'll make an actual Twitch poll real quick. I am so curious because again, this is honestly, and actually, John, I think part of the reason it must be your favorite or one of the most viewed videos is probably just like it's so polarizing, right? It's like one of the. It's
Yes.
like you know, it's just
Yeah, that's definitely it. There's a lot of people are like, oh, I want to hear what someone else has to say, but I want to hear him completely crap on this game, or I want to hear him sort of defend it.
Give me the SoulXCross childhood fancy and wonder. Like, oh my gosh, I wish I had that experience. I'm like,
he
man,
swayed me a little bit. I'm gonna be honest. I was between the C and the D, but I was like,
I know
that story was beautiful.
That actually was. That actually was beautiful. I hate it. I hate that it was beautiful. I'm like, I want to be. I feel like as a person, I'm pretty optimistic and happy. But like when I can just let it out, man. Like there are some games I just wanna beat down. You know what I mean? But it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was very beautiful. All right, gang, chat.
Chat agrees.
Chat. Unfortunately, I know a lot of people are on YouTube. I don't think you can. There's a cross-platform version of that. If you want to hop on Twitch for a second, you can. Why are there so many A's? I don't understand. What? That's crazy.
Soul Story was just that good. It was that convincing.
It's just that good.
It's all for the memes.
It's a good game.
F and A for the memes, but you know
that's probably it. I think I turned off bonus points too. I do think.
Thank you. My peoples is actually turning up for this, and I appreciate y'all because y'all know what's real. Y'all know what's real for real. That's what I'm saying.
You can vote with what we pay 1,000. Looks like.
Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Wait! I'm sorry. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm very sorry. Stop the count.
It really is a political debate.
That's
crazy. I'm buying votes. I'm buying it.
I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't. I mean, again, I'm just. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all.
There's no universe where Battle Network 4 get today. All right, get out of here.
That's.
Wow. Relax.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm pretty sure you got your points back. No, I'm pretty sure you got your points back. But yes, that is the case. That is that was a huge oversight. Maybe I'll give another chip away as a punishment for my mistakes.
Come on, guys.
Okay.
Look at the game objectively, right? This is one of my things that I always have to deal with is new players joining N1 and being like, "Yeah, guys, Battle Network 4 sucks," and it's like, no, No, it doesn't. And you have no, it doesn't, guys.
I can see the argument for positivity, for reduce the toxicity, right? I could see the again, I cannot believe that playthrough you had. That's amazing.
63, bro.
I did not have that play. That's insane. 63 continues is bonkers. That is absolutely bonkers. I am not going to sugarcoat it. That is freaking bonkers.
You want to know how I lost that save?
How?
I'll tell you how I lost the save. I actually wanted all the battle chips to trade with my friends because they were trying to get into Battle Network at that time. And I used the Game Shark to duplicate chips. And then I found out Battle Network 4's code is like paper thin. The moment you try to Game Shark that even a little bit, everything starts going bonkers, bro.
Oh, wow.
And I lost my save file for it. And I cried. I cried, bro. I
would
so
cry
pissed.
too if I did 63 continues and that got reset.
Yeah. I was so proud of that
Great
save.
argument for why it should be D. Paper.
That's crazy. You shouldn't be Game Sharking anything.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, so the person who voted, so the person who gave it the highest rating went to Game Shark it. What does that tell you, chat?
That's true.
I wanted to play with my friends. What?
In order to play BN4 with your friends, you have to Game Shark. It's a D. Do we agree?
That's crazy. That's
Going
propaganda.
to be the police had to come and confiscate it from me because I was just becoming far too powerful after that many playthroughs of Battle Network 4.
After 63
the
scenarios.
secrets of the universe, and they just couldn't have that.
I love it. Oh gosh, that's funny.
It's crazy.
That is funny. All right, gang. Well, as that gets wrapped up, I think there's like a minute left. I probably did too long of a poll, but again, it's looking very D. Just off the bat, 57% of the vote is at D. I will say a respectable amount of A's and C's. That's kind of interesting too. Okay, and again, I don't think do you guys think there's a big difference between Red Sun and Blue Moon? I personally don't.
No, you can lump them together. I think that's fine. Honestly,
it's just Junk Soul's the best one out of all of them. Let's just be real.
If you're keeping it a buck, 100% true. Especially in PvP. Like if you have Permasoul, Junk Soul is ridiculous. Like, I'm keeping it a buck.
But no, to be serious, they're basically the same. I'm just saying Junk Soul's king.
Yeah. He does look cool. And because there was so much passion for BN4, I think there's no argument that we place it above Star Force 2. I don't think anyone was that. I guess Mega Rock, but otherwise there was no passionate appeals for anything like that. So I think that's pretty fair.
We're gonna change it once we get to the actual pad games.
There you go. Soul, as the ardent defender of BN4, I'll let you pick the next game. What should we talk about?
Let's talk about another controversial game, and that's gonna be Battle Network 5.
Okay.
And specifically talking about the Game Boy Advance ones before the DS.
Okay.
I think we should tackle like remakes last.
Okay. So GBA BN5.
GBA BN5.
This will be interesting because the people who love 4 hate 5 because 5, what 5 tried to do was give the player respect more of the player's time, and that ultimately it does not jive well with the BN4 lovers because BN4 lovers don't they love the time being wasted. So because it
that's crazy. Yo, that's crazy.
Disrespect me.
Now, and here's why. The whole multiplayer thing was done better in 5 because you could turn off the gateway to get the distant viruses and chips. You didn't have to play through the whole game and get V2 and V3. You just had to play through the playthrough 1, which is still not great, but you could do it. For that reason, and honestly, the Liberation missions, they're not the problem. The problem with BN5 was library versus the enemy design. Same problem as 4. They had shared the same problems, but 5 improved slightly in some areas. And it has the best aesthetic in the series. Best area designs, best looking net area, best sounding music. It is a C. Solid.
Okay, that's a cool appeal. Who wants to go next? Yeah, Mega Rock, what's your take?
I just said agreed.
So yeah,
like, those are good points.
Cool.
It's like a decent improvement. It does have some of the same flaws, but still, I think we can all agree it could be ranked higher than a D, right?
Oh yeah, 1000%. I mean, me personally, I don't know. That's my 1000%. Tofu, you were saying something. I cut you off.
Well, when I first booted up that game and encountered Liberation missions, I thought I bought the wrong game.
That's so funny. As someone who started with BN1,
yeah. So at the time, I hated it. I've grown to not hate it. Honestly, it's not my favorite, but I don't hate it. But I think that the Undernet is way too brutal
Mm-mm.
compared
Fair.
to the other games.
Now that's a positive. I don't
fair.
know what you saying. That's a positive. We need.
Oh, I could not get through the graveyard. I never beat the
That's
graveyard.
fair.
Oh, are you talking about 6? Or is there a graveyard in 5 too?
Yeah, there's a graveyard in 5. The last
Nebula?
area of the
Nebula?
undernet. There's like a bunch of tombstones.
I think that's 6 too.
This is
Yeah,
six.
that's 6.
Am I going crazy?
Kinda. He said it's too hard. 6 was baby game. Honestly.
No, maybe not a graveyard. There was an area where you had to fight. Like all the viruses were very hard, and you were in the very last area. You would...
Maybe Nebula. Yeah, maybe Nebula area.
Is this when the ghosts? Is this when the ghosts attach you? You get bugs.
Oh, I could see getting that mixed up
I
with the
remember
ghosts.
I haven't gone back to 5 since I played it because I just didn't like it that much.
Fair. Well,
But
if you had to give it
I think
a score,
Nebula area though, not graveyard.
Yeah.
yeah. And what would you say, Tofu?
I'll give it a C.
Okay.
I think a C is very fair. It's not, nothing about it is terribly egregious or anything. It's fine, but not if you want classic BN gameplay.
Okay. Anyone else got a strong thought, or even a weak thought?
I'm delaying myself because I'm gonna have to be the one who's gonna come out here swinging for Battle Network 5.
I like it. I like it.
right,
Cosmo, what do you think? Cosmo, what do you think?
I don't know. I don't have that many strong opinions on this one. I think Killer's arguments are good. I agree with them, but also same thing. I agree with Tofu as well. But I did really like the Liberation missions when I first saw them. Like, I guess coming off of Battle Network 4, I was just wanting to enjoy something, you know. So I was like, I don't know. I didn't expect something like the Liberation missions, but I think when I encountered them, I had a good time with them. So yeah, I don't know, because it's like I kind of want to put in A, but I don't know. It doesn't really hit the highs as some of the other ones. So I guess maybe a B, I guess. But I'm kind of like in a middle ground right here. I don't really have strong opinions either way. So we'll see if John can sway me.
That sounds like a C to me, but I guess if you but maybe, well, I guess B is like the positive take on that. So
Yeah, it's like a positive middle ground, whatever you call it. I don't know.
yeah, that's fair. Soul, did you share your take?
I did not, but I definitely have one. It's funny that Killer said people who played Battle Network 4 have a disdain for Battle Network 5, and I'm here to tell you that it's absolutely false. I loved Battle Network 5. I actually really like when I was younger. It took me a little bit longer to get into the whole Liberation mission thing because I wasn't playing it on Game Boy Advance. I was playing it on emulator. But when I finally got my hands on the physical copy years later, and I was able to sit down and give it more a hands-on experience because I was able to buy one, I really liked it. I thought it was a lot of fun, and honestly, I would give it a B. I really like Battle Network 5.
You are the first fan I heard that loves 4 and also loves 5. It's usually like you love 4 but hate 5. It's
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. It takes a lot for a Mega Man BN or Star Force game for me to like not like it, and the Star Force 2 looking, the Star Force 2 looking kind of sus. But yeah, no, like I loved Battle Network 5. I really did. When I discovered Base Cross was a thing. Right.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
Flabbergasted.
I was sold, bro.
I'm gonna chime in to give John the last word. I don't know if I agree with Killer on like a broad like sociological level, but on a personal level, I do hate 4 and I do like 5 a lot more. To me, 5 was like a return to form. It was like whatever that 4 nonsense was. We're back to like a solid scenario. You know, getting to know the characters. I thought it was cool that like a lot of BN2 characters returned. Like, you know, getting like Magnet Man and Nightman and Shadow Man and Toadman. Like, I thought that was really cool. I just think Soul Unisons are cool, so having more of them was awesome. I think Chaos Unisons were interesting. Love the battle music in that game. I like the boss music a lot, the regular virus battles a lot. It's funny, I feel weird about Liberation missions. Even as a kid, I felt like they were too easy, but maybe that's just me being like a super spiky BN guy. I don't know, but I see a lot of people online who hate it. I, as a kid, did not have a problem with the 100 swinging your kendo sword at 100 things. I've heard a lot of people complain about it recently. I don't have a strong opinion on that. I know that is a controversial thing. I will say I don't really care for the dungeons that much. I feel like that Shadow Man, or not Shadow Man, that ninja one where you're like swapping the progs. That one I kind of dread every time I think about it, for whatever reason. So I don't know. I feel like B is pretty good. I like it. I don't think it's nearly as amazing as the other games, but I breathed a sigh of relief even as a kid that it was like, hey, here we go. We're back. We're backing at it. I like this idea of taking back the net, Protoman as your friend or whatever. So yeah, that's my take. All right, John, what do you think?
All right, so was I address this point by point because a lot of you said stuff that I absolutely agree with. I don't think there's anyone who said anything I vehemently disagree with at all, but I would still probably put the game in A for me personally, but a B if I'm being more realistic, I guess. I absolutely love Liberation missions. That's probably just because I like strategy RPGs. I would play an entire game made of just Liberation missions, and I know that's gonna make some people upset to hear, but that's true. Just the idea of having like this team that grows over time, and they're all supposed to have strengths, and then there's Medi, but they're supposed to have their own strengths and everything. They all have their own little quirks. That's really cool.
Many fans got to go to the hospital right now.
I never found the Liberation missions to be bad. I just didn't expect them in my Mega Man Battle Network.
It is different. Right. It's definitely
very weird.
Yeah, or jarring. Yeah, I understand.
Absolutely. Presentation wise, I know we dabbled a bit in the presentation here, but I don't think there's a game that wins as many presentation points from me out of all of them. And then Five's got like not just like some of my favorite songs, but like my favorite songs of like staples. Like the best boss theme, I think is Powerful Enemy. The best like sad boy theme, I don't know what you want to call it. The best emotional theme, I think is Shadow of Heart. I think You Are Not Alone is the best hero theme. I'm sorry, Proof of Courage, you're right there. I love you. But I think You Are Not Alone is the best hero theme. So I love all the music so much. The Liberation theme itself is an absolute vibe.
Super.
I love all the someone said earlier about the Navi designs. The only Navi design I don't like is Gyro Man, and that's because not even because it's a bad design. It's because he's a transformer. He doesn't look like he belongs there. He looks like he has a completely different art style.
He does.
He's cool.
He's cool.
He is cool. Not a big fan of Charlie, but I'm sure we've all seen that image from the Rockman Complete Works with him in mail at this point.
Oh, true.
The only things I would bring down for Battle Network 5 that would make me bring it from like A for me personally down to a B is end area might be the worst designed like.
Oh, John, did we
squares and squares and squares and squares, and it is so easy to get lost, and you have to go there like 3 or 4 times in a row during that scenario.
That's true.
Yeah, but the squares make a circle though. You know what I mean? No, but on a serious note, what's this about Charlie and May? Did you say Melu?
Yes. So there's a tiny little piece of concept art. I think it's from the Complete Works. I'm not sure. I've seen it. And it's Charlie and Mail, and it's like, hey, you should come see me in 10 years. Or something like that.
Wow. No, I never saw that. That's bad.
I did not know that. I also did not know that. Wait, I'm gonna.
I'll have to. I put it in my newest video as a joke. I'll have to. I could take a screenshot of it later.
No,
I'll send it to you guys.
Terrible. Bet. I'm done.
Show that later. Debbie, don't live Google. That's a mistake.
Yeah, that is a mistake.
Don't Google Charlie X Mail. Dear God.
Debbie, no.
Oh, I see it. It's so bad.
No. Run.
No.
Boy, oh boy. Okay. Well,
and then the dungeon, the dungeons, yeah, they bring it down. I think the first dungeon is fine. The last dungeon is what every dungeon in the game should have been. Every dungeon should have been you swapping between the different characters to get stuff done. I don't know why only the last dungeon is like that. And yeah, the Ninja Prog dungeon is just trial and error because you can't see the whole field. You just have to keep looping around.
You know, it's funny, John. You kind of said something that I wish, now that I think about it, I wish I felt more in the game. Because you're right, the idea of building your team and like these different personalities and like, you know, like that's a really cool concept. I felt like in the game, you're right, like it like having more of that in dungeons would have been really cool and felt more like unifying because I felt like there weren't too many times that like the team got to interact and like kind of.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that would have been really cool to see some of that. Also, I will say again, as cool as like a lot of the stuff is, I think BN5 has maybe the most nonsensical plot. Not that that's a huge deal.
Oh, I love it. It's terrible. It's awful. At least Battle Network 4's plot is just non-existent. Battle Network 5's plot is stupid and bad and doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think we're going with a B. Is that the average consensus? Does anyone have a strong take either way? I've seen a few C's. I think mostly B's. I think is.
I've got one for you.
Let's hear it.
I think C for the GBA and B for the DS.
Oh, we didn't even talk about the DS version. Yeah.
I think we should do like those versions a little later.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's no denying the DS is better than the GBA. That's for sure. But I don't hold it against the GBA either because like that was just like a bonus add-on, like kind of final version, I guess. I like B personally. Does anyone feel strongly that it shouldn't be a B, that it should be a C?
I like B.
I'm not strongly for it, but I was gonna put probably WCDS as a B, and I can't put the GBA and DS in the same level. So
okay. I guess we were kind of split with C's and B's. Truthfully, we're pretty close. I could throw it another poll just between B and C with chat if anyone has a strong.
I think that'd be a good one. That'd be a good one to look at.
Do you guys agree?
Yeah.
It seems like it's close. Do the C's feel strongly that it's a C?
I feel somewhat strongly based on other games, but it's a C.
Yeah. Okay. Then let's open it up. Why not? But we can also probably move on too. We probably don't have to wait entirely for this.
Yeah.
I think we could all unanimously do 4.5 real quick.
Okay. Let's hear it.
F.
F.
Hey,
hey.
A or B?
That's crazy. Who said that?
See, when you give it a high score, you know they didn't really play the whole game.
I played like 6 navies. It's like the first phone game.
I 100%ed all 21.
But this isn't a phone game.
It's easy enough to play on the phone. It's easy. You play it once every day. I played it on my phone when I was testing the translation. I did like 5 navies. I did like 3 more after.
Okay.
You quote unquote play it. Okay. I think play is in quotations. It is
like,
so bad.
Get to the final boss.
TREZ put out a patch to change the gameplay. That's how bad it was. And this is a shot across the bow.
That's crazy.
That's a very
oh,
funny take.
Wow.
That's a funny take. So
Wow.
what's your take? You're reeling here. What's your take, Soul?
All right, so I did say F, but I was memeing. But I would say like a low D. The only reason I say that is because the first if you're legally trying to play this, I want to put that as a lens here too. If you're legally trying to play this, you have to go through a lot of hoops to play it, right? And I don't really condone piracy in any kind of way. However you get your games, however you get your game, I prefer having the physical or extracting the games from my physical carts to put them on my computer if I want to go that route. So I actually own everything that I use, right? I have a bunch of the battle chip stuff like that. But to expect someone to get all those battle chips and to get through all the gates and have to get all this merchandising, it's just not a good sell for a Game Boy Advance game. They're like, why do I have to have real physical life DLC for my GBA game? And the argument about it being a phone game, I think is fair if it were a phone game. It's a Game Boy Advance game, right? And we already have models of all the other Game Boy Advance games and what can make them good. And 4.5 wasn't that. I 100% love Gregar Masters PvP run of the game. I think it's fucking I think it's phenomenal. Oh my god. But it's like it's really good, but I gotta say it's not great. It's not a great game. I feel like that. But I do respect giving it a high placing because it's the first game where you actually can play as so many different navies, and that alone is like really cool, and I love it for that.
Yeah, honestly, I agree with all your points. So, I was gonna go to a D, mainly because you do feel like you're a net operator playing a navi, right? And that's just main strength.
Yeah,
that's what's appealing for. So I can't knock it for that. The reason I give it an F is for what you said. To actually play the actual game, not emulated, the actual game, you had to have all these extra peripherals, spend all this extra money, and then you had to wait a week of like in-game time, like actual time, to actually play it. To actually do your tournaments, you had to wait days and days in real life, like an actual mobile game you've seen today. Not going to work. Sorry, that's not good. People who say, I play a few navies. Yes, if you play a few navies and don't complete them, it's okay. But if you play it more and more, you realize how tedious and boring and dull this is, and that's why I went from a D to an F.
I am very interested in MegaRock. Oh, I'm sorry, Killer. Yeah, you go ahead. But I do want to hear MegaRock's like argument why it's a better.
I 100%ed every Navi, got all the HP memories for all of them. The more you play, the worse it gets. Base is a good final, like, hey, you did everything, have this OP character. Yeah, reward. And that's cool. But you had to go through 20 characters. In the English translation, you had to get the other characters, because we're not using, tools here. You had to beat the official tournament with every character. So it's in line with the spirit of the original, but in the original, you couldn't get every character unless you bought stuff. So that's why I have to give it an F.
I know MegaRock. I know we were talking about MegaRock. If you don't mind, I want to chime in too. I guess I'm surprised. Well, maybe not surprised, but I know 4.5 is like more fringe, right? Because it was Japanese only. People's exposure to it is probably through ROMs and like playing on your cell phone or whatever. Yeah. And maybe I'm the only person. I actually wonder if I'm the only person here who. I mean, I just love chips, right? I've talked about that earlier. Like having a chip gate, having the chips. I think it's a really fun experience. The game was designed for the Battleship Gate. Like it was. I feel like it's hard to judge the game without it. I can see that you could like. I don't know. It's tough, right? It's like oh, I hated Dance Dance Revolution because I played on my controller, and it's like no. The game was designed for a pad. You have to play the pad. You got to dance. Or I play Guitar Hero without the guitar. It's like come on, no. You have to. It's designed for that. Like this is the real operation. It's cool to play as your favorite Navi. I do agree the story is nothing. I do agree the scenario is nothing. I just think it was like for what it was to have a full campaign dedicated to the actual experience of it is interesting and cool. It's a niche game, right? It's not going to be. Yeah. I wouldn't even really call it it's not a mainline game, right? It's like this is the definition of a niche spin-off. Play it if you got the gate. Avoid it if you don't. I think for what it is, I enjoy it. Maybe B is high as C. I don't know. I wouldn't bash it for what it is. I think it's interesting.
I was counting for Battleship Gate. Like assuming you bought those together, you still had to buy like extra chips just to use like the navies in game. You had to slot them in, right? Mm-hmm. So and that was a gacha system in of itself. So even if I buy the accessory, I can't play the game's content until I get extra gacha. That is my issue.
But you can opt into how much you want, right? It's like, if you just want to have Gutsman and roll, like you don't have to pay any money, like
you get the 4 basic navies out of like 21 of them.
True, but I also feel like if you really cared about your Navi, like, is that such a big deal to own?
I mean, have maybe an argument for that, actually.
Okay, let's hear it, Tim.
Oh.
In that you have to really, for this game especially, you have to keep in mind the market it was sold in. And why it wasn't sold here in America, because we don't play games in that way. But in Japan, for forever, that's how they play a lot of video games, through a gacha kind of system. So the fact that they had to hunt for the chips is part of the IRL gameplay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it does. I know there's a meme of like. I know there's a meme of like. It makes you feel like Batman or whatever. I know that's a meme, but you really do feel like an operator. And for what it's worth, I like the AI Navi. I know some people like hate it or whatever. I like the idea of just like focusing on your chips and your Navi does its thing. I don't know. That's just me. MegaRock, what's your take? I know you're probably dying to talk.
Well, I already had my bit about how I played it a lot and I enjoyed it on the phone. I played it like literally on the phone because it's easy enough to play because of the auto aim and control stuff.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, like I said, I got through like 6-7 navies or so, and like I don't need to finish the game. My impression is made, and I like the time I spent with it because it's like once you get strong enough, you just have enough of a like chip library to really sleep the first couple days worth of content. You just check in and play the game for a bit and play something else after, and it's like a modern mobile game, but back then, and it plays fine for the phone. And I had a good time.
John, what's your take?
I think that's fair. Yeah.
John, what's your take?
Oh yeah, I've just been sort of quiet over here because I don't. It's like you were just saying, like the cultural stuff and all the peripherals and stuff like that. I'm not a 10-year-old Japanese child in 2004 or whatever. Like, me personally, as like an adult playing this game on a computer in 2024, I'd give it like a D for the same things everyone said. It's kind of automated. There's basically no story. The time gate stuff is absolutely ludicrous if you don't do one of the ways you can get around that. But if I had a battle chip gate, if I had a bunch of battle chips, I feel like I could easily bump it up to a C, at least.
To
Like
be
that
fair,
just seems like such an amazing thing to do, just for the novelty of it, even.
The novelty is strong. That's really the
strong.
selling point. That is the game. You know, if you're
Yeah.
playing it without
Exactly.
the chip gate, it's going to be subpar because it's just like not even a
Like
thing.
I said, it's like DDR with a controller. Like, I mean, that's Friday Night Funkin', but you know, yeah.
Sure.
Rockman, do you have a take, Rockman Cosmo?
Not too strong of a take. I think everyone has some good opinions on this. I have actually been able to play it with the battle chip gate. In fact, Tofu, he sent me a battle chip gate with 4.5.
Oh, nice.
Unfortunately, the battery was dead, so I had to get it through other means. But I was able to play it with the battle chip game, the physical chips, and I think that it really is a game that's built on its novelty. And like, if it didn't have it, it'd definitely be lower. But also, I just kind of like I don't know. It always comes back to music for me. I don't know why. I like the little remixes that they did of the net navies, but also whatever, you got to unlock them as a whole nother logistical problem. But it's like some of the navies that didn't have like 8-bit themes, like Searchman, for example, the way they were able to kind of demake his theme for the GBA, I thought that was really cool. But yeah, I think since I was able to play it with the battle chips, and I do have a good amount, I think I bumped up to a C for me. But if just like on its own, definitely a D, because without that novelty factor, there really is not much that's there.
The bass theme was a banger, and I mean, it was a genuine banger.
And I'll chime in too. This is total personal preference. I love that they returned to the chiptune style for the music. That's like something. Like I get really hyped when I hear 4.5 music on Tango. I'm like, yeah, let's go. I get really into it. Again, total aside. That being said, I think we've all talked about it. Let's just go one at a time and give our score. Anyone? B.
Okay. A game so bad that TREZ put a patch to change the entire gameplay model. That's an admission of failure. F.
Scathing.
I know it might seem unfair, but I got to give it a D. In the way that I can experience it, it's a D.
Okay. We got.
I've been swayed. I'm interested in giving it a B. I'm interested in giving it a B or a C. I can middle the C actually.
Novelty's great, but like I'm talking about substance is all.
Ooh.
Wow. Novelty is the substance for me.
I've got the full pack that came with the gate and everything. So even when didn't have a translation, I was able to play it at least a little bit. So I have some nostalgia. So I'm gonna give it a C personally.
Okay. Cosmo, what do you think?
C.
This is so spicy. We've got. So before I vote, it's BB, CC, DF. Yeah, I think it's mid. I think it's a C personally. But with the caveat that I did play it as intended, and I'm literally the target audience where I'm like, I want all the chips. Like I'm the card game junkie who's like, I want to scan all the barcodes and stuff. So with the caveat that and actually that's interesting. Me being the target audience, the highest I could give it is a C. That is actually really interesting. But yeah, I don't know, gang. That makes it CCC, BB, DF. I don't know how to resolve this.
That's a C. That's a C.
I think that's a C.
Yeah,
that averages out.
The D and the F cancel out the B's, and then the C's come in. So yeah, I think 4.5 by our communal experience is a C. Okay, how about MegaRock? You can pick the next one. I know you were the most passionate for 4.5.
Well then, let's go for an easy. What do we want to do? Do we want to do 6 or Battleship Challenge?
Take your pick.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I guess killer is really
Okay. How about 6 then?
okay. Get rocked, killer.
Okay, because we need an easy one that we all agree on, right? Okay, so like let's just put 6 on S and get it over with, right? Next game.
Yeah. What are people thinking?
A or S, honestly. You know what, my only reason
Yeah, that's a hard one.
You can argue for an A is because the story is not the greatest like shooting.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Like the story completely disappears and falls apart in the second half.
Yep.
It's also repetitive. Like how many times on the spot?
We missed you a little bit, killer. You're also getting a little quieter. I don't know if it's like a mic thing or
I'm back.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So the reason I was going to say A is because the story kind of it also repeats itself quite a bit, right? How many times Mega Man going to get knocked out by the World War 3? I know we're pushing alter navies. I get it. I would have loved to see a longer post game and not have alter navies, but what we got was plentiful. So high A for me. There's no sections of A. Yeah.
I admit this is coming with someone who does love PvP a lot. I strongly agree with the story stuff. I strongly agree with the repetitiveness. There was another point I wanted to make. I totally blanked. I think A. I think A personally. Even with the amazing PvP, I think and a good A.
For how cool Beast is.
Strongest library,
the
best well-designed library in the
is
series.
S plus
It's
or S
efficient
based on how
distribution, so
complete
side in your
Unicorn
favor.
flexible
That's what
6F is
hurts
compared to
You
6G.
keep M-Cannon in Dive Man's area. It's like, you're not even trying to.
Apple Turtle was saying Gregar is an S for how cool Gregar Beast is, and that Falzar is S plus or S minus for like the flexibility and competitive play. That's fun.
I have a question.
Yeah.
For the people here and chat actually. For me it's an A, but I think with the English translation and playing with the gate, it becomes an S.
That's interesting.
And I want to know what your guys' opinions on that are.
Having also done a playthrough with the gate, it is pretty cool. But it's funny. I would have preferred something like 4.5, ironically. But it is I don't know. It is interesting. Oh, here's my points. I think 6 is extraordinarily easy.
Yeah.
To its detriment.
Yeah.
That was my other opinion for A. I think like Machine Gun 1 that you get in like the
It's
start
pretty
of the area.
good.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
If the enemy design was like difficult, like 4 or 5s, I could probably overlook the story and make it an S. I think.
Yeah.
I think the only. I'm sorry.
Yeah, John.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I think the only challenging part about this game, and that's only if you don't like hyper plan your build for each boss, is like base BX. He is rough to fight if you don't like actually just make a whole deck countering everything he does, or something like that.
Only because his buster cannot be dodged.
Yeah, that's rough. 200 per pop and it's non-flashing. Oof.
No, it's also
Oof.
like the buster comes out faster than the game can read your input. I know because I've done this. I've dodged 1 through 5's buster. I can't dodge 6 because it's even if you're on walking up on ice, the input does not come out fast enough. The game will hit you. It's honestly probably an oversight. You could dodge SPs perfectly. You could not dodge BXs.
No, BX is rough.
Probably an error, honestly. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm hearing a lot of A's. I know MegaRock was going for S. Cosmo, do you have any thoughts?
I think A is good. I agree. I think the story is what puts it down from an S for me.
And John, do you have any thoughts
the way
too?
it concluded.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the one other note about the difficulty is that, and you can actually see this. I'm sure people in chat can attest to this. When people mad at me that I'm not using crosses and stuff while I'm playing the game, it's like the game is so easy that unless you're fighting a boss, it's not worth the 10 seconds of watching the cutscene to see the cross come out, because you could have finished the battle by that point with just regular chips anyway. So the cross is such an amazing system that regular virus encounters, there's basically no reason for you to even activate it.
Do we all agree A? Is this pretty unanimous? I know MegaRock was pushing for S, but I think like there's a lot of A's.
I think A. Yeah.
I'm hard pushing S.
Concede to A.
Okay, hold on. MegaRock and Soul are hard S's. Or
I'm hard pushing S.
And MegaRock, are you were saying like a soft S maybe, or like are you pretty hard?
Right. I mean, I could concede to A if that's what it takes, but I'd still rank it high up there.
Yeah, I have to agree with MegaRock on this one. 100%. Like, everything that was done with this game, I actually, I don't know, I feel like 6 gets a lot of flack for its story. It's a pretty good story. It's really interesting. It's engaging. I enjoyed most of it. The only parts that kind of slack a little bit is like the ghost hunting parts, but that's not hard puzzling, right? You can get through that. It's not like Freezeman levels of difficulty, right? Or annoyance. You can get through that with the little soul weapons and stuff like that and figure that out. Other than that,
Six had the best dungeons, man. I agree with you. Honestly.
Yeah, 100%. They were really fun.
It had the ingredients of a good story. Lands a fish out of water. He's in a new area. Making friends. He has a lot of potential. The issue I have when you go from the Act 1 to the Act 3, it stumbles upon itself a little bit. And honestly, the best parts of the story was probably Chrono. But then Mega Man himself isn't really part of the story. He just kind of lets other people do his thing. That's the thing about Six's story. Other people do the job for him, more or less.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think it's a really easy A to me, only because I'm thinking about the games that I personally put in S tier, but also, I mean, we could open it to a poll. I feel like there's 4 A's or 5 A's and 2 S's. Does that sound about right?
Yeah. So it's an A tier. It's an A tier. I don't think you have to.
We'll put a top of A, right? I mean, we'll definitely give it that. We'll give it that for sure. Cool. All right. I think both Soul and MRE. I've had you guys pick the game next. I'll just go top down now. John, what game do you think we should cover next?
What game should we do next? Let's do Network Transmission because I want to know how crazy I am.
Okay.
Because I've seen some people defend it, and so I'm curious.
Okay. I kind of want to take this. I kind of want to take this through. That might be the only game I have yet to actually finish that's on this list. As a kid, I found it so difficult I couldn't even wrap my head around, like freaking Fireman and Gutsman. Where I like what? I was like, this is crazy. I've heard it gets easier, but like again, as a kid I couldn't do it, and then more recently, as like a young adult, I tried it again. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna breeze through this. No, like it's still really tough, you know. I'm like, what? Like what? I don't understand this. My buster is awful. My chips are weird. I just have to grind in my platformer. Like what? Like what is this? So I haven't finished it. So take it as you will. I don't like it. That's my take. Does anyone really like it?
It is the game. It's the only video game I've ever played that has a perfect inverse difficulty curve.
Right.
Like it goes from being impossibly difficult to one of the easiest video games you've ever played in your entire life.
So funny.
For me, it's actually kind of A tier. I love that game so much. I actually did a little bit of streaming it in the N1GP with just a random group of us. We were just online, and I was like, I'm gonna stream this game, and I was working that game, dude. Like even in the early parts, like I don't know. It's one of those games I've played so much that I kind of just memorized what was going on, and it feels really easy to me, right? But I do understand that people who are just hopping into that game, it is so hard. I'm not gonna lie. It's the same thing for me. It feels like Rockman and Bass. Like I play those games so much. I think out of all the Battle.net games, like Network Transmission, BN3 and 4 are the ones I played the absolute most. Like those are the ones I play the most. And then 6 I play daily, so I guess that is the game I play the most. But yeah, that's me.
Okay. Rockman, Killer, Tofu, MegaRock. Any of you guys have like strong opinions or even like halfway opinions?
This one's interesting for me because it's the only game on this list I have not actually only seen. So I look at the game and I see it has very basic design issues, and it seems very confused. Someone used that word. I don't remember, but that's actually pretty apt. It feels like they wanted to do a shooter. Well, they're also making a Battle Network, so they kind of fuse it too, but didn't fuse it too correctly. But you get this weird mishmash of weirdness. So as a game, as how it is made, as an art form, I have to say an F. Honestly.
Respect it. I will say this. One positive thing I have to say, the music is they're bangers. I'm talking like 3-minute loops of like unique music. Like the music is very good. And I actually, as a nerd, I do listen to the music pretty often. Maybe not super often, but I actually think whoever did the music did an amazing job. So So that is a nice positive thing I can say.
It's the only part of the presentation that's really good.
Yeah, because even it's ugly. Even the game is even ugly. Like that Mega Man
video game. There's no level design. The levels are all fucking squares.
Yeah,
There it is.
Like Mega Man's the Hunchback of Notre Dame, just like crouching. You know what I mean? He's just like doing
So that
this
was
thing.
your
And it's
so stocky and weird.
It is bizarre.
That was your limit, John. That was it. This was the one that broke the camel's back.
The worst
It's
model,
weird. I'm
NT or
done.
the arcade?
What was that, Tofu?
Who has the worst model, NT or the arcade?
That is
That's
the fact that you can
arcade,
debate that.
arcade,
The fact you can
arcade.
debate that is interesting.
Arcade hands down. Arcade hands down. I'm sorry, but the
It
arcade
is ugly. The arcade is ugly.
It is.
for sure.
It is ugly, bro. I'm sorry.
It is ugly. It is ugly. Rockman or MegaRock? Do you guys have any thoughts on this?
Well, a lot like the people here, I haven't actually beaten this one. It's one of the few Battle Network games I have not beaten. Kind of like you, Demi, I played the beginning and I got mad because, well, yeah, I mean, grinding in my Mega Man game, I mean, it just gave me flashbacks to 0-1, you know, and I cannot stand 0-1, Mega Man 0-1, so it's like, yeah, I didn't like that, but, I mean, as everyone already said, the music is god tier. I actually think it's one of the best Mega Man soundtracks, period. Like, I think I listened to this soundtrack so many times for a game that I haven't played very much of it, so really, my opinion is not. It doesn't really matter too much because I haven't gone so deep into it. But I mean, I can't really settle on a letter for now. I'll have to see what everyone else argues. But yeah, definitely the music's absolute god tier. But everything else,
I'll sell out. I'm a D or an F. Straight up. I don't know. That's me.
Wow.
I mean, it's unique. I'll give it. It is definitely unique. It's just
D for definitely unique.
D for definitely unique. MegaRock, what's your take?
Now, I'm not sure I actually played this game. I think I only watched this one being played, but you know, and back in the day too.
Isn't that telling? Isn't that telling?
Here's the most Battle Network people we could find. Half of them friggin' played it. I apologize. Forgot where I am.
And so I'm familiar with the game. I've seen enough of it, but it's like I think it was mentioned before. It's kind of confused, and it shows because like the beginning is very hard. Like it plays very slow. It's not like the classic games that it's trying to emulate. And you walk really slow, and enemies take a bunch of hits. Your buster's useless, and you need to wait for chips. And they have a strange use count, and like some of them are utility, and some of them aren't. And yeah, that it's confused from a gameplay perspective. And having played Wonderswan, it feels like Wonderswan is NT, but better because it plays faster, it's snappier, it has an ending that you can get to relatively quickly and play it again. I don't know. I feel like I enjoyed Wonderswan more than I enjoyed watching NT.
Yeah, I think John nailed it. I died of laughter. This is literally like the most Mega Man panel of Battle Network, and it's like, and I think 4 out of 5, like 4 out of 7 of us, maybe 5 out of 7, like haven't even beaten it. Like it's
crazy.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning F now, to be honest with you.
That's F. That's got. I mean, I don't want to give it an F.
I don't think it deserves an F.
Okay. And the F is rough. I'll take a D. I'll take a D.
D for definitely.
D for the music and just like the remnants, the sole remnants of playing a Mega Man game that's in there. So like every once in a while it peeks out, and you're like, oh, this is Mega Man. This is the thing I like, and then it disappears again when you like meet Bright Man or whatever.
So funny. Speak now, or forever hold your peace. I'm gonna put it in D tier.
F.
Yep.
As a game, it is bad. I cannot say it's the same as 4 because 4 gets some game right as an art form. This just doesn't. Based on what I'm seeing, to be fair, I agree. But it as a game, it has to be below.
Definitely D.
Definitely D, dude.
We'll put it. Yeah,
we'll put it at the bottom of D. Yeah, where it's still worse than Star Force and Battle
Yeah.
Network 4. Obviously.
Yeah.
I feel that.
Bottom D.
I feel that. Let's see. Killer, how about you pick the next game?
It's gonna be the first F. I guarantee it. Battleship Challenge.
Spicy.
Good. I've been waiting. We can get this out of the way. Put it in F tier. We can move on. So we have a point of reference.
Does anybody have any? I'm so down for this. Does anyone have any?
Can you make
opinions?
another tier that says not a video game? And put it on
That
tier?
I've been wanting to make that joke forever. It's like this game is a soundtrack, and it's a sick soundtrack. It's a great soundtrack. And every now and then you press the L button, and that's it. And actually,
if you play .hack GU, there's a mini game that is on your desktop. It's a nothing mini game that does nothing. It's called Crimson Versus, and you select 3 cards with various stats, and then it plays itself in the background while you do other stuff. This is that, except it costs $20.
Amazing. I will say this. This is my one take on Battleship Challenge. I think this is a hot take, so bear with me. I think it was ahead of its time, and this is why. I think Battleship Challenge would make an amazing auto battler. I think the idea of like, a roguelike, right? Like you go on a run, you acquire chips, like where do you slot it in?
Remember,
you go against your opponent.
Battleship Challenge is married to
So that's my take. I think as an auto battler, I'd be kind of interested to rework this game. But as it is, I think it's just not even a game.
The new AFK Arena. It's fitting. Most Boundaric was ahead of its time in one way or another. So
Yeah,
it's the most.
that's fair.
It's amazing how they made phone games like twice, like on accident. They perfectly predicted how phone games would play.
It's true. 4.5 in Battleship Challenge. You're so right. Roxas Amalis says, "Remember, John, Battleship Challenge has Mary Toa, so it's an S tier game."
Yes,
I know. She's
Mary
just like
is an
me for
interesting
real.
character. It's a shame she's stuck in that game.
Yeah.
She's also another child with heart disease. What is wrong with the people who write over there?
So sad. All right, I'm glad we got an easy F. That sounds great to me. No one spoke up, so I'm assuming we all agree with the F tier.
Slam dunk F, bro. Slam
Rockman
dunk
Cosmo.
F.
Or actually, let's go Tofu first, because I don't think we asked you Tofu. Tofu, what game would you like to cover next?
Let's go for Star Force 3.
S. The easiest S of all time. I love that game.
S.
I would agree.
I could go for S. My only caveat is the card blocking system sucks so much.
What do you mean?
So when cards appear top of other cards, and you can't select anything.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that is like random RNG. Yeah.
Number 2, the warning system sucks. Where you can find bosses early, and when you want to find a boss, like say Taurus Fire, you have to go to a specific collection of areas, not the area he's used to in. Annoying. It's the only 2 annoyances of Star Force 3. Rest, I can't hate.
Wait, we said Star Force 3 or Boundaric 3?
Star Force 3. Star Force 3.
Star Force 3. Okay. I'd have to slam dunk S on this one, but I agree with your takes on that.
Like, those are annoying things, but to me, they're so small. Like, that's like, I think it's like one of the best scenarios. I love the music. I love like the idea of the illegal noise, the illegal cards, like transforming is so cool. And they took the best. Somehow they took the best aspects of style changes and like soul unisons and like fused them together in this really cool and interesting way. I love that game. I think that gives
the presentation of Star Force 3 sells whatever it has. What it has is actually more or less generic compared to Star Force 1, but it presents it in a way that makes you think it's higher. Which is what I say in an RPG, the presentation is the most important part of a game. Not your story, not your characters, not your gameplay. It's the presentation.
Or like your like what's the term UX, like the way it makes you feel, or the way that like
sorta Persona is, for example, is world class presentation. The way it presents everything, every UI element, every decision, the way it makes the music cater to the events, everything. It's an S for the presentation, brings it over, despite some grievances I have.
John, MegaRock, anyone, Rockman, do you guys have any strong thoughts or any opinions you want to add out there?
I think it's an easy S. Yeah, it really refined the Star Force formula, and it really, and that's why it kind of hurts that now we know that there was a Star Force 4 and it didn't happen. You know, it's like they could have taken this groundwork. You know, they could have done some stuff with it. But yeah, I mean, the gameplay is great. I guess the gameplay is great. The music's great. Luna dies. I mean, it's just. It really is. You know?
Hold on, I have to rethink my ranking.
Spoilers.
John, the only thing I didn't like about it was the part at the end where I think solo, and you team up, and there's some kind of like touchscreen mini game that you do there. You have to like tap and stuff. I did not like that. I think it was towards the end of the game. But other than that, I liked it. I think it's definitely S tier.
Honestly, this being the last Star Force game, we had a good conclusion out of it.
True, a proper ending. It's funny because the Star Force 4 stuff, I feel that like it sucks. The concept's really cool, but also like I think it ended great. You know, it's
100%. Yes, it's not like a cliffhanger that's been around for what 24 years.
Four Legends, I know you and your
It's like it really did end on a good note. So it's like, yeah, Star Force 4, lack of it hurts, but at the same time, I'm totally fine with it not existing as well because 3 ends on just such a great note. The only sad thing is that it sold so poorly. That's the sad thing.
Yeah, that is sad. I agree.
Yeah.
RIP Europe. Can you imagine not getting that game? Like, that's crazy. That's really crazy. John, anyone else? Anyone have any last thoughts?
My thoughts are just it's weird that I'm in this position, and people who have seen my Star Force related content know about my opinion on this. I would give it an A for me personally, and it's not even for any kind of objective quality reason. Like, I agree with every single thing you guys said about the presentation, the story, especially. It's not as good as Star Force 1, but I mean, it's up there. Like, the way they present it just makes it seem more interesting and impactful than it is. I love the noise system, actually adding some complexity to Star Force, which I feel is something, especially the first game, was lacking in the
Super
combat.
basic,
I mean, maybe in higher PvP tiers and stuff like that, it might have been different. Obviously, I don't know about that. But at the end of the day, I just, even at its best, and Star Force 3 is it at its best, absolutely. I just really don't like Star Force's combat that much. And that's what makes me bring it down to an A.
That's fair.
Even done perfectly, I'm not a huge fan of Star Force's combat.
That's fair. That being said, I think it's a near unanimous S. So I think I'm gonna, if anyone, I don't know, John, do you feel very strongly, John, that it's an A?
No. Like I said, it's a 100% me thing. That's why I was just kind of biding my time. It's not even a strong feeling. It's just like I personally feel that way. I understand why people think it's an S for sure.
Yeah. Also, Black and Galaxy should be its own tier above S. That's not particular.
That's funny.
Those are crazy. Those do hype you. I will admit, I was hyped the first time Black and Galaxy happened. I was like, what is this? This doesn't do camera angles. We don't do that stuff.
Right.
Black and Galaxy. Yeah, it's great. It's awesome.
The VAs too, yeah, you got a shot. The VAs sound so crisp in that game.
Yeah,
oh, man.
surprising. You compare that
So
to like
good.
who has played Mega Man ZX Advent? Like, holy cow! Like, actually, a decent voice actor is actually like blows me away. Yeah.
But wasn't that like the same group that did the PlayStation 1 Mega Man FMVs, like X4 and 8?
They very possibly. I have no idea.
I think I've heard that.
Certainly, Advent was. I think Advent was very much in that case. But yeah, again, Star Force 3. I think it's pretty much just Geo. I think I don't know that there's even anyone who really talks other than him. But they nailed him. I think so. Cool. Okay, Rockman. What's a game that you would like to pick next?
Where are the mobile games? They're not here.
I could add those. You're right. I'm sorry. This was a tier list. I just yoinked it from the internet.
I'm definitely not biased here, but I really would like to have one of those here.
Give me a bit. Give me a bit to add those in. Let's finish the others first. But you're right. We'll get those in a little bit.
So I guess of the ones here at the moment, I would pick. How about Val number 2?
Ooh,
controversial.
Who's got some takes on BN2?
It was what one should have been.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it a solid B tier.
Ooh, explain that one.
The reason why I give it B tier is because I think I just really didn't like a couple of the story beats. I'll get into that in a second. And Freezeman scenario. I really did not like that. And the reason why it feels worse to me than most of the other games is because that scenario stayed with you the whole time. Like, you were forced to deal with that the whole time until it was done. And it felt long. It felt so long. The story beat that actually bothers me the most about this game is the one, and take this with a grain of salt. I don't know if anyone is thinking about it as complicated as I am, but the one where Lan's father, who is working for the science lab, who kind of runs Natopia, is sending you to a foreign country as an invader through their internet to steal their program to program your son's NetNavi. honestly, there was a planned like fan game not too long ago. It was supposed to be an online game with like PvP. It was a really cool, ambitious project. They actually wanted me to help write the story for it. And when I was going to start writing the story for it, my plan was to make Lan's father a villain, not like an evil villain wanting to destroy the world, but a villain via politics, because of the questionable things he has you do throughout each game. And that was one of the biggest offenders, is that how do you tell your 10-year-old son to invade, especially after a crucial moment of their net navi that runs their country was deleted by Shadow Man? You have him infiltrate this country's net and steal from them, and there was no repercussions for that. That's why I put it in B. I think it's a cool story. Otherwise, I like a lot of the net areas, and it was very unique. It was very fresh, but those story beats bothered me so much.
I think that's a perfect example of something Battle Network does a lot, because obviously it's a game for 10-year-olds.
Yeah,
and that is they will bring up like horrible, weird, morally questionable things and just never address it. Like the way you bring up Yuichiro being weird. If there's any character, people talk about Sean, about Mamoru, about Serenade. If there's any character I wish he actually spent more time developing, it's Yuichiro, because he has the potential to be the most fascinating character in this entire series.
Yes, which is why I wanted to write him as the villain, because it's not necessarily that he wants world domination or control, but it's the same way we got the atom bomb. Like, just to be like, your meaning was, well, you found this code, it was really cool, really unique, and then people turned it into a weapon. You know what I'm saying? He's literally I'm a good guy. Oh wait, I made a weapon.
I would love to see the way that he reacts to, like, again, his son died and he turned his son into a computer program. The moral implications of this and like the emotional toll this must have taken on him is never discussed or even mentioned. I mean, again, obviously it's for kids, they're not going to do that.
We're being shocked, like actually shocked as a child when that was revealed in BN1. I was like, wait, what? This person?
That blew my mind. That was in a game for kids.
Yeah.
I understand why the anime removed it. I don't like that they did, but I understand why they don't mention it.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Sorry, Killer, what's up?
BN sort of trips over itself when it comes to like its messaging. Like they'll say Navis are our friends, yet even like say in BN3 there's a quest where a Navi was stolen and resold. But if they're really your friends and they're like people, then that should not happen. That's literally slavery, right? But hey, that's what's allowed to exist. The reason, and so I agree with what you're saying. In the context of every other game, you have to, but with BN2-3, you gotta look at it like this. That game is so insane with its own story. Is an anomaly in the entire series.
Yes, I agree.
The dialogue is written different. Every scenario is written differently by a different person. The way they choose events is not the same thing in person. It's pure insanity.
It is. I agree. It is, and that's why it goes B for me.
It's like it doesn't feel like a sequel. It's like you guys were huffing something nice with this. I don't know.
Even in English, there's like a weird amount of swearing and stuff like that. They don't censor out die with other euphemisms or anything.
I mean, the swearing is one thing. The other thing is like there's some of the dialogue that I can't even quote on stream.
Let's talk about the reason there's a disclaimer in front of the Battle Network Legacy Collection.
It is just 2. You're right. It is definitely just 2. Yeah. I don't know if I'm alone in this, but I actually love BN2 for the zaniness. I love the chiptune music. I love, like, I don't know. To me, I just love 3, and 2 is just 3 light in my opinion. It's like maybe not almost there. It's definitely a lot worse than 3, but even with Freezeman, I still enjoy it. I think Natopia is hysterical. That's like one of my favorite arcs ever. It's like Lan just gets like mugged and like he gets his chip stolen and he fights with Mega Man and it's like, and I gotta go in a castle and people are gonna die. It's like, what is happening here? Like,
countries do fake America. It's hilarious to me.
It is great. Yeah. And then it's like, you know, I've lost all my chips and I gotta go to the hood and I've gotta like negotiate with like Raul. I love Raul. And it's like, then I gotta go take on this upper class like Snake Man. Yeah, I don't know. It's fun. I love it for how zany it is. And again, I enjoy like
hot take
the chiptune. What's up?
I'm sorry, real hot take. I don't claim to know where you guys are from, where you've grown up with, or whatever. I understand that a lot of people also talked about how Raul in that back ghetto area where they were living could be a stereotype. But me being a kid from Queens who grew up, seeing that kind of representation for African American people in a similar setting that I was living in, that was like, whoa, for me. I was like, yo, like, these guys are black. Yo, like, yeah, hold on, like, that's representation. You know, I'm down for this. And then you saw Raul, and I was like,
oh yeah, Raul was the coolest.
And he's not like a bad. They could have so easily made him like a generic gang member bad guy.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, he's like an honorable, like
Queens, New York.
Yeah,
cares about his family and everything, all the people he lives with, his neighborhood. It's a step that I'm glad, you know, a Japanese game in like 2002 managed to get past relatively cleanly.
Right.
Counterpoint. So Michael quotes the line that I was going to quote to you. I pray every morning to my God, chicken he provides. That was said by that kind of person. That's me and two for you. They were insane, and I loved it.
They were insane, bro. They really
or how about like little kid on the plane, grab some whiskey, like let's like rap battle with me to get some whiskey. Yeah, there's some funny stuff for sure. Again, I love the zaniness. It is an anomaly. I think there's a charm to it personally. Again, I love the chiptune music. I like the aesthetic. I don't know. And challenging in a cool way. Personally, I thought. I mean, Quickman's very difficult, but like. I enjoyed it until you got Gator, and then you just trivialized the whole game. But I think for what it's worth, it was interesting. I would personally put it in A, but it sounds like I'm alone in that. It sounds like most people
actually
would
go
put
with
it
You're
A.
not alone. I would put it in A.
Yeah.
I also concur with your thoughts. I mean, I did marathon the games first of all, but like after coming out from Battle Network 1, which when I first played it, I was like, it's okay. But then just going right into Battle Network 2 and just seeing the significant improvement, like, I mean, it's crazy how short of a time span this was made in. Like, Battle Network 1 and 2, I forget the release dates, but they're really close to each other.
Yeah, like I think in Japan it's like the end and the start of the year, like 2000 or 2001 or something.
Yeah, exactly. But the way the net was redesigned too, like they got the net squares in there. I like the net squares. You know,
I do too.
I think it was like it's just I'm just trying to imagine myself just coming from Battle Network 1 and whatever the heck that internet was, and all of a sudden just something that's actually clear and they were able to revise it so quickly.
I think MegaRock music. I think, not to cut in, but I think MegaRock nailed it, where it's like that's what BN1 should have been in a way, right? It's like here's like the foundation for like most of like what the series will be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this really did establish that foundation, and yeah, the music is great. I really like the title screen theme. Also, the final area, I think it looks really cool. All the radiation and stuff, and also you're talking about how the game goes off the rails. How much radiation did Lan and his friends encounter? I mean, maybe
oh my gosh,
Battle Network 7, you know?
Yeah,
it explains everything.
No.
Yeah.
Stop
if you
it.
had kids, I doubt it.
That's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
On the points of like the net area, it's the only BN game to use a different style of look for every internet area. Every other area in the games. Every other area in the games, like 3 on, they use like the same kind of tile set, but change the toppings on it. In 2, it's actually just different. I think.
Yeah, which is cool. It you feel like you're on a foreign net, or you feel like you're in a pretty different area, which I think is interesting. And actually, I don't think we touched upon this, but I think one of the better post games too. I like the World 3 area. I mean, Protectos suck. Like if you don't see them coming, I definitely got a big GO as a kid that I hated. I was like, what the heck? These Protectos came out of nowhere, and I can't even like deal with them. So that I kind of hated that a little bit, but I like the World 3 area personally. I guess let's just go in order then. I'll say A. Yeah. I'll say A personally.
A as well is the only game to have a hard mode too. I still regularly play
that's
hard
true.
mode.
That's true.
Hard
mode is such a cool idea. It's just a shame how you have to unlock it.
Yeah, and you also need a button combination. You have to title screen button combination. It's like it wasn't enough to do everything. You also had to know the secret inputs. Like what the
I'll give it to you guys. I can see A tier. I can concede that.
All right, who else? Speak up, guys. We got 3 A's so far.
A tier.
Yeah, A or B for me.
I'd give. I mean, Freeze Man is strong. The Freeze Man is strong, but I think I can still give it an A because it's basically just that, and then the Thunderman scenario is kind of annoying because they take your chips away, and then if you don't have chips that can hit him, you have to grind in that one little square that you can access.
That actually happened to me on stream like a year ago. It was funny. I was doing a thing.
I was recording my video.
I was doing a thing where I was having the chat like select my folder, and like I don't even think they necessarily intended it, but like I had a hard time with Thunderman as an adult, which is really funny. So yeah,
just be Wood style. You two-shot him, right?
But he camps in the back. You need an area grabs
grab.
too.
You should have.
I mean, you should have. I mean, you
yeah.
should have it.
Yeah, you should have had area
Area
grab.
grab,
I got wood style one time, and I had to get rid of it because I needed a different style for something. And it's like the only time making any of these videos or doing any of these streams I've gotten wood style.
Yeah, yeah, so interesting. Okay, well then, do we all agree A, or at least for the most part?
A.
It seems, yeah.
I'll give it A only because I really like hub style.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. Hub style.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That was really cool.
all
It's a
right.
shame hub style never got its like actual design in a game. You just kind of turn
Right.
sort of
Gr-
purple,
kind of-
maybe.
You never get it right. You never get it
Yeah.
right.
I know. So
Honestly, I would have loved an effect in Battle Network 6 that changed his color if you used Hub Batch mid-match. That would be so sick.
Yeah.
that would be cool.
That would be
cool.
really sick.
That'd be really cool. Should we come back to 1? I feel like we've had a lot of interesting discussions.
I think so. I before vouched for 1 being in B code, and I'm gonna re-stand on that. I don't think it's 4.5 level or C level. I think it's definitely
C.
above that.
See.
Okay,
You think
so
C?
B from Soul, C from MegaRock. Who else, you guys?
BN1,
B.
C.
See,
I gotta give it C. I don't think it's as good as Battle Network 5.
Yeah, no.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I think that's fair. I think I can go
It can be
C.
low B though.
It could be low B. That's what I was thinking too.
Low
Nah,
B
but
is
I-
high.
It's too rough.
Looking
around
at the
edges.
rest, looking at the rest of this list, I feel like C is really fitting. That's just
Okay.
me.
And
That's
it
just
makes
me.
sense, I guess. I guess it is the most Battle Network. Like, just here you go. Here's the most basic Battle Network could possibly be. It is the most Battle Network game.
For sure. And actually, one other nice thing I have to say about it: no filler. It is just like nonstop scenarios, for better or for worse. It's
It is.
like,
It's like 10 to 15 hours instead of like 20 something hours, like most.
no
of the other
fetch
games
quests. You know, it's well, I mean, there probably are fetch quests baked within it, but like within the context of a scenario, which is cool. But yeah, I think C.
Everything looks and sounds the same.
True.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
True.
I mean, hey,
Nice
you put
one.
out that one
Nice
fire and leave, and you don't have to play the game at all.
That's
super quick
also
compared to everything
funny.
else.
That I remember seeing that in real time on Reddit. Like someone's like, "Is this intentional?" And it's like some guy just totally found like a crazy speedrun exploit. I love it.
Wait, what?
So, really quick, I don't know why it is. There's some flag, whatever. I'm not maybe Killer could explain it better, but basically in the World 3 area, you kind of have a rehash of each dungeon. The first dungeon rehash is the oven, similar situation. You're putting out fires. If you put out one specific fire and then jack out and like leave the World 3 area, the game triggers the ending.
Mhm.
You just like beat the game. You just see the credits. It's funny.
Holy. Whoa,
Yeah, like
that's
one-
amazing.
Yeah, some like just a random guy just like put out one specific fire, decided to get more chips, and then just like triggered the credits. Crazy. Yeah, super cool.
Wow.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Do we all agree C? I do hear some B's. Does C seem like the general consensus?
Better compared to 4.5 than 5, in my opinion. In terms of
Yeah.
Does anyone
put
feel
it over
strongly-
4.5. High C.
Under
Yeah, it's like
4.5.
top of C,
4.5
probably.
at least.
Under 4.5 is crazy.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I
definitely before.
I agree behind, but I'll cave. I'll cave. It's significant. I mean, you have to give it a little. You give it a little bit of nod.
I'm
I'm with
not
you.
super strong on 4.5 because I've never played it correctly, so I can
Yeah.
I can go either way.
Need to. It's good on its own.
Poor MegaRock.
I have to
That
check out from here, guys.
good night. I'm sorry, my friend. I know it's late for you. Good night,
Yeah.
my friend. I know we took a
Good
lot of
night.
4
11
hours.
o'clock here too.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good one.
Yes. If that's good night to you, Tofu. Thank you
Farewell.
so much for being here. That being said, I guess MRE, if you want to hop in again with another game. I know you're getting overruled on VN1, I guess.
How about Star Force 1?
Ooh.
That's interesting.
Yes.
I'll wait
My
a bit.
take is that it's like trying to pick up where Battle Network 6 left off, but it does things in a worse way. I mean, if you thought 6 was easy, this is easier. So I don't think I was as impressed as I could be. The other games redeemed it, and until Star Force 3 finally gave it its own identity that wasn't just watered down Battle Network. So I'm gonna have to put a C on that one. Very average.
Okay.
I mean, look at this. Like a cool form you're never going to get, or then a charge attack you're never going to use. Like, I don't know. It has its issues.
Absolutely. I think most people will agree that the story kind of carries this game.
Yes.
It's bizarrely deep and introspective and like respectful of mental illness for a Mega Man game. You don't really expect it going in. But the gameplay itself, it feels like I understand, like, this game came out only like a year after 6, I think. So, like, it's not like they had a whole bunch of time to figure out this new console, figure out this 3D stuff they were doing. But it just feels like Battle Network 1 again in terms of gameplay. Like, there's basically no transformations. You get your version exclusive one and whatever. It's like that's like halfway through the game. There's no program advances. There's that weird friend combo code thing instead that most people probably wouldn't even be able to use. It just feels kind of really simple overall. Nothing offensively bad in Star Force 1. So yeah, I'd probably put it in C. Good story, but everything else is just okay.
Apple Turtle Cake says the original Star Force had an amazing story, but the combat constantly felt like it was a tutorial because the game doesn't offer an amazing level of power to the player.
It never feels like you're learning new stuff or getting stronger, really. You basically feel as capable in the beginning as you feel at the end. I agree.
That's interesting. I'll chime in and say, maybe I'm alone in this. I actually love Star Force 1. It's not... of course, Battle Network's gameplay is superior. There's no doubt about it. I just really loved the story. Like, I liked it so... Like, again, surprisingly deep, surprisingly introspective. I really, really liked it. I think it holds up. I do agree that the combat is very simple. Big downgrade, especially when you look at 6. Like big downgrade. I will also give the caveat, I don't think it's fair to rank this game. I loved Star Force Deluxe. I felt like that was like the only challenging Mega Man game I've ever played, and I loved it for it. So shout out to TREZ and the TheRockmanEXEZone. I think they did a bang-up job, like such a good job with that game. But if I'm looking at just Star Force 1, it is very mid in that regard. Also, actually, John, you mentioned this earlier with BN6, where it's like, the game is so easy, I don't need to cross at all. That is how I feel about the transformations in Star Force 1. They're so basic, so bland. It's not worth the transformation screen. I will always take a white card over a form, at least.
It doesn't like only Leo have like a passive or something? Like I think not Leo, the Dragon. I think Dragon has like one extra little passive thing that neither of the other ones have an equivalent for. I cannot remember.
The form being a battle card you had to actually draw.
Azul Magia was saying the transformation being Mega Man with an element and not much else was a big downgrade. I think only Dragon and passive abilities. Also, the form being a battle card you had to actually draw was a negative for him.
Exactly. So yeah, it was Dragon. Dragon was the only one that had like a passive thing going on. I don't even remember what it was.
Yeah. What does everyone else think? Soul Killer Rockman.
Have we lost connection or something?
Yeah, I feel odd.
I was waiting for everyone to speak up because I always speak up.
That was funny. It was like the most eerie. It was the most eerie silence. Right? I was like, did my internet die? I was like, dang, like darn. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Killer.
Yes, I was going to go with the B.
It also hurts Star Force as a series a lot because the game expects you to play with brother bands for in-game benefits because Leo Brothers would give you the most HD capacity for example.
It's so bad. It's like a Game Boy Color game.
For a niche DLC
That's what we're doing?
going to hurt this game as time goes on because you would have to expect your brothers to have well-built
go ahead.
cards
But
or best
real,
combos.
is that what we're doing? Yo, this is like legacy collection takes, bro. Like, the font, my guy.
Hold up.
Also bad there.
I do want to chime in really quick and say it is very funny playing Star Force 1 directly after Star Force 3. Like the models are worse and the font is pretty bad. But I don't know that I cared enough about the font when I first played through it, but having played 2 2 and 3, it is noticeable in my opinion. Not that that's a huge detractor, but I do it is noticeable. I don't think.
Yeah. Well, really, the biggest issue is they did not know what they wanted to do with their game. They used to have net navies running around. You had the whole BN6 PT in the junkyard, when realistically you had 200 years of tech you could have put in there. They did not know what they wanted to do with Star Force, and it shows in that game. That's really what brings it down more than anything else.
Really quick, Apple Turtle Cake was talking about how Star Force as a series gets hurt a lot because the game expects you to have brother bands. Not having friends for a niche DS game is only going to hurt the game because the game is designed to have like your well-built friend codes or your best combos with your friends too. So
there's a crazy amount of stuff like passive systems in Star Force 1. Like just playing nearby other people who have the game like gives you buffs and stuff. I'm not super clear on that.
Yeah, there's like you can like go into wireless mode and like then you get to use their combos and stuff. There's some little kind of fun things. Not that I've ever done it, because again, just as Apple said, you know, this niche DS game, you know, having friends to play with it is not always easy IRL.
I'm sorry. You know what? No, I can't do this. I see the fun. I do. Star Force 1's story carries this game for me, bro.
Sure.
That's a hard S tier for me, bro. That's a hard S tier for me, bro. The font is interesting, but you're not gonna walk in here and act like Star Force 1 did not put you in your feels, bro. You are not gonna sit here and be like, yo, Star Force 1's B tier, bro. For fonts? Nah, bro.
It's the font and the fact that the game is confused by what it wants to be.
I disagree.
Again, we're still talking about net navies, which they ditched by Star Force 3. It seems like it wants to be binary, but also doesn't want to be binary. It doesn't know what it wants to do, and it shows.
Well, to be fair, I think there's a lot of truth to that, right? Because this game was originally supposed to be a battle network game, right? But it got scrapped last minute, and they ended up just making a newer game entirely because it was supposed to be a 3D battle network game. That is 100% true.
And that's why people go, and that's probably why people feel it. Like they're not consciously aware of it, but they play Star Force and they're like, this is just binary but worse. It's because we never got the full version of like what it could have made, and so we got this kind of half in between, half in, half out, and that's why people feel the way they do. It's just subconscious picking up on things like that.
You can feel it in 6, like regardless of 6's quality, 6 being the conclusion feels like just some weird tacked on cutscenes tossed at the end of 6. Like you could tell they had more to that was not the intended conclusion. They were going to keep going.
I will say, I will chime in. Star Force is very fresh for me, having played the DX patch every Monday. I was like surprisingly moved by the story. Like I remember the story being good. There were times, I mean, I'm an emotional guy, but like, and I don't often like get very emotional with the game. Usually I have like a pretty healthy distance, but there were definitely moments that got me pretty good with Star Force 1. I will say, it does carry it. It's such a shame the rest of the game is like so mediocre. But
wow.
I think, but I do agree with you. I love the story. It probably is the best story in all these games. I like Star Force 3 a lot for the story too.
So
but,
the best cutscene is in Star Force 1. You know, the best cutscene was when Geo transforms in Echo Ridge to save his friends being held by the jammers.
That's a
best
cool
cutscene
story.
in the whole franchise.
It's funny. It's like Star Force is basically like a Magical Boy transformation series, and like, I just as a kid, I was like, I had the biggest like hero complex. Like, I don't know you guys, I would always daydream like, oh man, if there were a fire, I'd be saving all these people and I'd be a hero and blah blah blah. I don't know. I totally got like this weird like, you know, power tripping like experience from Star Force and like in like a projection kind of way. I don't know. Maybe that's too much, but I did like it a lot. Yeah, I don't know.
Star Force is Mega Man if you played as a Kamen Rider.
Apple Turtle says Star Force is Mega Man if you played as a Kamen Rider, which is pretty funny. So let's just hear letters. I think we've all talked a good amount, unless anyone has anything else to add. Shout it out. What would you guys say for your letter?
C, unfortunately. I'd give it a B, but unfortunately, too many other issues.
Okay.
I think the story carries it enough for me to bring it to a B. I think, yeah, as Demi said, I think it's just it's really, really well told. But at the same time, it's also, as other people said, it's very confused about what it wants to be. As someone who, as I said it before, marathon the whole thing. I mean, I came onto this right after Battle Network 6. It was, I didn't really like how they introduced some of the new sidekicks. I didn't really like the way they did net navies here. Like, it was so random, you know, like there was that baseball one that it just felt very, very shoehorned in, kind of just to give you like, oh, look, there is a connection to Battle Network. And, and a lot of people, what I hear, like when someone talks about Star Force, they're kind of like, you could take Mega Man off of this and it could be its own thing, you know? And I think that it's true for this game, because it's like this game really wants to have a connection with Battle Network, but it just doesn't really make a strong enough one. I mean, even like Mega Man itself, like Geo is just kind of like, oh, what am I going to name myself? Oh, Omega Sis, Mega Man. It's like, even that kind of just feels like, you know, it's just scrappily brought together. And also Luna's absolutely insufferable, but yeah, I think the story is just great. And I also like the moving scene music, like the hero theme. You know, they keep it the same throughout all three games.
Sure.
It's like that for a reason, because it's a really, really powerful theme. So yeah, B tier for me.
I love Luna. You take that.
Oh man.
I don't know. I've reconsidered. I can give it a B for what might. I'd have to think on it more. What might be the best Battle Network series story? Like I can give it a B even if I think the gameplay's mid.
Demi's a Luna fan. Oh no! When he gets to OSS, I'm gonna have some work.
Gay.
All right.
I can understand. Maybe Justin Star Force one. That's fair. It's hard for me to look at it in a vacuum because obviously you play all the games.
But have you met Zach?
Luna might be insufferable. But have you met Zach? Is what Apple Turtle says. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. Gosh, I want to put it higher because I like Star Force Deluxe so much, but I think I could live with a B. To be honest with you, I wanted to put it in A. Just because I like the story, but again, it's a game. We're not playing a movie. We're not playing.
You know what this feels like?
What?
You know what this feels like to me, Demi?
What?
This feels like that time you and your stream tried to gaslight me into thinking /cross wasn't S tier. This is what it feels like right now.
What?
This is how exactly I feel, bro. Like this is insane to me. Like okay, I do.
Sonic Boom.
I'm going home, bro. I'm going home, bro. I'm going home, bro.
I do, bro. I feel you. It is a very strong campaign, but it's, you know, we're playing a game, right? It's hard to not look at like the lackluster.
Oh, that is fair. Gregar Master does point out you aren't ranking DX though. This is Star Force 1, not Star Force with quality of life changes. I'll give you guys B tier. I think that's fair. You
bring up DX, and like that makes me think. We didn't even talk about the fact that this game is split into 3 friggin' versions for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
Maybe the least reason of any Battle Network game.
Definitely the least reason.
Money, Mr. Krabs, money.
It's funny. It was clearly a test, and it's so funny how they backpedaled. They were like, "We'll still have 3 versions, but in 2 games."
You're right. Yeah, the fact that there's Zerker X whatever. Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
It's funny.
I'm still a strong C, but if you want to go to B, I guess it's whatever. I'm still a strong C though. High C, perhaps.
I just think that story, it's just so. I think it's well written. I'm sorry. It is.
You're not wrong. It is, especially for a shonen. It's one of those games. It's like Mystery Dungeon. We were talking earlier. It's like I did not expect Pokemon Mystery Dungeon to have anything of substance as a kid. And I was like, what on earth? Like, this is cool. So there's definitely like a nostalgia for me that I still felt. I was really curious replaying Star Force Deluxe. Like, would I still hold this in high regard? I loved it, but you know, the rest is just yeah.
We'll B it up.
All right. I think we pretty much agree for the most part. I know, and I think you kind of cancel out Killer a little bit too. I know Killer's like a hard C, but yeah, seems good.
I see low B.
Yeah, I see a little B. Yeah, I agree.
There you go. I mean, I would put it above BN5 personally, but I'm not. You know, I'm not.
Honestly, I would too. I would put it above BN5 in terms of story content.
I mean, I don't know how people feel. I don't know if we're splitting hairs on that, but
I don't know. You can't. I personally would put it under BN5, but like I'm not gonna throw a fit about it if you guys decide to put it above it.
Now the aesthetic in 5 is basically perfect. Star Force 1, they didn't really understand what sprites, how they want to make things look yet, and it kind of shows.
The whole universe of Star Force just confuses me. I've tried to word this in the past, and I've been so bad at it. Like, Star Force's entire universe feels like this bizarre mishmash of different sci-fi ideas. Like, it's supposed to be 200 years in the future, and parts of it feel way more advanced than Battle Network, and some parts feel like a regression of Battle Network. Like, the fact that they backpedaled eventually in Star Force 3 and just gave everyone a Navi anyway, because I feel like everyone having a Navi to interact with the cyber world was a huge part of why those games felt so cool and futuristic.
That
and
is
Star
so
Force
true.
1 and 2 just don't have that.
That is true. That is really true. And that's another reason I love 3, because it does feel weird to not have that dynamic in this world for sure. Because like what do battle cards even do? You just like swipe them on these non-existent.
In the anime, I think like in the first episode, they just like swipe it and the virus just like disappears.
It's like, and just magically, because you can't even see them. No one else is a visualizer, so it's like you just, here's my sweet cannon, and I assume that it did something. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It's funny. It is funny. Yeah. I think we're good then. I think we'll move on. How about Battle Network 3?
I'm leading here. We're starting with an S, and if we can go down to A, but we ain't going down an A, below an A. We're starting at an S, though.
B.
Why? Who said that?
Who said that?
I did. High B.
High B? Are you?
I could see not an S because some people don't like the press stuff, but all you gotta do is literally don't use undershirt. Just don't use undershirt, bro. Who needs undershirt? It's a game for 10-year-olds, right?
I'm an S. I'm a very hard S. I'm a very hard S. That's just me. That's just me.
If you need convincing, I got you. So it is the only game it is the only game to get basic character. Okay.
Yes, sir.
The final exchange between Wily, Mega Man, and Bass is one of the most read between the lines character beats.
Yes.
Where Wily says, Bass, I desire only to get revenge in society. Why else would I want to make you stronger? And then Bass is like, net navies are tools to be used. What happens? Wily is like, you see, Bass, net navies are tools to be used. That's why I had you destroy Guardian to make you stronger to fight Mega Man and delete him. Bass was so strong, he hates humans so much, but he was manipulated by a human himself. And how did he pay for that? Lost his memory. Now he's nothing. He has literally nothing now.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow.
I don't want to be a bully, but MegaRock, I would love your take, and I'm trying to distill it as much as I can. I want your take.
In the Star Force anime,
I think
battle
it
cards
doesn't
are
have a
one-use
good reason
cards
to be in
delete
two
viruses,
versions. It
presumably
doesn't let you
with
complete
downtime.
everything unless you
Geo as
trade with the
Rockman
other version. I had a hard
/Mega
time
Man
with that
can
when I
use his battle cards
played the
numerous
first
times
game.
because
Also, I haven't
Warlock
actually played the game
/Omega's
all the
Eyes'
way
ability
through.
to transform into those weapons
But
aren't as
it has cool beats
time
from
used.
what I've seen. The secret area, particularly, because that's all I really got to check out. But I played 4 more, and I think I liked 4 more than 3.
Invalid.
You're my hero. Say that again. One more time for the people in the back.
Awful take.
Awful take is crazy. One more time for the people in the back. What did you say? What was that last sentence?
I like 4 more than 3.
I love this guy. I love this guy.
Horrendous take. Disgusting. Disgusting take. Like jaw dropping. Absolutely bonkers.
I mean, it makes sense, Demi. 4 is meant to be played in short spurts, which suits his attention span. At dinner, obviously they're gonna prefer 4 more.
Really quick, I know it's an non sequitur. Apple Turtle Kicks is saying in the Star Force anime, the battle cards are one-use cards that delete viruses. And then Geo and Mega Man can use the battle cards numerous times because he can transform them. So I guess a little context for the anime. Okay. I do agree there was no reason to split the versions. I'll concede that, and I will say I don't even care. Like I just it is annoying having to get Mistman or whatever. That is annoying. 100%ing it is obnoxious. You need like custom style by yourself or Navi style, by your team style by yourself, whatever. That is annoying. Obviously, there are some scenarios like Flame Man that are dumb. I still love it.
I agree on the split version thing. I will say you have to blame Pokemon for that one. And KJ Infinite was copying Pokemon because it was, Pokemon does it for no reason. Let's just copy them. And people bought it. And I say, if you don't want it, stop buying the ultra version. But hey, I agree with you on the V4 Navi chips. Super annoying.
Yeah.
Don't
Slow.
even. That's why
N1 did it better by inventing SP chips.
That's why I said I can see an A. I can't go below an A now. On the point that I was getting back to, it has the best foreshadowing outside of one moment from one that has the best foreshadowing. And you know what that moment is? When you go to your dad's lab, go to his desk, you examine it, and it says a picture of Yuricho and his two sons. That is the only moment of the game. That is the best moment of foreshadowing in the whole franchise. 3 comes super close with the whole undernet thing, the whole alpha was at the start of the game, etc., etc.
Okay.
And they stuck the landing.
They did stick the landing. I played it twice now on stream. I guess I'm not embarrassed because I'm sharing it with you all. I definitely teared up like at the end of like I loved it.
Yeah.
I actually think on a freaking Game Boy Advance game, like it hits the emotional like. Yeah, I don't know. I just love it.
Honestly, I really love how Killer put it too. Like the ending of the game where Base is like, dang, I was manipulated, and then absorbed and kind of consumed by Alpha in the last stages, and then looking at the next few games that come out, the fact that he gets turned to stone. Almost every game he starts off as being in stone or encased in a tomb, or something about him has to reboot because his memory is just destroyed. That actually gives some canonicity to like every other game and why he just is the shell that he is. And that's just how powerful Battle Network 3 was. That's off of the back of that excellent storytelling that he fractured in that way. And it begins in the game, because when you fight Base later, he doesn't even remember anything. But he fought Serenade. And Serenade, like, basically tells you he's just not the same guy. And that is really powerful to really think of it in that way. That was so elegantly put. I really love that. That almost made me forget the sins for what Base became. Like, I love Base in Battle Network 6, and I feel like that was the biggest sense of him returning to himself originally.
He also said, I give. He also said, I give in BN6. He literally submits to you. So,
yeah.
No.
I'll say one more thing on the story. I know, again, it's funny because Star Force, we were talking about, we can't just carry a game on the story. Obviously, BN3 has a lot of really cool stuff beyond the story, too. But I will say, I don't know if it's the only game off the top of my head that feels like this, but I felt like there were real stakes in the story. Like, the end game of tanks coming out and, like, this potential world war of, like, technology taking over tanks, like that felt like eerie, you know, like machine gun tanks in AC/DC Town is like so jarring in a really cool way. The Alpha virus being so weird, and I don't know, it's got like there's such a vibe. There's such like it just feels so intensely like emotional. I don't know. I that's a thing that I really.
Well, we always get our fancy TV message that says I'm the bad guy. I'm taking over the world now. But Battle Network 3 is like the only time they actually bothered to show you that in any way.
Yeah.
The one scenario that really, really immersed me into the game, and I know this is the one scenario that gets a lot of flack, or probably the most flack in Battle Network 3, the Plant Man scenario. When you make that bond with Mamoru to encourage him to go through with the surgery, to be there as this little wingman to encourage this kid. You don't even know this kid. And the way they handle his relationship with Lan in those moments, beautiful. To the point where everything starts going wrong, and they're in the middle of the operating, that it made me want to get through that as fast as possible. Because it was like, he's on the table, bro. And this is happening. And I was like, yo, I need to do this urgently, bro. I was frantically searching for the fire chips to burn those grasses, and it was perfect. It was actually perfect. And you know what makes it even more impactful is because you're the one that actually encouraged him to do it. because he didn't want to do that surgery, but you encouraged him to be there.
Yeah, you're kind of
now this is
responsible in a way.
happening.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Beautiful writing. Beautiful writing.
And one more thing, again, I know we're just gushing over the story. I love the tournament arc. I think the N1 arc, like going to Hades Isle, going on the boats, fighting Tora ahead of time, like this sort of like pre-battle jitters and like, having to get like the extra folder. I don't know. I thought that was all in one day. I thought it was super cool. As a kid, I was really hyped for the N1 Grand Prix, and I still kind of feel a little bit of that excitement as I play it. Cosmo and John, what do you guys think? What are your takes on all this?
You guys really hit like a lot of the main points here, especially with the story. Like everything I could have said about the story, you guys have already said. Really, I mean, like the Battle Network games present you with an apocalyptic scenario, well, pretty much every single time. The world's gonna end, etc. But it's like, as you all have said, this is really the only game that really has those stakes. You can feel the stakes. You could see, as you already said, the tanks coming in there. You could see the effects of Wily's. Of his plan, and the fact that you're going around these areas, getting into the tanks, and then just like, of course, the ending too. Like, given how goofily some of the Battle Network games are written, I mean, this one it's just perfect throughout. It's like this. It's sincere. It's touching. I love that. But if you asked me like 2 years ago, I would say this is like a B tier game. And it was because I liked the story at the time, but then like the gameplay, like. I guess with the Bubble Man scenario, like I remember really not liking that one when I first played it, but then I replayed it about a year ago, and for some reason that one didn't sting as much as before. I don't know why, but I just remember, I did not like, I didn't like Bubble Man, but like also just there's of course that part with Land throwing the PET. Like, physical violence in my Battle Network game, like I'm all for it.
Yes, please. I do want to add one more thing too, and this is something 1 and 2 didn't do as well, and some of even the games after 3 didn't do quite as well. Maybe 5, but when your homies, shout out to Tora, shout out to Chad, shout out to Dex, when they was like, oh nah, we rolling up for real. We about to squat up on this final island together, bro. We dolo, we rolling deep. And I was like, yo, gang, hop in, bro. We
it
out
feels
here,
really
bro.
Cool. That's the kind of team mechanic that I wanted from BN5, right? It's like that's like the here we go, like let's go. The squad is here. We're taking on the base. Bro. Yeah, it's cool. It is cool. Sir, bro. Also, RIP Tora. Like what I like the older brother kind of rival like sort of feeling. I think he was really underutilized too. That was a really cool character that I think should have returned for sure. Okay. Yeah, John, do you have any takes on what we're talking about?
Oh, geez. Okay. Well, I think everything. God, what can you say about the game that you all haven't already said? All the story stuff, is amazing. Obviously, Mamoru's scenario is probably the closest the series could ever get, even in like terms of just being a video game in general and actually making you feel urgency in a situation. Yeah. And so it makes it so that the Plant Man dungeon only seems terrible in retrospect. When you're playing it, you don't really notice it, or like maybe on replays, but you don't notice it in the moment. Story stuff obviously carries it way up, and I'm saying all these things and how much I agree with all of you. So I can say that this is the one game on the tier list that my tier is affected by pure skill issue. I don't know what it is. I've played Battle Network 3 twice in like the past 3 years for content reasons, and I struggle in the first half of that game, like real bad.
The chips are rough.
The chips are real rough in the beginning of the game if you don't grind for them. And then Beast Man, and then Bubble Man, if you don't have a folder ready to go against what you're going against. Bubble Man is the worst little gremlin on planet Earth, and I want to throw him into a blender. I cannot stand him.
It's actually not the folder. Most are designed with the premise that they're going to throw a bunch of stuff at you and make you jumpy, get you emotional, and make you make a mistake. Beastman's exemplified this extremely well. With Beastman, all you do is sit in the middle and then watch. And then you move, take one deep breath, move forward, back, or up or down. That's it.
but it is. But I do see John's point
because I'm saying like it's 100% me just not being particular. Like I'm not great at Battle Network, obviously, but I mean I've beaten the 1 through 4 post games, whatever. I'm okay at the games, but like I'm just aggressively bad at the first half of Battle Network 3. The once you get to like the second half, perfectly fine. Post game, perfectly fine. Other than the problems you guys pointed out, like the having to get the V4s, and I think the time trials are once you know how to do them, they're fine. They're basically a test. Do you know how the snake battle chip works? Okay, then you complete the time trials. That's basically all there is to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's just the beginning is a little rough for me.
That is a fair point, and I think like Drillman, even Endgame, like there are a lot of folders that can't deal any damage to Drillman.
If you don't have, I mean, thankfully a lot of the charge shots and stuff can, but again, that's randomness.
Yeah, because you might not have it, and you only have one style in that game. I will say, hold up real quick, shout out to the Navi customizer.
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
right.
All that.
Oh, I love. I think mod tools.
Yes,
RIT mod tools, because it was crazy replaying 3 again. Where I'm like, man, mod tools. This really does feel like you're kind of like, I don't know, you're programming or you're hacking. It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah.
I do feel that, John. That is actually valid.
You bring up the Navi customizer. I feel like people might not think about it as much because in Battle Network 3, the Navi customizer is also a source of, okay, I have to put in energy change. Okay, I have to put in oil body. I have to put in fish. I have to put in press.
Yeah.
And that's what most people seem to remember it for in Battle Network 3.
It is annoying. It is annoying for sure. And it's like, it's flavorful. It's like I have to modify, I have to compress. It's actually kind of, like, if you stop and think about it, it's kind of fun. Like, oh, compressing his data. That's actually kind of interesting. But like, yeah, the way it plays out is pretty awful. It's so funny because you guys are all right. Like, there are definitely negative parts to BN3, right? Like, some bosses are very obnoxious. I 100%ing it is god awful. But I love the secret area so much that I've never felt more motivated to 100% it. Like it's weird. It's like the rewards or the sensation of being in the secret area, like just in itself, like feels cool and feels
it's
like
the coolest post game area for sure.
Yeah. Right. Like, yeah. And really challenging, for better or for worse. You can't jack out, some of those viruses are really tough. It's funny how much BN3 is carried by the story. We were bashing Star Force 1 in some ways, considering the rest of the gameplay. But I guess the difference is you have the BN, framework instead of the Star Force framework. Yeah. So it's like even the worst BN is going to be like pretty fun.
It's got surprisingly good pacing when you think back on it. Like, I mean, there's the part where you have to do the 3 quest board things for Tora to tell you, hey, did you know that Eugene trains a lot to be good? Yeah,
the viruses that you raise make it A tier.
And then the Flame Man stuff, and that's really it. I can't think of any more like filler stuff. It's mostly stuff that advances the plot or feels important.
Which is big thumbs up for me.
Request BBS from Tora and Higsby.
Yeah. That and that's it though, and that's it. And even then, like John said, it feels natural to the story in a way where it's like, I mean, again, I don't know. It's I hate fetch quests, and that is a fetch quest for sure. But
I want to touch on something you mentioned there, Demi, with the secret area. Do you know why you want to complete it? 3 does a very good job of giving you breadcrumbs of an area and then making you do something else to unlock more breadcrumbs, breadcrumbs, stringing you along. You go to Darkman, you get 140 chips. What happens? You can now fight a new version of Protoman. You get 1 giga chip. You can get a new boss, and you can fight the last version of Protoman. You get fed with new content here and there, just gradually enough that you're being rewarded for keep going through it. And that's 3's strength and spell.
Yeah, I agree. Really quick, Visor was saying introducing the viruses that you could raise makes it A tier. I don't know if he's saying it brings it down or if he enjoys that. I thought viruses were cool. I don't know. They were a fun little extra thing.
They're
they
cute,
like,
I guess. It's fine. It's not offensive.
Definitely not offensive. I will say the best bug frag grinding, in my opinion, I hate green mystery data nonsense in other games. I like that counter hits get rewarded. Although the game also does not, maybe the game explains it, some NPC does, but as a kid, I was like, oh, I just randomly got a bug frag. Cool. Like I didn't, I never drew the connection to counter hitting or anything, but yeah, I don't know. I love BN3 though. I do. And even with its flaws, it's like, I just love it. I just really love it.
Not having Tora come back for like a Tora or King Soul is like such a missed opportunity in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
It is crazy how Battle Network 4 has so many blank scenarios. When it's not like there weren't characters. There are plenty of characters. Obviously, that's like space reasons and stuff like that, or maybe it isn't because the way the tournament thing works. I don't know. I'm not the technical person, but the first trilogy especially has a whole bunch of characters that basically just sort of vanish and don't really come back that often. Like we get the couple of Battle Network 2 guys in 5, but
yeah. It was cool to see Sean again. Even for a little bit.
Yeah, even just a little
in a
cameo.
reduced role. Yeah, it was cool. MegaRock, are you swayed at all by the things we're saying?
I think my opinion will further change once I actually play through the game at some point.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's a really fair assessment.
It sounds like everyone has a lot of good things to say, so I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I don't hate the game. It's just I haven't experienced it, and there's still something to be experienced.
Okay.
I think the biggest thing about BN3 is that it's the complete opposite of 4, where everyone slam dunk S's it every time, and it's hard to like not think of it as like a meme to not think of this game as S tier. You know what I'm saying? Like everyone says it. So is it really genuine?
My video that, and I don't even agree with that anymore. But that's what I named my video because that's what everyone said. So I was like, that's just the thing you say about Battle Network 3 is that it's the best one.
It holds that cash, I think.
Well, I do think it is. I think it is good. I think it is.
Yeah, it's funny because it is not perfect. Those are real downsides, what people are saying, and there are a good amount of real downsides too. And yet, I just don't like. I will play through that game any day. Like you don't need to convince me to play through that game. Like I just thoroughly enjoy it. So I guess maybe we'll just drop our letters. I'm sticking with S personally. Even with the downsides, which I acknowledge, there are real downsides. I still stick with us.
That's for Serenade.
That's right. We didn't even really touch on Serenade. One of the coolest, most. I don't know. I love that concept. I really.
One of the coolest characters to get screwed by space restrictions.
Right. Honestly, that's another thing I really love about the Battle Network manga is how they played with Serenade and Base's relationship to the point where they're like the bestest of friends at the end of it. I'm like, yo, that's literally perfect. That manga is so clutch.
I'm kind of the same as you, John. I haven't read it myself either. I really should.
And if only someone could translate the newer chapters that Japan got. I have the physical thing. I bought 2 books so I can send it to somebody to translate it for me so they can rip it apart and scan it all in. But I just can't.
Project. That'd be a cool project.
It's expensive. I shopped around for translators and stuff like that, and they charge, man. They really do. And I'm just like, dang, like I can't do that right now. But I really want this book translated so bad.
You're saying you're sure there's nothing? You're sure there's no?
I tried looking for it. I don't see anyone with that translation with the whole new base story.
Soul, I mean, I guess we should pitch it to the community first, but I would be down to fundraise that. I'd be down to do another like stream because that's a really cool, worthy thing. I honestly, there might be fans that are passionate enough about it if we like kind of got the word out. But that just sounds like a cool thing. I'd be really down for that. Anyway, Rockman Cosmo, what do you think? What's your take?
I mean, I'm not opposed to S, but personally, with all the issues that the game has, in spite of the story, I still think that it bumps it a little bit down to like high A. But if we all do an S, I'm not opposed to it.
And John,
it's like I said, this is like Star Force 3, where I say like it's 100% me, my personal opinion that brings the game down. It's not anything. It's not the game itself. Like. Yeah, I agree with you guys.
All right, we're slamming.
Put it up on S.
Sick.
Why not?
That's an interesting debate.
As good as it's going to be, like for a RPG made in a year, 20 years ago on a Game Boy Advance. How much better can you get realistically?
No, you're so right. Yeah, you're so right. BN5DS. This seems
did we do Wonderswan?
We have not.
We have to put Wonderswan somewhere.
I think there are 2, aren't there? Unless, I guess Battleship Challenge is basically the same thing. I personally have not played this game. I have no opinion. I should. I feel.
I played it.
I can't rank it fairly because I haven't played it.
It's
C.
handheld NT. That's all I can. That's all I'll describe it.
It's
Okay.
It's NT, but better.
Go ahead.
This is riveting.
it is NT but better. It's 100% right. I think it's definitely C, like bottom C, 100%.
John, what were you saying?
I was just saying it's C. It's like
Yeah, it's just an average
it's
game.
it's a Mega Man game. It's not. I mean, the battle network aspects are kind of whatever because the battle chips. Honestly, your Buster is so good. It's like the opposite of network transmission, where
Your Buster actually
you just
does
use the
something.
Buster right away and it kills everything. And you basically don't need to use the battle chips at all. But it's got some frustrating bits, which are due to it being like I don't know 2 hours long, and they probably developed it for $5. It's got some like the invisible blocks are coded a little weird. Their timing isn't quite right, stuff like that. But
Yeah.
it's an okay Mega Man game. It's
Cool. Not bad, not great. Just decidedly average. Sounds like a C. I mean,
I'll debate this.
Okay.
It is better than NT, but it's still a D. It's
Okay.
the stage design. It's NT. I think it was made by NT Creates. Was still pretty. It's pretty bad.
but
a lot of
can just to chime in, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you forgive it for the system that it's on?
I can forgive for this. Well, so how it works is you know what the Wonderswan is? It's got like the A. And
Yeah,
B,
it's like the
right?
sideways, like you can hold it sideways.
the
you can hold
2D
it-
pad things.
and the two D pads. The other D pad is just for the chips, which are bad anyway. So why bother? Honestly, other than maybe healing. The other controls, didn't get in my way. Unless I want to use the chips, which you shouldn't use anyway. So it's really the stage design pretty bad. The best part about the game though, the pixel art is clean.
Yeah, there's no like we're so used to Battle Network games constantly reusing assets, even the spin-offs, but like it's got all original pixel art for everything.
You know what? Very low C. Very low.
Cool. I'm down for that. I think we're mostly in agreement.
Yeah, but like bottom of C.
Cool. I'm down. BN5DS.
Ooh, I got this one.
Just better GBA. I mean,
So this game, I'm of two minds of this game. You have to look at it as BN5. You have to look at it as just BN5, the master version of BN5, the Emerald to the Ruby and Sapphire, right? I like what they did with the GBA cartridge, where you can carry over your quote unquote save file via your folder to give you credit in your game, and also makes it so that if you spent time in BN5, you can make up your time lost there. I like the cartridge system with the DS. How 1 through 5 gave something new, even 4.5, great stuff there. The music could go either way. You think it's worse or better because of the new sound font. There are 3 things that are worse. So the translation, objectively worse. The UI, horrible. The worst UI in the whole franchise. Don't look at that chip folder UI and tell me that does not bring the game down by a whole tier by itself. Sorry, it does. You're wrong if you think otherwise. And the saving is worse because you now take time to save, not just instant like TBA.
You guys know more about this stuff than me. Why did they retranslate the game? Does anyone know why?
I have no idea. I wish I could tell you that.
They only changed some things, did they? And the new stuff, of course, it stands out a little different.
Not only is it worse, there's really a dialogue box that's untranslated. Like it's in Japanese. Found it pretty easily.
I'm so sorry. I missed like the past minute of my camera died. I had to switch the battery. I totally missed what we were talking about.
He had asked that why did they because they did retranslate and it is worse. I guess it's just a Japan process where they retranslate every game. I don't know. At the time,
it's the same game. They just added.
But maybe because it was technically a different thing. I don't. Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Well,
so
you do get slightly expanded chip descriptions on some of them, so that's a retranslation.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like it a lot. I don't know what to add over the GBA. I don't think it's like some crazy substantial improvement upon BN5, but it's cool. I mean, it's like you get more navies. You get you can have that party team system. The coolest feature to me was slotting in the older games and getting remixes of the songs. I thought that was really
Battle
cool.
Network 4 remix. I know everyone knows about it, but the Battle Network 4 battle theme remix, and that is so good.
Yeah, and interesting too.
Weird is
that OST is different than like the in-game one too, right? I don't know if you guys have seen or heard that. Anyway, whatever. That's neither here nor there. That would have been a good trivia question, darn. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's like substantially better. But it is better. There's no doubt. It's the definitive version for sure.
High B. The the party Navi system where you can interact with your new Navis. Yeah, a high B.
Yeah, the fact that they actually have their little diet Navi customizer thing.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Makes them not so useless.
Is there anyone who's like A for sure? Is there anyone who's like hard A pushing? Because I think the top of B.
I mean, yeah,
sounds
it's
about right.
better. It is slightly better than the other two. So just the top of B, the bottom A, whatever anyone thinks.
Yeah. Anyone have any thoughts on that? Also, this blowing in the mic to heal is crazy. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Screaming at
That's
the top of
that's
my lungs,
another.
trying to get it to activate.
My bad. I stepped away for a second, but I do want to add that I especially love the PvP in this game. So good. It's definitely Marvel vs. Capcom 3 of the Battle Network series. The team assists and pulling off hyper combos, team assist combos after a full sync, it is so sick. It is so sick. Honestly, that pushes it to A tier for me. That was another reason why I wanted to do it here, because that PvP is just so clean, bro.
It didn't even occur to me that you could use the partner Navis in PvP.
That didn't occur to me either. But counterpoint, do people play that way? I feel like I've only seen BN5 like.
We can't. That's the problem. Because I would definitely be pushing it if we could.
It's just like not programmable. It's like a weird like.
We can't have it in Tango. Mm-hmm.
What was that, MegaRock?
DS emulators still suck.
Oh, interesting.
Is it?
Huh.
Yeah.
I guess they can't do
Otherwise, I would be hard campaigning this. This game's that nice. Like, it still has some of the similar things that the original Battle Network 5 PvP might have, but they tamed a lot of the Dark Soul shenanigans. It's very similar to very similar to Legacy Collection in terms of like Dark Soul shenanigans, but it still feels really good to play. Like this, and plus you have two other Navis with as much HP as you want to put on them, and they can swap in. Basically, the format plays out as Mega Man is the king piece. If Mega Man is deleted, you automatically lose. But you can swap in one of two other Navis mid-fight, and you can give them a program that they come in and do assist attacks for you too. And if, again, you get a counter hit and you tap one of your Navis, they both come in and do a really cool, crazy super attack. And it's like, yo, like, it is literally intense. I love it.
The super attacks are cool.
Really cool. Shame I'll never be able to try it, but...
Yeah,
I want to play it so bad.
I've done in my DS playthrough. I remember going full sync and swapping and doing some combo attacks. That was interesting. I admit I'm not necessarily sold on it being A as opposed to B, but that's just me.
That's fair. That's fair.
I guess I just have to take your word for it that like it's super. That's like a really cool mechanic. But I don't know. I'm not of the opinion that it's like so amazing. Like I'm looking at 6 and 2 and I'm like, I still prefer those. I don't know. Just me.
Fair enough.
Does B sound good? The top of B? Or people?
Yeah. Sounds good.
B, yeah.
Top of B sounds good. Top of B sounds good.
Whoops.
Soundtrack though, it's the best.
Definitely.
Soundtrack.
Definitely.
I know it's controversial for some people, but like I said, I said Powerful Enemy was my favorite boss theme, specifically the DS version of Powerful
Actually,
Enemy.
John,
my favorite song in the whole series.
I actually do love the chip, not the chip, but whatever you call that GBA sound font. I'm actually with you. I prefer the regular Virus theme on the GBA too, personally. But it's still a great soundtrack. There's no doubt. I love the remixes. I love the synth music. What's up? I'm sorry, Marie. What's up? Did I cut you off, Mega?
Oh, no, that's it. No, that was it, yeah.
Cool. Okay. Operate Star Force. BN1 DS remake.
Oh, this one's gonna get technical. I mean, it's better than It's a better version of Battle Network 1, slightly. I feel like it should be F just on principle of being complete false advertising nonsense with a complete waste of time.
Now that's interesting. Marketing campaigns do influence how you consume a product, as does the method by which you consume it. It does impact your opinion of a product.
You can't call it. You can't call your game, I don't know, Mario and Sonic, and it's just a regular Mario game where Sonic shows up in a warp pipe somewhere. Like, what's the point? Why did you market it like that?
And then worse, it's like, imagine it's like the original Mario Bros. Came out after like Mario World with that promise. Like,
Yeah,
you've
but
learned
let's
so much,
keep
and then you
that in
throw it all
mind.
out.
That is hysterical. I will say this, in a similar, slightly different but similar vein, I think like huge missed opportunity. Like, where's the post game? Like, where's like the cool Star Force crossover? Like, where's like the? I know you have the in the middle of the game, but
the
like
echo filter they
like,
added to the
I just-
soundtrack is weird.
I just feel like we're like BN is known for like great post game. So like, why are we stuck with this garbage BN1
Dude,
nonsense?
Clockman.
Like, no, I know. I mean, that's like
Dude, there's a V2 and a V3 for Clockman. Come on.
there you go. Right, sick. We did it.
You
Right,
still
that's
have the
the
invisible post game bosses, which was super lame.
yeah. It's definitely unfortunate. I will say, I mean, it is the best BN1. You have the star code. That's a meaningful upgrade in my opinion. You know, there's like the maps. That's huge.
Not
The
just
internet is
10
awful.
fighter swords.
Yeah, you still get to break the game. I would just probably put it at the top of C personally.
Top of C, I agree with. I was going to say that.
But I do, John. I think you make a very funny point though. That is like just the rage or the sort of false advertising is actually very funny. And I did not.
For
I did not
years, I
agree
was
with
so
that.
excited for years. Like, oh my god, there's this game and it's got Mega Man and the other Mega Man in it, but it's Japan only, and I can't play it. And then you guys went through all the effort of translating it, and I appreciate that so much. And it's just the most backwoods, bare bones port of Battle Network.
It's
1.
lazy. It's very lazy, I think. And it's like, why pick BN1? Like, what? Like, could you at least have given us like a small collection? Like,
They could have done like 1, 2, 3 or something. Like they did
Yeah.
the Zero
Oh.
collection on DS.
million times better, right? Like that's give us something. Like that's crazy to charge to change very little about BN1, have a very small like Star Force interaction, and I don't know the
This
Wave
is
Coliseum. What's up?
This is like the last like major. I'm sure they didn't market it as like a AAA release over there. I don't know, but like this is like the last like Mega Man game before like the dark times, right?
Yep.
Before like the slumbering period.
Yep.
Until like Mega Man 9 and 10, and then after that.
And honestly, like I don't blame people for not buying it. Like
Yeah,
it's like,
absolutely.
That's
crazy.
a really what's crazy that we're bashing it.
No. The truth. It's the truth.
Yeah, that is the truth. Do
But
we all
I
agree?
do-
Top. What's up? What's up, Soul?
I do definitely agree at top like C, maybe even like kind of lower B, but I do feel like standing aside like the false advertisement and stuff like that, it is definitely a direct upgrade of playing the original, right? I just feel like that's worth something. So yeah, top of C for me.
Seems like
I get what you're saying. Like it is not an insignificant upgrade. It is, however, an insignificant upgrade when you were promised a different thing and also you had to pay for it.
Right.
I agree with you that
Right.
it is a considerable step up. We didn't even mention that the Elect dungeon, possibly the worst dungeon in the series, is fixed by just giving you infinite tries.
Yeah, they fixed it by removing the gimmick. Fantastic.
Yeah, basically, it's just a matter of time. There's no more puzzle.
I mean, it's definitely top C. I almost want to do B, only because this game trolls the Geo Luna fans. Every time I play the game, I have to mess with those fans with like 3 dialogue posts. And
Hear
it's
it.
fantastic.
Share it right now because I'm a Luna fan. What do you have to say?
Okay, so when you go defeat Clockman, right? You have several lines from Sonya. She says, "Thank you. I'm sorry for always calling you trouble." Geo responds, "That's not true. I'm just glad you're safe." And she goes, "Geo," with the 3 ellipses, and that's strike 1 against the Geo Luna fan. Okay, the strike 2. Okay, Star Force Mega Man goes, "Lan, Mega Man, thanks a lot." Lan goes, "You helped save Mega Man Roll, so we're even." And yes, I had this on memory. He goes, and Mega Man goes, "Yeah, I'm glad Geo was able to save his special someone too." And then she goes, "Special, Geo does this me." And then he goes, "Huh? Don't think about it too much." Roll says, "Lan and Mil can learn a thing from you too." That is 3 strikes against the Geo Luna fans in one cutscene. That is a home run.
GG's, bro.
Hello.
Listen,
that's a handshake. That's a handshake.
I'm sorry, Demi, it's over.
Listen, the Luna fans are smaller. We are, we're surrounded by the Sonya fans.
Wrong.
That's you would disagree? You think there's more Luna fans?
No, like we are wrong. I'm finishing your sentence.
Okay. All I have to say is, I actually have nothing to say because that's annoying.
Luna has a really nice cutscene in Star Force 3. That's optional. I'll give her that. She's got a really nice cutscene that you only have a 33% chance of seeing.
Look, man, all I gotta say is I don't know. I just think her significance to Geo is like, that's hard to overstate, you know? Like she causes his transformations in 1 and 2, and like her dying is like such an impactful, I don't know. I mean, it's #spoilers, I guess, but I don't know. I just like Luna, and maybe I just like
Cinderella
personality.
This spoiler free? Oh no.
I'm so
we
sorry.
We gotta go back like 3 hours.
I know. For real though, I know. If you're watching a tier list, you should expect it. I hate that. I want to put Star Force 1 lower, I guess, or BN1 lower, but you know, I think top of C is probably where it belongs in all honesty. Okay. I'll be honest. Let me grab those cell phone games really quick. I have not. I played a little bit of the first cell phone game.
Up for her, Sonya didn't.
Luna caused Geo to hero up for her. Sonya didn't. I'm with Visor there. That is true. That's an actual fact. But you know, that's neither here nor there. I played a little bit of the first one, which I think is Legend of Network, or maybe Phantom of Network.
Phantom.
And I just got too tired of like translating everything over Google Translate that I was like, I'm just gonna wait until we finish, like we get the actual translation. So I basically have no opinion on the cell phone games. I have like a little opinion.
With that. I have no opinion either. I haven't played any of them. I wanted to do a let's play for my stream at some point.
I'll weigh in if you want.
I would like to hear. I know John. So Rockman, I know is probably a little biased because he Rockman Cosmo did directly make this happen. Killer and John, I know you guys have both have strong opinions, or not strong opinions, but you have valid, like, you know, you have valid opinions. So
any opinions?
Yes, any opinion, exactly. Yeah. What would you guys say? I guess Killer, if you want to start it off.
Okay, so I played Phantom. I'm in the process of playing Legend, so I will abstain from opinion there. But I will put Phantom at a solid B. The game's issues, well, more or less boil down to it is a budget being game on a budget hardware, more budget than GBA. So you have to come at it with that perspective. Understand, right? They're dealing with less hardware, weaker hardware, and all of that put together. That being said, even on that pretext, the story.
That's a B.
It's a B. I'll get to it. The story, what they have, all the text, actually pretty good. What they have there. The reason why it's a B is because viruses flinch in this game. Disgusting.
I forgot to mention that. I
so
didn't mention that in my video.
You're trying to use flame line. If you imagine using flame line to get to like combo damage, and the viruses flashes, ruining your combo. No, not happening. Second worst thing about the battle system is if an enemy is 1 pixel moving towards on the panel, they are on that panel. That's horrible.
Huh.
You get used to it though.
Number 3, if a virus is on top of another virus, the virus that's being covered is invincible. Keep in mind.
Hey, yo.
This is a game with Molokos. So when they run over other viruses, that's what they do. That virus is then now immune to all damage.
Okay, I do have to. I have a question for you though.
Yo.
Flinching and flashing are 2 very different things. This is my PvP jargon.
Right. Yeah, right.
Flashing.
Sorry, I meant flashing. Like they blink. Like the boss.
They blink. That's gross. That's gross. Oh no, that's so bad.
Those 3 things keep it from being above a B.
I'm surprised you didn't address the frame rate, but MRE, you are so positive and optimistic. I want to hear your take so badly.
I'm trying to back up the thing about the flinch. It's not all bad. Like it makes Vulcans pretty good because they flinch, right? Or like air hockey, right? Because they'll be stunned by the attacks, and you can stack more attacks. So they're like real pushovers.
They flinch and flash?
No, they just flinch.
Yeah.
It actually stops them in place a little bit. The Vulcans.
Yeah.
They stop.
Oh, okay. So you don't see the animation, but they
yeah,
effectively.
They kind of stop. That's cool, and that's why I ran Bubbler and he shot the whole game. I'm not even kidding. I am not using Flame Line against viruses when I can't one shot them with it. And yeah, no, not happening.
That's kind of hype then.
Yeah, but
actually,
the But again, the library is fairly limited because of the fact that we're on the system, and the chips are very samey because of that. Again, you have to approach it from the perspective it's a budget BN game on a budget hardware. So you have things like that. That final boss fight in Phantom Network, solid fight. One of the best in the series. I'm not even kidding. I loved it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's good.
Other takes. I'm super curious. I know, John, obviously you did a whole video on beating the cell phone games. You know, what's your take for everybody?
I did. Okay, so I think I would agree. I would either bottom B or top of C for Phantom. Phantom is these games are surprisingly solid for what they are.
Wow.
I cannot believe these weren't like 5-hour pieces of crap that they like crapped out, tossed out on some phones. They're genuinely good.
That's like actually kind of hypes me up to hear. Wow.
Yeah, me too.
Well, wait for till we talk about the other one.
Okay.
Like I said, obviously there's the presentation issues. The frame rate stuff actually had a sort of weird reverse effect on me. So, because I had just played both of those back to back, and then I started playing Battle Network 5 a day or two ago for content reasons, and like I was actually getting kind of dizzy playing Battle Network 5. I was like, oh, what is everything? Why is everything so smooth? It's all 60 frames. Oh, my eyes. So I had definitely adjusted to it. You adjust to it pretty quick.
That's funny.
Wow.
Like you said, the chip library is pretty limited. I think there's like I don't know, like 100, 120 or something like that. I cannot remember. And most of them are just either it's a sword, it's a cannon, it's a lob chip. It's just like one of those three things most of the time.
A lot of fluff. Like shotgun is back. Like why? It's just supper.
The other big problem I had with it, and it's not even a big problem because it offsets, because it could also be really bad, and that is that there's dungeons, but there's basically not dungeons. Dungeons are just like, they're still areas, they got their own color and everything and their own viruses, but there's basically not really dungeon puzzles in Phantom. There's like one or two where you have to like put in a binary code. But there's nothing bad about it, which is what I think brings it up to, lets it stay in like the C or like the low B, is that I can't think of a part of the game other than one part that was my fault. I should talk to every NPC. I know. There's a part where you have to collect some data that dropped from a fireman clone, and before you can do that, you have to talk to an assistant in SciLab. And I just didn't do that, so I walked around that dungeon for like 45 minutes trying to find it.
John, that's so funny. The exact thing happened to me, and that was part of the reason I was like, I gotta wait for the translation. Maybe it was very clear what you had to do here. It was hysterical, actually. I spent forever, and people even looked up screenshots. They're like, it should be there. Why is it not there?
Yeah, that's what happened to me too.
That's hysterical. Yeah, I feel
felt
that.
so stupid. It's my fault because I never talk to NPCs when I play RPGs.
But then it's like we're playing. It's like we want the least amount of dialogue when we're trying to Google
exactly.
Translate.
Like
so
I'm skipping a lot of dialogue and side quests because I'll do that stuff when the official translation comes out and I can do it easier.
Yeah, that's hysterical. Actually.
Like I said, Cash is a really good final boss. Like uncontestedly better than Life Virus and Duo. Like that's not even beginning a question. And then how high you want to put Cash past that is a matter of preference. He does do something that I mentioned in my Star Force 1 video as like a super cool thing that Battle Network never did, and that is fighting multiple bosses at the same time. And Cash does do that. He calls duplicates of previous bosses you've fought, and he will like keep summoning them as you destroy them while you're trying to fight him.
That's
it's
cool.
Super duper cool.
You would think like the frame rate drops and like the sort of performance of a cell phone. It's weird that like what? How does the cell phone game do that and the GBA games don't?
It works.
That's funny. That's cool. That's actually really cool. Cosmo, I want to hear your opinion.
On Phantom Network?
On either. Oh yeah, I guess we're starting with Phantom, right? So
yeah. I mean, it's very obvious that it's tainted in my head because of I spent 3 years of my life trying to get this game.
Yeah.
It's just I think it's inevitably going to be linked with the process of getting it, and just the moment of playing it for the first time. Or I guess I could, because like everyone's already discussed the game itself, and I totally agree with that. So I guess all I can really say is how I really feel about the game personally, and it's just like I remember we got the game. I mean, we think we dumped the phone, and then we have the files, but then our team member username AK, he has to go through the file system of the phone. And it's like no one had ever really taken apps out of this specific proprietary file system before, so we're gradually doing that. And eventually he's like, all right, guys, you know, I got the jar jam SP files, you know, so like we did it. And then all of a sudden, like he goes through the files and he puts like, I don't know, I think it was like the title screen, like the logo or whatever. And then we're all like, oh my God, this is it. But no one had gotten the game running yet. But then like I was on my laptop at the time. I didn't have my main PC with me, so I didn't have the proper emulator that everyone's using for it. So I had to like piece together the emulator, like a portable version of it. So it was like one that was running like a lost Resident Evil game that I had preserved. So I just replaced the files and renamed the Rockman files to like Biohazard files. So then I basically tricked my portable emulator into playing it. So this is like all done at like past midnight. Like I was totally brain dead. And like the moment that I pressed start on the emulator and Phantom Network's title screen popped up, I mean, I cried tears of joy. It was so emotional because it was like, I mean, it sounds stupid, right? I'm crying over a phone game, but it's like,
no, you spent 3 years of your life in that. No.
That's a lot of work. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a big deal too. Yeah. But how do you feel about the game?
Everything, yeah, put everything into it. So basically, like that was how I kind of started with Phantom Network, where it was just like this incredible elation, and then like as I was playing it, I'm just like, I'm the only person on the planet right now that's playing this game. It was such a weird feeling, you know. But then, like, I guess after we made the game files public and people started seeing, like, oh wow, you know, it might be more than just 3 chapters. I decided to just barrel through the entire game myself. And I think midnight at Rockman EXEZone, he was barreling through Legend of Network, and then simultaneously I was going through Phantom Network. So like, running on like 4 hours of sleep, I think I made it all the way to the last chapter. And it was like kind of just seeing like how far can I go, trying to confirm if it really was the full game. And yeah, it really was the full game. So in that state, I don't think I was able to really process if it was good, if it was bad. It was just kind of like, I want to get through this because I want to see if it really is the full thing. So now that I am a proud beta tester of the translation that the Rockman EXEZone is doing, and I've gone through Phantom Network again, yeah, all the opinions are pretty much the same as everyone else. Like, the final boss is surprisingly solid, and like the whole fireman scenario, like the whole issue that you were having with that, John, that I never encountered that. Well, I guess on my first run, probably just because of luck, but I think it was made clear in English. But yeah, I think it's just, yeah, it's surprisingly good. But yeah, wait till you get to Legend of Network. But yeah, it's just really special game and surprisingly good for what it was made for. Didn't have to be this good. Didn't have to go so hard.
All right, so I guess for those of the 3 of you who have played it, oh, I guess MegaRock, you probably played it too. So the 4 of you, what would you say? What's a grade you would give it? Or actually, MegaRock, if you have any thoughts too, I'm sorry, I don't think I asked you for that.
Right. So I played Google Translate for the most part, and I got to the end of the game, and yeah, like it's surprising how much of a core Battle Network experience you can get, even with how cut back it is. Like it's just really core Battle Network at its bare minimum, and it still surprisingly holds up despite its flaws. Like if you had never played a Battle Network game, like don't play Battle Network 1, play this because it presents a better experience, I think.
Wow. Phantom
feels a lot like a Battle Network 3.5 to me. Like it's not quite 4. It's like a pseudo style change kind of system. It still feels kind of like 3, but it's still very unique in its own way. Like despite its flaws, so like tons of padding and fluff with the BBS stuff, and the combat is kind of weird. Like I mean, you're still playing on a grid. It still plays like Battle Network, but like yeah, the chips come out instantly, and there's like no delay, and everything feels kind of fast, despite how choppy everything is. And I wish the emulation was better so that the sound didn't crap out all the time. But
yeah,
it still holds up. Like maybe I'd put it like in the B tier or something, or maybe like a low B. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, 100% the emulation is the only thing that makes it like not as like casual friendly than like some of the other BN games, right?
Yeah, like there's a skin you can put, so at least you don't have 75% of your window covered up with all this phone jank. Like it's just the game window. That's pretty nice.
I ended up using OBS and just capturing it and then blowing it up in the OBS window and playing it that way.
I love that. That's a great hack. That's a great hack right there.
I use the Windows magnifier. It's hank, but it works.
Okay, so MegaRock is saying B. John, what do you think?
Yeah, I'd put it in B.
Killer.
I started with a B and I shall end with a B.
It is definitely at the very least better than Battle Network 1. So,
wow.
Yeah, I put it ahead of Star Force 1. So like mid B.
Wow. Wow.
That, I know that I would resist, but I haven't played it, so I don't know.
Like, you gotta understand, like, you have to look at it from a budget BN game with a budget hardware. Once you come.
But did you do that for the Wonderswan?
You know what I'm saying? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear any of that.
My issue with Wonderswan is like it has very bad design issues with the stage. It's specifically designed just to troll you, like in some cases, like old early Mega Mans are like a Kaiser run. That's why for me it was lower. The Pixar was beautiful though. I give it that. But this one, Phantom Network, it doesn't really have that. The biggest, again, besides the viruses issues that I pointed out, boil down to, what else? What can you really do in this situation? You know.
And even with the frame rate, I know you guys said you got used to it, but like even then,
I want to say that's emulator. I want to say that's also an emulator thing.
Huh.
I was saying, but maybe it runs even smoother when the. I'm so sorry, I forget who's making the emulator. I cannot remember their name.
Oh yeah, Cosmo. Do you have a
Zerker?
Right. Maybe once that's finished.
Huh.
Yeah. The biggest roadblock with the game is not the game itself. It's getting the game to work in a way that's comfortable for streaming and other purposes like that. That's going to be the biggest hurdle. So.
Huh. Okay. Well then, I guess B. I am personally not going to put above Star Force. That just sounds crazy. But like. If you guys,
I'd have to play the extra content to know if I'd put it above or below Star Force. I didn't touch any of the BBS stuff. There is a post game that there is like a little tease that there's some kind of post game area in there somewhere but I'm waiting for the full translation for that.
I 100%ed it. Honestly, some of the requests are like okay, get to the point, right? But honestly, some of them are quite funny because again, with this sort of game, all you have is the text, so they had to make the text, memorable.
That probably explains what's why the story in the next game we'll talk about is so good. Yeah. The hell they really had is this text story.
Funny. Okay, well then I guess B it is. I'm that's cool. That hypes me up. I thought for sure it would be like, whatever, but and no offense to Cosmo when I say that. No offense to Cosmo when I say that. But I was like, it's a cell phone game, right? But that's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm really blown away. This is some crazy great praise, and you're saying the next one's better? Like, oh man, what?
Oh yeah.
Let's hear it. I have no opinion. What's the deal with Legend of Network?
I have not played it. I've only heard good things about it though. So I need to get on the test and play through it when I have some time. They say this as people have said before. It's Star Force 2, but done better because I guess it tackles similar themes and. The story is very gripping, so I'll need to see that for myself. And I guess the combat's a little better. The arm stuff is better than the pseudo style change stuff, but we'll see.
Yeah. So I guess John, obviously you did a whole video on it.
Yeah. So I actually don't want to talk. Like I know in my video I just spoil everything because that's my style. I just talk about the whole plot. But like I really don't want to talk too much about the story because I genuinely think it's that good and you should play it.
Cool. I'll say less. Say less. That's again, that hypes me up.
Charisse is maybe the best written character in Battle Network. I'm not even really joking about that. Like she's like your partner character who's introduced in this game as one of the new charactars. I like her a whole lot. It starts with some tsundere nonsense. But...
Is that the girl with ring?
No, that's Mary from Battle Challenge.
Looks like Luna a little bit.
Yeah, she's wearing like Luna but red.
Yeah.
And she has Ride Man, he's a cowboy, and he doesn't have a buster. He's got like a 6-shooter, and it like looks like it just shoots bullets rather than like being a buster. It's hilarious.
That's cool.
I love that.
When Gregar was making his 4.5 patch a long time ago, I was always dreaming of him adding like the phone game characters into the game some way, somehow. Because I just really like them that much. But I interrupted. Please continue.
Oh, that's all right. But yeah, no, Charisse is really good. The villain is fine. Battle Network villains are Wily, who I hate everybody because I'm bitter, like Wily always is in every universe. Regal, whose plans range from downright idiotic to just not making sense at all in Battle Network 5. And then Sean is just like a brainwashed kid who's radicalized by the internet. So nobody at least has some kind of thing going on. where he wants to revive his lost civilization. He's the only Battle Network antagonist who probably has anything close to like an altruistic, like positive motive. He doesn't just want to murder everyone outright. So he's okay in that regard as far as Battle Network villains go. The chip library is better. It's based more on like 5 and 6. And I'm not just saying that because Cornshot's in the game, but Cornshot is in the game. I just figured you should know that.
That's
very important.
Wow, this is cool.
Transarm.
This is really cool to hear.
Yeah, the Transarm is just souls. It's the same thing. Only his arm changes for, I assume, like sprite size reasons. And they're basically rehashes of 6 we've already had. But I mean, the game has 6 souls in it, which is way better than the like half element thing that you get in Phantom. And it actually has dungeon puzzles. There's still nothing akin to like the better dungeons from the base games for obvious reasons. They can't really have moving objects in the dungeons or anything like that. But like there's like little puzzles and stuff and little extra stuff to do. So it's a lot more engaging in that way. Just overall really good. Like honestly, I would have to between the gameplay being pretty good and the story being easily like top 3 Battle Network stories for me. I'd have to go like top of B probably. It's really good.
Wow, that's so cool. That is really cool to hear. I'd love to hear that. Wow. Killer, what's your take?
My take is I have to finish and I don't want to give a
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
But
yeah.
if it sounds like it's improving on basically every aspect that was from Phantom, then a mid to high B does make sense. I could concur with that if that is the feedback we're going off.
It is for sure. It is absolutely better than it improves if you like Phantom, it improves basically every single aspect of the game, and some of them, like the story, significantly.
Wow. And John, that's so cool to hear because you were on Google Translate. It's not even like you got like the fully
not even getting like the full nuance of the characters, and I still thought it was super good.
Wow.
And that's crazy. I cannot wait to play it with when an actual professional takes a stab at it.
Cosmo, what's your take?
Yeah, as I've made clear before with my humiliation over Yai, I have not finished.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
I've only got to the first chapter. I haven't had that much time to go through the beta testing, like MegaRock, but I really want to get through it because, yeah, from what I'm hearing, it just seems it just seems like a really good incremental improvement to Phantom Network. And yeah, I mean, from like the snippets of screenshots I've seen from the story too, they even make references to like Phantom Network story, but also other Battle Network game story. But it's like not like a throwaway reference. It's like it's actually well done reference. From
I don't want to spoil it. There is a reference in the middle, like 70% of the game. I literally could not believe happened. Like wow, this is continuity on unprecedented levels for this franchise.
Yeah, I guess.
And on a cell phone game, I love it. Wow.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I concur with everybody else because I haven't finished it, but yeah.
Well,
I'm
it
really
sounds like
looking
it's
forward
just
to playing
John,
it,
and I trust John's opinion. So there you go. Like I'm blown away in a cool way. That's really cool. Wow. Cosmo, I have to applaud you because you worked very hard on cell phone games that were totally worth it. I will be very honest. I can say this without Tofu here. The arcade games, it was cool that we preserved them. They suck.
One of them is a coin pusher.
Yeah, one is literally a coin pusher. It's like, what are you gonna do with that? And a Battleship Stadium is just like spin a wheel. Like, it's totally whatever. But I'm glad we did it. You know, obviously preservation, blah blah blah. But extra cherry on top that they're like actually just. I mean, look at them. They're like better than like half the games. Like that's so crazy.
Without question, I would say they're better than Battle Network 1 and Star Force 2. But 4, like I said, we have to have a little bit of a conversation with 4. If you're going to play the whole game, if you're just going to do one run, maybe Phantom is like around 4, maybe. But that's like, I wouldn't go to bat for that. But yeah, they're definitely in like the top half of the series, bare minimum.
Wow, love to hear it. That's cool. That really hypes me up. I'm so excited, you guys, for TREZ's English patch to finally come out. That's gonna be so freaking cool. That's gonna be so cool. All right, everybody. Well, I guess with that being said, holy cow, it is late. I know I projected 3 hours or something ridiculous. I completely lowballed that.
12:30 over here.
But and I apologies to everyone on the East Coast, but also like the fact that you're still up makes me think we had a great conversation. Like I certainly loved having you guys in. I can't speak for you guys, but thank you for being here.
Like a lot of fun. Nice talking to you guys.
So much fun. So much fun. Always a blast.
Love this.
Yeah.
So happy that you were like, it sounds dumb. Like, I'm so happy that you were all like cool, nice people after what's been happening with some Mega Man community stuff lately.
I know. 100%. I know. And I know we probably won't go super deep on that, but agreed. Like, I just think having a nice, fun, friendly, 1 year anniversary. And again, like, I really hope that people in the chat, again, I can't really speak to you. I'm sure if you're here, you probably lean on the harder core side of Mega Man than not, like, the more casual side. But I hope that there were things that you learned, not just the trivia, but, like, all the cool projects. I mean, again, think about it, like, the N1 Grand Prix, like, the Rockman EXEZone, cell phone preservation, arcade preservation. John has amazing long-form content that's just, like, rallies people together. It's really cool to see. I don't know. I'm kind of in a great mood about it because I just feel like, I don't know. Again, I'm a sappy guy. I'm tired, but it's some good stuff, y'all. It's some good stuff.
I'm not gonna lie. It's 1:26 a.m. and I gotta be up at 5. So like, yeah, I'm definitely. Yeah,
I love it. Well, all that to say, again, one more time, thank you so much to all of you. Let's give one final plug, and you guys can plug yourselves. I'll go in alphabetical order. So, Killer, start us off.
Yep. I'm Killer. I work on the Chrono project. Come join us if you want to follow its development and see how the game pans out. This is hopefully going to be a very expansive being fan project. Hope to see you guys there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. John, take it away.
I mean, y'all know we talked about it. Y'all know who I am. Finally got the spin-off video finished, so we'll be heading into Legends 2 next. That's going to be a little bit, probably another month or two, because I have to. Have you played on the Battle Network 5 post game for?
Have you really quick? Have you played Tron yet?
I have not. Everyone keeps telling me, and now apparently there was some like prequel thing that was like found and translated recently that I got to check out. I think that's the
cell phone. I think that's what Rockman. I think that's actually just a cell phone game. Believe it or not.
Well, I know there's the five islands thing, but then there was like it was called like Chapter 1 or Chapter 0 or something. It looked like it had something to do with Tron. I'm not sure. I'd have to check what that is.
Like
I actually don't know the deal with this.
Japanese only prologue to Dash 2. Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay.
And that is and that's like a new game, or that is it a cell phone game, or it's a different thing, or a PSP demo. Oh wow.
Oh.
Okay. Well, good time to be playing the Legends games. That's cool.
I guess I'll have to. I guess I will have to look at that stuff first.
Wow, I love that. Awesome. Okay, MegaRock, take it away, my friend.
So I guess I'm here repping TREZ, and yeah, it's just to stay tuned for the cell phone games, as you've heard so much about. The translations are basically done, just doing last minute finishing touches, and to expect that. I don't know. We don't have a release date, but it's basically done, and it'll be here before you know it.
Love it. That's so cool. I'm hyped. Again, B tier games, amazing. That's really cool. Rockman Cosmo.
Yeah. I am continuing to preserve cell phone games. Like, this is not the end of it. In fact, we actually got in the Easy Web versions of Phantom of Network and Legend of Networks. Those are actually, like, the versions that we dumped are the Docomo iMode versions, which were released in 2009. But those are actually re-releases of the original Easy Web versions that were for KDD iPhones in 2004 and 2006, respectively. So we're working on, like, Tofu has the phone. We're working on getting that dumped right now. And it also comes with like this exclusive side mode for Phantom Network called Battler's Tower, but that one's also network dependent, so probably not gonna be able to play that one, unfortunately, but that might have unique assets. We'll see. But yeah, that's something to look forward to. And then of course I do this Japanese cell phone game preservation for a ton of other games, and doing a ton of stuff for that as usual. So
really
if
cool
you're
development.
Curious about those, feel free to reach out, talk to me about them, because I love it.
Yeah. I saw some people asking questions about the cell phone game, so I hope they feel free to DM you on Discord or check out, I think it's rockmancosmo.weebly.com. So, yeah, super cool. Soul, take it away.
Yes, once again, my name is SoulXCross. I am a commentator for the N1GP, which is the basically the international PvP session for Battle 6. Definitely come down if you're a new player. We have tons of resources for you. Lots of experienced players who would love to help you with your builds. Even if they're like meme fun builds, we're not super hyper competitive. We'll help you out with your builds and whatnot. We're a very engaging, friendly community. Don't come in there raging about facts of your build being the best player when you don't have that much experience, really. But yeah, we're here to help out everyone, of course. We're definitely here to help out everyone.
Well, before I give my plug, I just want to thank everybody once again. Just the Mega Man community is phenomenal. Everyone in the chat, everyone who's here, what a great crew we have. I would like to do more of these. I had a blast. I don't know if any of you're probably exhausted, so I'm not going to ask you on stream. But I would like to try and get some other folks too, representing maybe Team BN and other spots. I mean, there's just so much life to a franchise that has, that ended 20 years ago, and I don't know. I'm an optimist. I feel really good about the future of BN. Again, my name is Scoutmaster Demi. If you enjoy DS games, if you're a retro buff like me, or if you enjoy collecting just random Mega Man merch or whatever, those are my two big hobbies. I've got a YouTube channel where I do just kind of nerdy stuff in that regard. Really excited to really dive deep and start doing deeper reviews on the DS games. If anyone in the chat, have a particular DS game that you love dearly, do let me know. I'm really excited to check it out eventually. I'm looking forward to 1,000 shovelware games. That's going to be really great. And I will say, too, in terms of, like, random plugs, the Scoutmaster side of me, I like to travel and, like, I don't know, adventure. I just made a secondary YouTube, like, a month ago. It's, like, super modest, but I have a ton of content for every week. If you enjoy that sort of IRL silliness, I went to the Sonic Speed Cafe, Sonic the Hedgehog Speed Cafe, not too long ago. I had a fun video on that. And this week, this upcoming Tuesday, I'm launching a video on the IHOP, the Sonic IHOP. I tried everything on the menu for that crossover.
Ears perked up, Sonic mentioned.
Oh, John, I could talk your head off about Sonic Adventure 2. Your A-rank playthrough is really fun to watch. I can't wait to hop on stream again and watch more of it. Sonic
Thank you.
Like... Oh, my man. And finish Final Fantasy X.
I will, I promise. I'm busy.
It's a long game. I know. Ain't that the truth? Oh, my goodness. For real. I'll drop our Discord link one more time, too. I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you for staying as late as you did. 5.5 hours. Holy cow. Have a wonderful, wonderful start of your week, whatever. One last plug. I'm so sorry. One last plug. If you live near the Georgia area, if you're in that surrounding area or whatever, the end of May, so basically a month from now, I'm doing a panel at a fan convention called MomoCon about the arcade preservation. I've been working on this, like, quote-unquote documentary. I mean, it's not as fancy as that, but a quote-unquote story of, like, me and Tofu and, like, making it happen that I'm really excited to share. So if you live in that area, do come check it out. It's called MomoCon. The panel I'm doing is called Arcade Archives. I also rented a pretty spacious Airbnb. It's very inexpensive to join us there if you're like out of state, but like, whatever. You're super welcome to join us. Feel free to Discord DM me. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you so much, every person, for being here. It was such a blast. I hope you rest very well. And I'll talk to you guys later. Good night, everybody. What's the general dummy operation?